Amazed and cautious, he witnesses the swirling energy and wonders aloud about its power. Menacing flying creatures swarm over the city beneath a blood-red sky. A giant monster towers over Sheng, who stands fearlessly beneath it as the city crumbles around them. He charges forward with fierce determination, his eyes glowing with intense energy. He unleashes a powerful energy burst, radiating intense energy into the surroundings. He channels energy with his arm raised against the fiery, destroyed cityscape. The series title Level Up in the Future emerges against a dark backdrop, hinting at the journey ahead. The page shifts to a neutral mood, displaying static credits for the creators and contributors. An unseen figure calls out to Sheng against the dark backdrop. Unknown voices echoed, calling out to Sheng. A tired and distracted Sheng looked up from his desk as an unknown person called out to him. The teacher scolded Sheng for dozing off all day, drawing laughter from the amused students. The teacher, frustrated and authoritative, scolded the class about their lack of effort with only 200 days left until the final exam. The man criticized Sheng, warning him that his behavior would prevent him from being hired, even in construction. He listened intently as he was questioned about meeting the minimum health standard for construction workers. The supportive classmates urged the teacher to let Sheng rest, citing his health status and need for sleep. The reflective and concerned Sheng sighed, expressing disappointment about someone's lack of effort in front of a chalkboard. The teacher announced the end of the lesson, dismissing the class. Students eagerly left the classroom, relieved that the brutal exams were finally over. Thoughtful and reflective, he closed his eyes and nodded slightly, expressing a sense of resignation. Standing in a desolate field of monstrous bones, he lamented the nightmare's toll on his health and the effort needed to recover. The optimistic classmate advised Sheng to leave heroics to the geniuses, acknowledging their ordinary status and contrasting health levels. The energetic student suggested playing games, but Sheng declined, saying he'd rather go home. The friendly and persuasive classmate offered to cover drinks and PC time, but Sheng shook his head, insisting he needed sleep. A student called out to Qi Ming about gaming plans, and he quickly promised to join them shortly. Observant and cautious, he entered the dimly lit classroom with a female student following closely behind. Calm and friendly, he bid farewell to his friend, suggesting they play together another time. Determined and urgent, he confronted an unknown figure who questioned if it was the right time to act. The thoughtful and introspective Sheng pondered math challenges, deciding instead to check the latest news updates. Standing on a paved surface, he reflected thoughtfully on how this world wasn't much different from the last. A speech bubble floated alone, conveying hesitation with a single word. He stood focused, observing the news of the military's success against the monster wave on the large electronic billboard. Confident and assertive, he ordered someone to move aside. A muscular woman carrying heavy boxes warned Sheng not to zone out in the middle of the road. He looked up in disbelief, amazed by the immense strength he witnessed. He gazed at the sky, pondering when he could reach such strength. The sunset casts a warm glow over an old apartment building, its windows gently illuminated. He clutches his wound, crying out in pain as he removes the bloodstained bandage. He grimaced as the woman applied patches to his back, pleading for her to be gentler. He announced his return, and the woman delightedly welcomed him back home. The caring and attentive Sheng asked the injured character if he wanted an apple to ease his hunger. The worried Sheng informed his father he would start dinner while waiting for his little sister to get home. The inquisitive Sheng suggested to his dad that they buy a blood-circulating apparatus instead. He informed the seated man that his classmate praised a device for its energy, circulation, and healing benefits. Poised and focused, he advised himself to take a deep breath and remain calm. He flexed his arm confidently, insisting that a minor issue due to age couldn't affect his steel-like strength. He mentioned thoughtfully that he had brought a present for the seated man. An unknown voice excitedly announced the debut of the benevolent clinic's newest health recovery powder. Deliberate and contemplative, he reaches for two bottles placed on the table. He focused intensely, wondering if the $20,000 recovery powder was the one he saw advertised. The man in the white shirt humorously feigned pain after Sheng playfully praised and slapped him. The supportive woman joyfully patted Sheng on the shoulder, suggesting they celebrate his efforts with leftover pork head meat. He laughed joyfully, feeling it was an exceptionally lucky day where fortune seemed to arrive in pairs. A caring woman gently questioned Sheng about his health status, asking if he had managed to break through to 0.85 yet. He listened anxiously as he heard about his sister's health and the new exam challenges. He grinned confidently, acknowledging that he already knew the truths. He held a glowing pearl aloft, confident that its cultivation would greatly enhance his strength. Relaxed and preparing, he approached the weightlifting area while taking off his jacket. He struck the ground, emitting a curious light as he wondered about the martial art involved. He exhales deeply, channeling energy into his hands with intense focus. Focused and determined, he began his gymnastics routine as the instruction to start the 14th set echoed through the room. A pale, ghostly figure marveled at the treasure hoard, wondering aloud if it was really all theirs. Bats swarmed the sky, creating an unsettling atmosphere under the darkened expanse. In the enveloping darkness, Sheng resolutely closed his eyes, knowing this wasn't the end. Inside his room, Sheng panted heavily, expressing his frustration about his stagnant health status despite rigorous training. A shadowy figure pondered the meaning of life, questioning the essence of it all. Determined and sweating, he declared his dedication to practicing until he improved. Determined and focused, he gazed at the training equipment, vowing to push himself further. In the darkness, Sheng resolved to act with unwavering determination. He extended his hand forward, promising not to let anyone down. His eyes widened in terror as he shouted in intense fear. Haunted by recurring nightmares, he anxiously realized the desolate field under the dark, stormy sky matched his dreams. Bewildered, he examined the large skull in the desolate landscape, wondering about the strange place surrounding him. Trying to wake from a nightmare, he felt panic as the monstrous creature lunged toward him. Struggling but determined, he lifted the ferocious masked creature into the air with a powerful throw. A determined hero, he observed the shadow creature emerging menacingly from the darkness, remembering that he thought he had already defeated them all. A monstrous creature opened its massive mouth wide as Sheng lamented his capture despite previous escapes. He was thrown backward by a powerful force, struggling to regain his balance. Fierce and resolute, he challenged his unseen opponent with defiant determination. Despite doubting his combat skills, Sheng defiantly kicked the door, determined to prove himself. Contemplative and serious, he stands alone under a dark sky, ready to face the truth. He punches aggressively forward, his determination resonating with each powerful blow. The scene fades to a blank white, signifying a pause in Sheng's relentless journey. The debris crashes to the ground with an intense impact. He smashes the rock with fierce determination, the sound echoing powerfully around him. A powerful impact struck the ground, sending debris flying in every direction. Rain pours heavily from the gloomy, overcast sky. He stood triumphantly over the decapitated zombie, relieved to have finally discovered its weakness. He screams in agony as dark energy swirls around him. Determined and resolute, he prepared to fight and declared it was time to finish the confrontation. Sitting confidently, he listened as his friend expressed concern about the Defense Corps' dangerous training. He stood surrounded by a mysterious blue aura, examining his glowing hands and questioning the situation. He launched a powerful energy attack against the monstrous shadowy figure, his focus unyielding. Figures emerged from the swirling mist, creating an air of mystery and intrigue. He charged with fierce determination, declaring the confrontation would end now as he advanced towards the monstrous figure. Visibly shocked, he stared wide-eyed at the unexpected news. Energy flows into Sheng, and he is amazed by this surge of power. He stood intrigued, pondering if defeating the zombie had granted him its memories and strength. An advertisement for a webtoon site briefly appeared on the screen. He channels a powerful burst of energy, his determination evident. He observed as the shadowy figure began to dissolve, leaving him both surprised and cautious. A sudden memory pierced Sheng, leaving him momentarily stunned and curious. Symbols emerged from the darkness, their glow casting an ominous and foreboding atmosphere. Determined to uncover the truth, he resolved to find base 1359 and end his haunting dreams. A mysterious and desperate figure reached out, pleading for assistance. He absorbed the zombie memories, realizing they were less unpleasant this time and pondering the strength he could gain from combat-type zombies. He collapsed to the floor, questioning if he had just woken up. A desperate voice called out for Sheng with urgency. An unseen voice demanded Sheng come out for dinner immediately, questioning his prolonged stay in his room. Exhausted and sweaty, he opened the door and addressed his sister. Amazed and anticipatory, he acknowledged that he couldn't believe the incredible event had finally arrived. Playfully accused Sheng of pretending to work out while actually sleeping. He encouraged the smiling girl to hurry and not keep their parents waiting. Startled and wary, he demanded to know the identity of the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. The brown-haired girl observed Sheng thoughtfully, curious about when he had become so muscular and diligent in his workouts. Joyful and playful, he encouraged his friend to join him in the grassy field for a game. He watched the students, contemplating how his remarkable talents transformed her interactions and prospects at school. Holding a shirt thoughtfully, he reflected on being overshadowed by his sister's brilliance. Standing shirtless, he curiously examined his reflection in the mirror. Astonished by his sudden transformation, he observed his own muscles in disbelief. He felt unexpectedly energetic and determined as he clenched his fist, noting his lack of sluggishness after waking up. Determined and defiant, he insisted there would never be one of those. Gaining power and realization, he marveled at the surge of energy and wondered if he could use his dream-learned skills in reality. Curious and engaged, he marveled at the idea of growing stronger through dreams as he greeted the welcoming man inviting him to sit. He ravenously devoured the food, gulping it down with intense hunger. Enthusiastic and hungry, he eagerly lifted his empty bowl, expressing delight at how delicious his mom's improved cooking was. Surprised, he raised his empty bowl while his friends watched in amused confusion. The dark-haired boy nervously retracted his outstretched bowl, admitting he was suddenly too full. He snatched the bowl, surprised by his own appetite, as someone reassured him they wouldn't let him go hungry at home. The authoritative man asked Sheng to prepare more food, and he agreed cheerfully. The older man encouraged Sheng, saying puberty is an ideal time to improve health with tonics and nourishing ingredients. A curious woman eating her meal pondered how an 18-year-old's measurement could increase, noting it's not like weight that can be changed at will. The father sternly reminded Sheng and his sibling about the importance of specialized martial arts education. Confident and determined, he challenged the unseen opponent, warning them they'd regret underestimating him. He examined his hand thoughtfully, considering if his dream had truly improved his health, and resolved to verify it at the dojo. Stars twinkle above the building, casting a serene glow in the calm night. Purposeful, Sheng approaches the entrance of dojo with determination. Curious and reflective, he examined martial arts posters, pondering the skills of a top-ranked martial artist. To achieve rank 4 martial artist status, one must surpass a health threshold of 200 and reach a combat power of 100,000. A reflective and calculating figure assesses an impressive health status, expressing awe at its equivalence to 300. Determined and contemplative, he reflects on how martial artist rank dictates one's position in society. He stood in front of the posters, contemplating the high costs of martial arts education. He entered the room, pondering how his dream experiences made cram school unnecessary, as a girl with purple hair noticed him. A smiling woman warmly welcomed a visitor to the dojo, asking if they were interested in joining the martial arts class. An empty wooden desk sat quietly, a silent witness to the day's unfolding events. The dark-haired man confidently stated his visit was solely for assessing his health status and combat power. The receptionist indicated the way to room 8, and Sheng assured her that he understood the process and thanked her for the help. The clear sky suggested tranquility as the wind assault fist embodied a world of its own. Focused and determined, he faced the glowing machine to assess his health status. Energy surged from Sheng's hand, forming a brilliant orb in front of him. Empowered and confident, he declared it was time to reveal his true abilities as he raised a glowing sword. A digital display revealed the health status and martial artist rank information. He celebrated with excitement, realizing his cultivation progress had surged significantly in just an hour. He resolved to find his own path in martial arts. Curious about his abilities, he wondered aloud what his combat power would reveal. He strikes the mannequin labeled Test 4 with determined focus. Alert and cautious, he questioned the shadowy figure about its identity. He concentrated energy around his foot and slammed it into the ground with powerful determination. Powerful and determined, he unleashes a fierce energy punch at an unseen opponent. A shadowy figure quietly observes from a darkened window, adding to the growing sense of unease. Curious and intrigued, he examined the futuristic helmet, wondering aloud about the mysterious place. The blank panel lingered, offering a momentary pause in the unfolding tension. Astonished by the reading, he couldn't believe his combat power had reached 113. He marveled at his power boost, contemplating the potential growth with a good night's sleep. A resolute figure silhouetted, he vowed to transform himself through a night of intense dedication and self-reinvention. Alert and wide-eyed, he grips the sheet anxiously from his bed. Frustrated and restless, Sheng sat up in bed, wondering if he had slept too much during class. Restless and determined, Sheng decided to work out instead of sleeping. Determined to improve his health, he started his radio gymnastics routine with focus and precision. A mysterious swirling energy fills the scene as Sheng charges his energy, preparing for the first move. He kicked through a burst of energy, confused by his sudden mistake in a routine he'd known since childhood. Surprised and thoughtful, he remembered the body training technique the zombie learned when alive. Curious and cautious, Sheng watched a group of tactical men through the dim, shadowed veil. Startled but thoughtful, he recalled the body training technique the zombie had learned while it was still alive. A lone silhouette practices martial arts in a window's dim glow. A determined young man drives a glowing fist forward at blistering speed. Sheng punches the air, focused, finishing his 200th repetition. He explains how training and breath control awakened a new power, urging everyone to work harder. The room trembles as dark waves of energy ripple around Sheng. Starving and drained, he clutches his stomach. He's never felt hunger like this. He weighs how to pay for proper nutrition, and a scholarship comes to mind. With resolve in his eyes, he decides it's time to show what he can do. A sleek sports gym sits under clear blue skies, ready for anyone chasing strength. In the locker room, Sheng changes quietly while another athlete warms up nearby. He slips off his shirt, showing a carved physique. A classmate blurts out praise for his abs. A stunned friend reaches to prod him, but Sheng calmly blocks the hand. He rakes his fingers through his hair and decides he needs a haircut. Relaxed, he tells the teaser to focus on the upcoming exams. Hearing the cheers, he steps forward, a perfect chance to prove himself. Sheng stands composed at the center of the group, inside the gym. The instructor announces they'll review the basic combat techniques from class. Students whisper about Mr., awed by his battlefield scars and reputation. Sheng critiques a seated student's form, certain his dream-forged skills are sharper. He whips out a clean, powerful kick at an unseen target. The coach calls the session to a stop. The instructor calls Yang up to demonstrate and steps forward without hesitation. Impressed by strength, Sheng asks to spar as strolls past the others. A blue-haired student teases a pink-haired one. Watching, Sheng bristles at the constant showboating. A flashy blonde makes a grand gesture, while others murmur about his wealth and vitality. Sheng catches the incoming punch and declares he'll beat favoritism with sheer effort. He blocks the follow-up strike with tight, controlled defense. The trainer praises Sheng's form, but points out his balance still needs work. He turns, surprised, trying to find what drew his attention. The instructor invites anyone to spar with Yang, and the room stirs. A student scoffs about who could possibly challenge him. Sheng listens without a word. Frustrated, Sheng thinks their lack of drive makes teaching pointless. He faces the crowd as the narration reflects on hardship and favoritism along the military path. He announces he'll show them what real strength looks like today. His intense gaze hints at grueling training no one else has endured. Startled but steady, the instructor gestures for Sheng to step up and take his stance. Sheng reassures the other person, mentioning his long training as he flexes with confidence. The instructor reminds him, 10-minute limit, safety first, remember the lessons. Sheng steadies his breathing, ready for the test ahead. He looks off into the distance, already planning his next move. A doctor asks about Sheng's last result, intrigued by his calm vitality 0.802. Sheng readies himself for the bout, reminding himself technique matters as much as power. An instructor warns him not to brace a fall with his hands to avoid injury. He squares up, guarding his vitals and signaling that he's ready. A swift opponent throws a hard punch. Sheng stays calm, poised to respond. He deflects the strike, recalling advice about distance and balance between offense and defense. He surges forward with fierce resolve as the match is called for the stronger fighter. A shadowy opponent taunts him. Sheng answers with a heavy punch. His fist lands squarely, sending the opponent flying. With one punch, Sheng knocks Yang back through the air. He freezes, stunned that the fight ended in a single blow. A furious authority figure orders someone to fetch the teacher. Sheng responds immediately. A medic straps Yang onto a stretcher, urging everyone to move fast. Teacher approaches the unconscious student while Sheng watches, anxious. Sheng apologizes, ashamed he couldn't rein in his strength. His hard stare shows he's replaying every moment in his head. Teacher stays calm, saying injuries happen, and invites him to talk in the office. The onlookers gape, whispering that Sheng dropped Yang with one punch. Sheng walks toward the far end of the gym, focused. He follows the older man through the doorway. In the office, he approaches a glowing robot guard standing watch. He spots a large bonsai and remarks on teacher's unexpected hobby. With a smug smile, the man says everyone has secrets, even harmless ones. Sheng fires back with a pointed question, eyes steady. The narration notes Sheng's astonishing vitality as he stands in the glow. Sheng reminds teacher of the assessment figure mentioned last time. Wary, he warns that using drugs to boost vitality is forbidden and punished harshly. He denies it flatly. He's never touched illegal substances. He prepares a glowing orb, explaining that drug use would make the readings unstable. The masked evaluator says they'll test his combat strength, and Sheng agrees. Curious, Sheng reaches toward the glowing orb. Energy bursts from him toward a defiant foe locked in a confrontational stance. Sheng stares at the result, unable to believe the vitality score is only 1.5. A screen displays his new martial artist rank, and Sheng can't hide his pride. A silhouetted figure gestures at the hologram, claiming even White Lake City has never seen a genius like him. A chair suddenly explodes. Sheng jerks back, demanding to know what just happened. Panicking, he yanks up the treasured, prideful pine, sending teacher into a fit. Amid the shattered wall, Sheng's raw strength leaves the stunned onlooker holding the plant speechless. He crashes through the wall as someone realizes he's already beyond a rank 1 martial artist. Clutching the glowing device, Sheng tenses as a stern voice announces the test has begun. Startled, he listens to cryptic remarks about the bonsai. Sheng asks when his last assessment took place. The man reacts in shock. The incident was only half a month ago. A probing official presses him about the leap in progress, suspecting noble blood or a great master. Sheng grins and says he's ordinary, no clan, no grand mentor. A high-tech device crackles as the speaker implies the real reason for his boost will stay hidden. Sheng leans over the desk, reflecting on how fast he's advanced. Under a burning sky, he ponders a truth he learned only after stepping onto the battlefield. A colossal monster charges fleeing humans as someone admits mankind can't beat such creatures. Sheng crouches in the rubble as an explosion shakes the ruins. Among powerful warriors, Sheng stands wrapped in a glowing aura, the kind of strength needed to face the incomprehensible. He exhales and sinks into a chair, saying he finally understands. An unseen speaker praises his results and suggests the gifted class for deeper guidance. Sheng declines, saying his current class suits him and dreams let him progress faster. The speaker assures him the school will help with any cultivation obstacles. Sheng asks for a scholarship and a flexible timetable. A mysterious figure offers Sheng a card, telling him to repay when he's able. He accepts teacher's black card, realizing it's far more valuable than a normal scholarship. At a table, an excited man mutters about hiding Sheng's potential until the national exams. Sheng hurries to report the discovery to his superiors, someone who might reach a crucial destination. An ornate bottle sits in an open box as someone praises Sheng's sharp eye. A salesperson touts the tonic's benefits for female martial artists, and the customer agrees to buy it. On a busy street, Sheng thinks about improving his life and the weight of family expectations. He boasts to a skeptical friend about leading a winning gaming streak. Sheng floats in a massive water tank, longing for the martial world while feeling trapped. Bathed in light, he bursts from the water, determination reignited. Against the city skyline, Sheng stands firm. He won't make the wrong choice this time. He looks up in shock as a thunderous noise erupts overhead. Sheng realizes he's absorbed countless battle memories, shattering his bottleneck in fist techniques. He clenches his fist, wondering if finding one's true nature is the epiphany his teacher meant. Scenario C, at sunset, Sheng walks the street with shopping bags, thinking over his progress. Carrying the bags, he vows to grow stronger for his family and fight for what he wants. Sheng screams at an unseen foe, red-lit eyes cutting through the dark. He deflects the monster's furious strike with unwavering resolve. Pain tears through him, and he clutches his head in agony. He drives a brutal punch into the creature. Sheng studies the dead zombie, noting it retained martial arts skill even in death. He sees no monsters nearby, yet the zombie's memory points to a base wrapped in black mist. The monster lunges, forcing Sheng to retreat. Sheng lunges back in with fierce intent. He stares at the glowing motes, puzzled by their sudden appearance. From the cliff's edge, Sheng watches the sprawling futuristic city below, resolve hardening. He scrambles up the rocky cliff as water splashes around him. He marvels at the towering city walls. How can something this grand be just a base? He lets out a nervous laugh, thinking even two behemoth monsters wouldn't surprise him now. He studies the vast, fractured chasm with a pensive look. Panting, Sheng climbs the steep path toward a distant tower. He examines the massive wall, imagining the battle that once toppled it. He spots an unusual structure and wonders if it's a military base or a command center. He notices a damaged building leaking eerie blue energy. An alert young man inspects a glowing chamber, wondering what it is. Sheng kneels, eyes glowing, watching the scene with wary focus. A violent surge of energy erupts, flooding the air with power. He recoils in shock, eyes wide as the event unfolds. After a moment's thought, he decides the options aren't worth pursuing. He slides down a wooden structure, heading toward the city's lights. He drops to the ground, shaken, asking what terrifying force looms above. Cautious, Sheng decides he isn't ready to explore the distant city yet. He scans the rocky slope. The zombies below don't seem very threatening. Wounded but stubborn, Sheng trudges through debris as weary companions trail behind. A sharp-toothed man screams in rage at his opponent. Sheng unleashes a crushing energy wave, slamming the stunned man into a wall. He crouches on a ledge, watching the scene below with care. He inspects the ruined apartment ordinary, with no zombies in sight. He picks up a spoon, wondering if ordinary people have any chance against the black mist. Sheng stands in the wrecked room, intrigued by the glowing particles around him. He activates the device, startled as a hologram welcomes him to technology. He asks how the hologram can possibly speak his language. Sheng, surprised and curious, questioned the reality of the glowing holographic figure speaking his language. Holographic woman flickered into view as a dark-haired man questioned if their shared language was the result of technology. The advanced holographic AI composedly explained her role in managing the network server of Base 1359. Holographic figure bowed to the young man, who curiously inquired about the latest news from the futuristic technology. Girl with a headset focused as her network connection had failed, but succeeded with Base 1359's civilian database. Holographic book projected screens and a serene blonde woman floating above it. Montage details key events. Sun rises to rank 10-star, marking him as the 472nd powerhouse in the World Martial Alliance's history. Mysterious and powerful hooded figure conjured a glowing aura, while a dark-haired boy, awestruck, contemplated the heights of martial arts in this world. Inquisitive dark-haired boy examined the glowing book, wondering about its mysterious light. Massive beast burst through a shattered rift, unleashing a swarm of aggressive creatures onto the chaotic scene. Green-haired man stood determined, observing the intense battle with the dragon on the glowing screen. Blue-eyed character, amazed, realized the world's martial arts and technology had reached unimaginable heights. Zombie-like figure loomed menacingly over the ruined city, recalling how even powerful defenders failed against the monstrous threat. As exploration teams searched for a new planet, contemplative observer focused on the space data displayed on the screen. Dark-haired man stood thoughtfully before a control panel, observing as a spaceship hovered forebodingly over the planet. Dark-haired young man examined the holographic display, realizing they couldn't escape their destined destruction. Dark-haired young man observed the holographic figure, who expressed appreciation for the once magnificent civilization now lost. Dark-haired man seated on the sofa asked to display this world's history through the glowing holographic figure. Holographic woman retrieved the world's history as the dark-haired man watched intently. Contemplative boy interacted with the digital interface, reflecting on the fallen civilization's lessons to avoid a similar fate. Hand interacted with the digital timeline, revealing how chasms appeared and martial artists emerged in the world. Dark-haired boy stared at the glowing screen, realizing it displayed the history of their world. Dark-haired young man realized he was witnessing the future devastation of their world 10,000 years later. Dark-haired boy realized they might not be the same, pondering the implications of this new thought. Black-haired man questioned the glowing figure about the possibility of parallel universes and sought information on specific individuals. Young man was captivated as glowing digital screens displayed 36 results for Sheng. Dark-haired man was shocked as he examined his digital profile, realizing he only lived to 28 and was just a civilian. Dark-haired boy requested information about Sheng, but the holographic girl accessed due to insufficient permissions for martial arts data. The woman faced the screen as the system her access, demanding a genetic blood sample for registration. Dark-haired man, curious, questioned the holographic figure about how to submit a blood sample for registration. Blue-skinned woman fiercely bit into someone's leg, concentrating intensely. Flustered young man shouted in surprise as the mysterious female figure pulled away from him. The woman, focused and deliberate, approached the red gem on her arm with her tongue. A curious and blushing dark-haired boy observed the virtual woman, wondering how such analysis was conducted in the future. The girl gasped in shock, covering her mouth at the unexpected revelation. A surprised young man with dark hair noticed a holographic woman appearing before him. The green-eyed woman initiated Project FIRACD, surrounding herself and the dark-haired man in fiery energy circles. Inquisitive young man with dark hair wondered aloud about, questioning its connection to abandoning Earth for a new home planet. His attention shifted to the holographic display, puzzled by the unfamiliar profile picture staring back at him. Dark-haired boy examined the glowing red screen, wondering aloud if the future had changed and mentioning his top grades in school. The young man with dark hair reflected on his achievements while approaching the martial arts university entrance. Dark-haired young man was astonished, realizing the future might have changed after he grew stronger. Dark-haired boy examined holographic screens, noting his life's trajectory and a record of his strength surged before the college exams. Dark-haired young man contemplated how his achievements seemed insignificant against the weight of history. Dark-haired boy stood on a glowing platform, reflecting on how his progress matched expectations with his current training and resources. Dark-haired boy analyzed the flowing data, confident that his dream world gains would ensure surpassing previous results. Sheng stood confidently above the crowd, questioning why he was only ranked 23rd in the city when he aspired for national recognition. The young man stood resolute before glowing symbols, contemplating how his future would surely amount to more. Dark-haired figure vowed to avert humanity's destruction by growing stronger. Dark-haired boy vowed to turn things around and save everyone from the looming threats. Bold and defiant silhouette raised its arms, declaring it would ignite a transformative blaze in humanity. A tall urban building stood silhouetted against a clear blue sky, offering a moment of peace amidst the chaos. A dark-haired boy stood calmly by the chair, observing the woman eating while another woman prepared to serve food. A concerned woman questioned Sheng about not wearing his school uniform at the breakfast table. The dark-haired boy mentioned his teacher allowed him to study at home, freeing him from attending school. A curious woman expressed surprise at the self-study option, while the inquisitive girl wondered why she'd never heard of it before. A blue-hooded figure stood up from the table, feeling satisfied after the meal. The motivated boy announced he would return to his room to train, while the supportive girl encouraged his enthusiasm. The observant girl noted how the mysterious boy seemed to change daily, becoming darker and more enigmatic. A dark-haired young man enters a room as the phone rings insistently on the table. The dark-haired boy calmly greeted teacher while talking on his phone. Sheng, determined to make the most of his time, spoke to teacher about collecting his scholarship money and expressed urgency about his schedule. The dark-haired boy meditates with intense energy, expressing a desire to showcase his strength and surprise everyone around him. The lone climber stood resolute, determined to reach the peak quickly to change the future. The dark-haired boy pointed at the glowing, triangular object with focused determination. The dark-haired young man requested to show cultivation methods suitable for rank 1 martial artists. The woman focused intently as she navigated the holographic interface, while the dark-haired man observed the results with curiosity. The dark-haired boy examined the ancient techniques, noting their origins from the World Martial Alliance and their inclusion in project. The young man discovered the legendary legacies of rank 11 powerhouses, realizing their immense value and incorporation in project. Determined dark-haired boy concentrated deeply, channeling energy as he envisioned each cell transforming into a star with boundless power. The glowing figure released radiant energy, transforming the scene into a certain galaxy with boundless power. The brown-haired young man marveled at the stellar body, refining technique's incredible power, feeling it far surpassed anything he had practiced before. The dark-haired young man examined floating screens and demonstrated the fire-breathing technique with intense focus. The dark-haired boy stood confidently amidst the flames, exuding a sense of triumph and determination. The young man with flaming eyes opened them, feeling a surge of determination. The dark-haired boy discovered the fire-breathing technique, feeling countless flames burning within him and marveling at the potential of other elements. The dark-haired young man stood focused, practicing the crystal visualization technique as glowing books floated before him. The dark-haired man kneels before a glowing red screen, focusing intently on mastering the spiritual power of martial arts cultivation. The young man, surrounded by blue ethereal energy, mused about cultivating spiritual power and decided to give it a try. The blue-haired figure wondered aloud if they were inside confronting the crouched figure floating beside them. The glowing, mysterious figure approaches the enigmatic giant with determination. The blue-glowing young man reached towards the meditating figure, contemplating the importance of spiritual power in martial arts cultivation. The small, glowing figure smacked the thoughtful giant on the head, wondering how to practice while expressing confusion. The blue-haired figure stood pensive, realizing they'd need to unravel the mystery of the ghostly face slowly. The dark-haired person opened their eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. The dark-haired boy sat on the floor, breathing heavily, reflecting on how this exhaustion felt different from his dreams. The dark-haired boy inspected his sweat, feeling disgusted as he questioned its source. The dark-haired boy realized that training in them was enhancing his physical abilities, feeling great about the discovery. The dark-haired man prepared to shower, amazed at how his body's purification seemed unbelievable due to his training techniques. The dark-haired boy confidently announced his cultivation was advancing rapidly, and soon he would use scholarship money to refine tonics and elixirs. The dark-haired young man felt hopeful as he realized the future elixir recipes could greatly enhance his abilities and alter the world's pharmaceutical path. The purple-haired girl runs joyfully alongside the focused dark-haired boy. The dark-haired man, slightly frustrated, handed a school ID card to someone, mentioning they should inform him next time they skip school. The dark-haired young man handed a card, acknowledging teacher's understanding, while apologizing for any inconvenience. A supportive authority figure advised the obedient student to handle his responsibilities and attend school weekly, and the student agreed respectfully. The dark-haired boy observed the boy with a blue aura leaving, puzzled by how quickly things had changed in just 2 days. The black-haired man walked down the sidewalk, lost in his own thoughts alongside 3 others. The dark-haired young man planned his vitality treatment, confident that his future prescriptions would make his self-made tonics most effective. The dark-haired boy examined the glowing screen, contemplating which medicinal prescriptions would best enhance his strength and vitality. The young man considered the need for professional equipment to ensure his medicinal prescriptions would be effective. The dark-haired boy considered renting equipment from the medicinal hall, since buying a whole suite was impractical with his limited funds. The bearded man, guarded and defensive, questioned an unseen character about the idea of renting their critical alchemical lab. The dark-haired boy was sent flying by a powerful force as he refused to back down. The dark-haired boy sighed, realizing that finding a feasible plan was trickier than he anticipated. The dark-haired young man examined the ingredients, noting he had enough to make several batches of the strengthening decoction. The dark-haired young man examined the card, realizing teacher had given him not 30,000, but a surprising 80,000 as a personal sponsorship. The black-haired boy resolved to buy equipment online as he exited the industrial alleyway. The dark-haired boy cautiously emerged from the alley, wondering what had caught his attention. The young man, curious, noted the presence of a medicinal hall in such a remote corner as he observed the Sham building. Expectant and curious blue jacket boy entered the shop, greeted by a calm shopkeeper who reminded him about submitting his position application after 3 years. The blonde young man curiously checked his phone, wondering what had caught his attention. The black-haired customer approached the counter, asking something, while the indifferent shopkeeper instructed him to find what he wanted and then pay. The wary, attentive blonde cashier warned the unseen customer not to run without paying, noting the security cameras watching everything. Blue-eyed boy analyzed noting their indifference and contrasting it with the more attentive ones he had encountered before. Haired boy was shocked as a tall figure ominously covered the phone screen he was showing. Blonde teen angrily shouted at the black-haired boy, demanding to know what was happening. Dark-haired boy stood calmly, intimidating the frightened blonde-haired boy who looked up in shock. The boy behind the counter nervously confronted the stranger, demanding to know his intentions. Dark-haired figure leaned over the counter, asking about an alchemical lab, while the figure defensively questioned his intentions. The confident young man proposed a business deal, gesturing toward the table with a smile. Determined black-haired student approached the stern blonde guard in the bright hallway. A short-haired person defensively blocked a hand, attempting to reach the valve. Blonde figure explained the deal, allowing only 3 hours for use at $500 per hour. Dark-haired boy smirked while holding up a bank card, acknowledging the need for upfront payment. Boy cheerfully welcomed the serious and focused dark-haired boy into the lab, inviting him to make himself at home. The lab worker announced the start of their first tonic-making attempt. Methodical and focused scientist explained the procedure for processing a mutant lizard and moonstone into a precise medicinal mixture. Focused dark-haired scientist processed the ingredients and explained the potion procedure with precision and intent. Young scientist victoriously announced his success in creating the decoction, marveling that it was a tonic from 10,000 years in the future. Dark-haired boy examined the test tube, pondering if the experiment was truly successful and deciding he must test it himself. Dark-haired young man drank the pink liquid, wondering if his experiment had failed since it tasted like nothing. Dark-haired boy contemplated intensely, his worried expression reflecting the tension in the air. Young man with dark hair crashes through a window, screaming in panic. Young man with dark hair lay exhausted on the floor, breathing heavily amidst shattered glass. Dark-haired man in a lab coat marveled at the unexpected results, noting how his vitality had not only been restored but enhanced. Dark-haired boy crouched on the floor, amazed at how potent force strengthened his vitality without causing harm. Dark-haired man leaned forward in surprise as the metal door began to open. Black-haired boy peeked through the door, interrupting the haired boy who was annoyed by the intrusion. Urgent tones, the blonde man pushed the dark-haired person towards the exit, insisting they leave quickly before the boss arrived. Confident and poised woman stepped out of the car, her high heels clicking on the pavement. Confident woman with short hair walked forward, holding a syringe with purpose. The woman stood in the laboratory, adjusting her lab coat with a determined focus. The young woman focused intently as she held a box filled with colorful test tubes and lab equipment. The determined woman drank the green liquid, frustrated by its poor medicinal effects, while a martial artist on TV urged viewers to persevere. A gray-haired person reflected silently, contemplating the laboratory items, while a TV ad about dragon-like testosterone pills played in the background. A pink-eyed woman seriously discussed the rapid evolution of pharmaceutical practices due to advancements in martial arts. A thoughtful hand reached for the damaged family photograph, while reflecting on how their family had declined due to conservative habits. Dark-haired woman expressed frustration about outdated remedies, concerned about losing the family business's competitive edge without new medicinal prescriptions. A figure in a white coat resolved to collaborate with alchemical masters, aiming to secure Mistress' new medicinal prescription for the family's revival. Surprised shopkeeper questioned Missy about her unexpected presence, wondering why she wasn't in the neighboring city as planned. Dark-haired woman revealed herself, while the man admired her, proclaiming her as goddess and vowing to protect her unwaveringly. Blonde-haired boy woke with a start as Missy shouted his name, leaving him surprised and startled. Dark-haired girl angrily confronted the man, demanding an explanation for her dirty clothes and questioning if he brought someone into her lab. Flustered and admiring boy stammered, denying any wrongdoing as he admired the furious and intimidating girl. Missy, frustrated and dismissive, told the unseen person not to come in tomorrow, despite their attempt to explain. Unseen person, expressing anger, threw the overpowered figure into a black bag, calling them an idiot and voicing their frustration. Lab worker furiously cleaned the table, muttering about having to wash and disinfect everything again after someone used their activator and laser controller. Dark-haired woman examined the glowing tank, puzzled by the unusual preparation of the mutant green-scaled lizard without its valuable scales. Dark-haired woman chuckled, amused at the thought of someone dreaming of developing medicinal prescriptions without the necessary resources or knowledge. Dark-haired woman stood in the laboratory, pondering if placing hopes on unrealistic dreams was indeed what she was doing now. Dark-haired woman noticed broken equipment, muttering about how someone had intruded into her alchemical lab and caused more damage than expected. Dark-haired woman examined the glowing test tube, intrigued by the unusual combination of condensed moonstone and tuna tree root. Dark-haired girl examined the vial, wondering aloud about the uniqueness of the medicinal prescription. Thoughtful woman rubbed her lips, lost in her own pensive contemplation. Dark-haired girl exclaimed in shock and confusion, struggling to comprehend the strange sight before her. Weary traveler sighed, blaming a certain man for his current predicament. Young man with a backpack lamented desperately, pleading to see his goddess once more as he faced his fate on the city street. Dark-haired girl ran energetically towards the surprised character. Determined woman shouted urgently, telling Ma not to go and to stop immediately. Boy passionately declared his eternal commitment to Missy, insisting that his place was always by her side. Dark-haired woman furiously demanded to know who had used her alchemical lab, confronting the shocked man. Dark-haired woman furiously grabbed the man's collar, insisting he find someone and promising to double his pay if he succeeds. Distressed-haired character clutched a vibrating phone, urgently mentioning having the contact information needed. Determined girl demanded the phone from a startled blonde boy, causing him to be flung backward. Girl with pink eyes examined her phone, intrigued by the astonishing potential of a new world-class blood-strengthening tonic. A woman with a bob cut announced her discovery on the phone, seeing it as a significant opportunity for the He family. Blue lightning surged from the young man, crackling with intense energy. Dark-haired young man stood calmly, generating swirling energy on his chest. Dark-haired boy, feeling determined, vowed to get stronger. Dark-haired young man placed his hand on his chest, contemplating his power and the potential to create a star within himself. Blue-eyed character pondered the power of techniques, noting the importance of the natural breathing technique in enhancing the stellar body refined technique. Determined planner considered the superb effects of the muscle and blood strengthening decoction, and planned to produce more within 6 days. Dark-haired boy, sitting casually at his desk, questioned the purpose of making a call if he wouldn't answer. Blue-eyed character gazes intensely at the smartphone, deep in thought. Susu, enthusiastic and persuasive, talked on the phone about collaborating on the tonic and promoting it through medical hall. A woman with short hair anxiously confirmed a meeting next week, while the man sat indifferently in the background. An unknown person pulls the blonde-haired boy by his collar, as he anxiously wonders about the mention of mom. Dark-haired woman demanded the nervous blonde man hunt down a master quickly, promising a reward for each day saved. Blonde boy, feeling excited, urged the boss to keep his promise. Blonde-haired young man, looking worried, questioned the boss about a potential mistake. Young woman, astonished, questioned how the young student could be the alchemical master everyone talked about. Blue-skinned figure reacted with fury to the thunderous crash above. The dark-haired person fiercely punched the large creature, catching it by surprise. Mysterious hand with dark energy gripped the cracked stone tightly. Mysterious figure silently observed as a determined man approached beneath the starry night sky. Dark-haired figure declared their intent to challenge the skeletal adversary. Dark-clad figure confidently claimed to be a rank 1 martial artist before delivering a powerful kick to the surprised blue-haired figure. Dark-haired boy charged fiercely at his red-clad opponent, showcasing immense speed and power. Young man braced against the monster's swing, realizing it was far stronger than him and deciding he couldn't take its blows directly. Purple monster furiously grappled the determined black-haired teenager midair. Dark-haired man, now aggressive, punched the zombie-like creature with determination. The energetic fighter fiercely delivered a powerful kick to the monster's figure. Dark-haired figure released a powerful burst of energy to the ground. Dark-haired man acknowledged the fallen figure, noting it died protecting the city from monsters. Dark-haired man observed the fallen figure, reflecting that these were not mere monsters, but the spirits of brave humans who had passed on. Dark-haired man analyzed his fallen opponent, realizing it had once been a formidable level 5 martial artist. Dark-haired boy reviewed his week of training, noting rapid increases in vitality and mastery of techniques. Large creature loomed menacingly over the 3 people hiding in the rock cave. Dark-haired young man, surrounded by a blue aura, prepared to counterattack the lunging, aggressive creatures. Powerful and determined character unleashed a fierce energy attack, sending shockwaves through the startled opponents. Group of 4 approached the large building with bright yellow characters on top, each carrying a neutral expression. Purple-haired girl calmly greeted a silent and observant dark-haired man at the table. Dark-haired man confidently asked if there was an empty room available to rent the assessment machine. Purple-haired woman asked the brown-haired boy why he was back so soon, suggesting examinations might be his concern. Purple-haired woman chuckled, acknowledging the dark-haired man's frequent visits for assessments this month. Dark-haired young man examined a futuristic device, reflecting on how rapidly his abilities have improved and resolved to assess his vitality first. Dark-haired man was elated to see his rank had far surpassed that of a rank 2 martial artist. Young man reflected on his extraordinary achievements, realizing that advanced techniques and tonics from the future naturally led to remarkable results. Eager to test strength, he declared his combat power was next and prepared to face the test for a robot. Fierce and aggressive fighter unleashed a powerful energy blast, demonstrating determination and skill. Electricity sparked as the black-haired boy challenged the helmeted figure, revealing a combat power index of 3,137. The observer was astonished by the combat power index reading of 3,137, noting it exceeded the standard requirement by more than double. Dark-haired boy pondered if his skills could elevate his combat power beyond what the index showed. Dark-haired boy unleashed a surge of blue energy toward the robot, shouting his determination to try one more time. Focused and intense character channeled energy into a punch, feeling the impact resonate with stellar force. Purple-haired woman noticed a dark-haired man entering the room and curiously reacted to his presence. Cheerful woman handed papers to the confident young man, noting he seemed quite pleased with himself. Dark-haired boy nodded with satisfaction, expressing that he was quite pleased. Dark-haired boy waved goodbye as the purple-haired girl wished him good luck with his exams, encouraging him to do his best. A receptionist, friendly and welcoming, greeted the visitors as they entered the building. Purple-haired girl smiled playfully, remarking on the little brat's cool demeanor and good looks when he smiles. Red-haired boy greeted with excitement as they walked together through the bright hallway. The ponytail girl teased the purple-haired girl about her googly-eyed expression, while the latter curiously asked about a recent visitor's assessment. Red-haired boy mocked the value of looks, insisting martial arts prowess mattered more. Red-haired young man stood confidently, smiling broadly, as he listened to the discussion about the disparity between academic and martial arts resources. Red-haired girl struck the red-haired boy, reminding him not to compare himself to ordinary children. Red-haired girl firmly scolded the red-haired boy, reminding him not to let success cloud his judgment. Red-haired boy curiously grabbed the pink-haired girl's arm, asking about the results of a certain person's assessment. Red-haired boy anxiously shook the pink-haired girl, seeking reassurance about whether his hard work had paid off. Pink-haired girl warned the red-haired young man not to get too complacent, while he laughed confidently, acknowledging her caution. Surprised girl examined Sheng's results on the tablet, noting he was the only student to perform an assessment today. Red-haired boy fell in surprise as the purple-haired woman worriedly questioned if the assessment machine was broken. Purple-haired woman expressed disbelief to the blonde man about the machine's condition. He realized something significant was unfolding. Pink-haired girl questioned whether the surprising results she read were real. The woman with the phone urgently directed Ling to contact all available staff and gather student information to find him quickly. Focused woman held a glowing tablet while a red-haired boy watched as she mentioned the name Sheng. Pink-haired girl, intensely determined, vowed to find the person she was searching for. Yellow car parked near a tall skyscraper as a bald man walked past with a neutral expression. Cheerful driver waved goodbye to the good-natured young man, jokingly promising to introduce his daughter if they meet again. Dark-haired young man mused about the martial arts association as he walked, realizing he should have mentioned his upcoming certification as Smith. Dark-haired man walked toward the reflected building, pondering if he'd seem crazy for his non-stop chatter. Dark-haired boy punched his aggressive opponent, bewildered by how his combat power didn't seem to match his earlier expectations. Glowing figure cried out as their power slipped away, while the green hoodie observer discussed the high precision of his Smith machines. Dark-haired boy looked upward, confident as he contemplated the precision of his abilities. The mill around the large, modern lobby as a glowing sign catches the eye. The woman instructed the dark-haired boy to fill out a form and head to room 5203 for his assessment. Still overwhelmed, the dark-haired boy noticed the long queue stretching ahead. The dark-haired boy contemplated his time constraints, feeling worried about wasting precious moments. The boy admired a confident girl passing by and speculated with the black-haired boy about her extraordinary qualities and purpose there. The man with dark hair noted how most in line seemed about 25, realizing the shadowy figure looked even younger than him. The muscular man burst through the door, ordering the gray-haired man not to move. The muscular man demanded passage from the crowd, insisting on being let through. The confident young man with dark hair held an exam document, declaring his intent to embark on martial arts, while a supportive young woman encouraged him. The muscular man confidently interrupted the spiky-haired man, prompting a surprised reaction. The muscular man commanded the crowd to move, pushing a frightened boy aside. As the muscular man walked through the metal detector, an amazed onlooker remarked on his impressive size, comparing him to Toothpick Mind. The muscular man calmly handed a form to the helmet worker, while others loudly protested his behavior. The examiner confirmed his right to go first, announcing his pursuit of the Rank 3 martial artist certification. The woman announced the Rank 3 martial artist assessment, stunning the crowd with news of this rare event in the city. The guard instructed to step forward for the vitality assessment, directing him towards the high-tech area. Our dismissed the Rank 3 martial artist assessment, while a young man nervously suggested she was too arrogant and should calm down. The red-haired woman was amazed, exclaiming how she had never seen someone's vitality surpass 100 before. A staff member nervously announced the combat power assessment as a strong, imposing figure presented his arm. The brown-haired man, focused and aggressive, unleashed a powerful energy attack in the office. The red-haired boy shouted in shock as a sudden gust knocked them over. The muscular man reacted in shock as he heard his combat power index was an astonishing 10,831. The muscular and powerful man generated a shockwave, propelling a group backward. The anxious girl with a ponytail described the martial artist's strength, noting his power could easily knock weaker fighters off their feet. The confident black-haired boy questioned if the brown-haired girl thought his strength matched a Rank 3 martial artist. The serious worker listened intently as the unseen character asked if they could go next. The black-haired boy approached a waiting figure as they remarked that no one remained in line. The observant man in a cap announced that Sheng was up next, impressed by the previous participant's calm demeanor. The dark-haired man activated the energy sphere as the reassuring man in a cap instructed him to stay calm and keep his heart rate normal. The brown-haired girl, shocked, told the haired boy that the guy couldn't be older than 18. The observant and intrigued muscular man marveled at the young man's rank and vitality despite his age. The dark-haired young man assumed a fighting stance as the mentor advised him to keep calm and test his combat power repeatedly. The startled security guard, looking surprised, assured someone unseen that everything was fine despite the situation. The dark-haired man unleashed a powerful energy wave, declaring confidently that once would be enough. A powerful surge of electricity crackled through the air as the dark-haired man unleashed a fierce lightning attack, shattering glass around him. The combat power index flickered on the screen, leaving a dark-haired girl in shock as she absorbed the staggering number displayed. A triumphant roar echoed in the training hall as the dark-haired boy celebrated a breakthrough in his martial arts technique. Triumphant students celebrated his remarkable achievement, while an astonished older man expressed surprise at the young martial artist's extraordinary abilities. Tension in the room escalated as an assertive officer addressed the dark-haired boy with urgency. He expressed his apologies for not providing immediate grading, promising to report to higher up soon. He emphasized that the association would not overlook in talents, especially not a genius like the boy. The officer, anxious yet determined, frantically submitted a report while the technician looked on, confusion etched across his face. The dark-haired boy felt a spark of hope as he watched the mysterious figure dash away. He questioned if this meant he could finally go home. Tension filled the air as a young man confronted a looming shadowy figure, challenging its menacing presence. He asked if the figure wanted something from him. The menacing figure reached out towards the startled boy, a palpable tension thickening the air between them. The muscular man shouted at, expressing his anger while pointing forcefully. The young boy reached out, shaking hands with a muscular man in a moment steeped in anticipation. The dark-haired boy couldn't conceal his delight as he watched the unfolding scene, a smirk creeping onto his face. A crowd of eager figures swarmed around Mr., each vying for his attention and a moment of recognition. You can see Surge as a man in a blue shirt dashed away from the group. Frustrated onlookers expressed their annoyance at Mr's quick escape. The casual confidence of a haired boy shone through as he asked about senior sister Yang, wondering if her assessment had gone well. A reassuring friend beside him laughed lightly, asserting that a rank 1 martial artist could handle anything. Meanwhile, a light pink-haired girl sat quietly, her expectant gaze fixed on the conversation. Inside the Martial Arts Association, 2 female figures stood, their expressions revealing a mix of curiosity and intrigue as they watched a determined man approach. The young man gasped, his expression shifting to shock as he reacted to the unexpected mention of Sheng. The boy approached a group in the park, curiosity evident on his face. He asked why was there. playful girl with flowers teased a dark-haired boy about his absence from school and questioned his presence at the martial arts association. Casual conversation unfolded among friends under the sun, laughter mingling with curiosity. The dark-haired boy gestured while sharing his thoughts about skipping school. The brunette girl listened, amusement evident on her face. The playful girl laughed, joining the lighthearted exchange. The light-haired boy observed the group, intrigue sparking in his eyes. The sun shone brightly as three characters exchanged friendly introductions in a lively park setting. Introduced herself and Sue to brother. Sue stood quietly beside, smiling gently. Brother listened intently, his curiosity piqued by their arrival. The cheerful girl complimented brother on his looks, noting he was different from what she had heard. Moments later, another girl interrupted, expressing annoyance. The playful girl expressed her frustration at her friends and reminded them of the effort she put into raising them. Then, she mockingly said goodbye while leaving. Tense discussion erupted in the bustling park, drawing attention from nearby onlookers. The angry girl shouted at the smug boy, questioning their loyalty. She insisted they were traitors while he simply smirked back. The surprised girl stood silently, observing the escalating argument. A confident figure stood tall as a group of eager girls approached her. The curly brown-haired girl asked how Sister Yang's assessment went. The straight-haired girl smiled, sharing in the excitement of the moment. The short-haired girl followed closely, eager to hear the news. Somber atmosphere enveloped the outdoor setting as a brown-haired girl looked downcast. She expressed her frustration about unexpected incidents causing assessments to be suspended. Dark-haired boy assessed the situation with alarm, as two girls reacted with surprise to an unexpected incident involving a powerful demon. A reflective girl stood confidently, grappling with her feelings of inadequacy after witnessing someone else's remarkable talent. A worried young woman leaned closer to her companion, asking if she knew the name of a certain person. The dark-haired girl laughed, amusement dancing in her striking eyes as she mocked an unseen target. Tense conversation unfolded in the busy streets, with one girl urgently calling out a name while the other responded with surprise. Surprising realization washed over a young man as he paused, ice cream cone in hand, questioning the existence of his big brother. Certain townspeople gathered, discussing the intimidating presence of martial artists approaching their village. A worried girl asked about the commotion, her voice trembling. An informed observer explained that the martial artists were from the academy, searching for someone. The composed dark-haired boy advised another to search in a specific direction. They all wondered who had invoked the ire of the martial artists, fearing for the unfortunate target. A menacing figure loomed in the background, exuding an ominous threat. A young man stood on the street, contemplating the fierce reputation of a martial arts academy he once visited. He wondered if the people inside were truly that intimidating. He dismissed the thought, deciding it wasn't worth his concern anymore. A young man strolled down the street, engrossed in his phone, contemplating the latest call from the medical hall. He decided to ignore it for now. Thoughts of potential riches from future medicinal prescriptions filled his mind, urging him to investigate further. A determined young man with dark hair activated a holographic interface, intent on retrieving his biography. A determined young man with dark hair reacted in shock as he processed the displayed data, his eyes wide with disbelief. Elderly martial artist summoned energy, his powerful aura radiating around him as he prepared for the next challenge. A determined young man with dark hair contemplated his past and future, realizing that his life had transformed drastically since becoming a rank 6 martial artist. A menacing figure loomed, consumed by ambition as they demanded greater power to alter mankind's fate. A confident figure warned that even the mightiest martial artists would be powerless against the future ahead. A determined young man reached out to a holographic display, expressing his ambition to change his fate through martial arts. Hands skillfully wrote a character on paper, each movement radiated meditative light, embodying intent and meaning. A thoughtful man in a white shirt sighed, wishing chairman would invest more in nurturing talent. A muscular man set down a brush on the table, emphasizing the seriousness of their discussion. A pensive young man listened intently to a speaker on the television, absorbing the weight of his words. The speaker addressed the struggles of talented individuals yearning for more. A surprised man in a white shirt urgently informed that the training camp was right around the corner. A serious man spoke urgently about the need for city to maintain its dignity and sending participants to the upcoming camp. A determined young martial artist slammed his fist onto the table, expressing his frustration about being stuck at his current rank in calligraphy. A woman rushed into the room, papers in hand, as the stressed man facepalmed in exasperation. She alerted him about a situation at the martial artist assessment area. Tension filled the room as a distressed man questioned the panicked character about their lack of composure and knowledge of basic etiquette. A flustered woman rushed into the room, books piled high, urgency radiating from her every move. She informed the calm man that the news was very important. The dark-haired boy expressed disbelief about an 18-year-old martial artist who held an impressive rank, revealing combat power exceeding 15,000. Urgency surged as a man eagerly reached for a tablet while a woman looked alarmed. He snatched the tablet from her grasp. The woman dropped her books in shock. He exclaimed with excitement, acknowledging the moment. A sudden punch broke the tension, sending shockwaves through the room. A character with glasses threw a punch while two observers watched in disbelief. The brown-haired man felt stunned by the unexpected violence. The woman with glasses reacted with wide-eyed surprise at the unfolding chaos. The atmosphere crowded with tension as a woman gasped, her eyes wide with shock at the man's discovery of a perfection stage fist technique. A young man gestured confidently while explaining martial arts, emphasizing the importance of mastery for someone so young to achieve perfection in technique. Tension filled the room as disbelief settled in. The light-haired boy expressed that only a handful could rival the powerful individual he just saw. Shocked, he couldn't fathom how this was possible. A lively woman in a red dress laughed hysterically, addressing an unseen chairman with wild amusement. The young girl reacted with surprise, her excitement bubbling over in a burst of joy. A cheerful man lifted a flustered woman, their joy radiating as they celebrated an extraordinary martial artist in city, igniting excitement around them. The exuberant chairman laughed maniacally, sending echoes of chaos through the room. A panicked woman cried out in fear, questioning the nature of a gifted martial artist. A muscular man explained that gifted cultivators possess extraordinary abilities, awakening powers beyond imagination and gain unique talents. A confident man laughed heartily while carrying a shy woman away, his enthusiasm infectious amidst the celebration of martial arts excellence. A Dark-haired boy waved energetically, exclaiming they had found someone important. Dark-haired boy shared details about student, explaining his family background and their life in the district. Tension thickened as a confident and assertive girl confronted a worried boy, urgency radiating from her while she held her phone tightly. A determined girl with long hair spoke urgently on the phone, revealing her surprise at how quickly events had unfolded. A determined girl instructed a surprised boy to buy luxurious gifts for their parents and a teenage girl. A determined figure pointed a phone towards a figure in the distance. The unknown character called out to Sheng with excitement, eager to connect. A man with dark hair sat on the floor, startled by a knock at the door. His younger brother called out urgently, announcing that visitors had arrived. Responding calmly, he confirmed he would come out shortly. A man with dark hair stood at the doorway, lost in thought about the long absence of a familiar voice calling him Big Brother. Tension filled the room as a character in purple clothing stood in the doorway, observing a pink-haired character seated in a chair. Boy gestured excitedly, introducing student to the gathering. A confident and authoritative figure extended his hand to a boy with dark hair, announcing his role as the chairman of the Martial Arts Association. A confident young man with dark hair shook hands with an authority figure, introducing himself as Sheng while the chairman welcomed him warmly. A calm and collected man in a suit confidently gestured while speaking, noting the rarity of such staid temperament. A confident figure in a suit pointed to a girl sitting quietly, identifying her as Miss from Martial Arts Academy. A confident girl with long hair greeted Sheng, recalling their previous encounter at the Martial Arts Academy. A polite young man with dark hair greeted a girl with a warm smile, and she nodded in response. A confident man in a red suit addressed student, cutting straight to the chase in a serious tone. The official announced a moment of celebration, awarding a young martial artist with a Rank 2 badge and a $1 million prize for his outstanding achievements. A group of surprised characters reacted to shocking news about a martial arts ranking. The dark-haired boy expressed disbelief, asking if it was a dream. The young girl encouraged him to strive for greatness. The old man offered words of support, urging him to carve out glorious achievements. The well-dressed man observed the scene with a pleased expression. A grateful young man with dark hair expressed appreciation for chairman and the association's support while sitting across from an attentive listener. A thoughtful man with a mustache reflected on the favors he owed the association for their support in his journey. A well-dressed man reached into his coat, intrigued by the inquiry from an off-panel presence. A hopeful figure handed a book to a dark-haired boy while expressing excitement about a training camp in province. A determined girl shouted at chairman, expressing her disbelief about the prodigy training camp. The atmosphere grew somber as the narrator reflected on the fate of a previously talented martial artist who faded into obscurity after attending a notorious training camp. A concerned girl with pink hair cautioned a man with a mustache about the risks of attending the camp, emphasizing the need for caution. A confident man in a suit spoke encouragingly to a young man with dark hair about the potential for greatness in the martial arts world. Tense silence filled the air as a mysterious figure presented a black object, drawing the attention of everyone around. He respectfully offered the item to a student who hesitated in surprise. The dark-haired boy observed the exchange, his curiosity piqued. A concerned girl with short hair watched anxiously, her worry evident. A confident and charming figure smiled at the viewer, exuding a playful energy that captivated everyone around him. A confident man in a suit handed a document to the young man with dark hair, who accepted it with a self-assured smile. A calm and composed man in a suit exhaled deeply, signaling a moment of relief. He mentioned he would pick someone up in 2 days. A man in a red suit addressed a student with an assertive tone, indicating they would meet again in 2 days. The mood shifted as a girl with pink hair turned her head and spoke to an implied listener. Tension filled the room as a young man demanded information from the girl sitting across from him. A nervous girl in a blue top invited a boy to join the Martial Arts Academy. The girl explained the honorary disciple title with enthusiasm, detailing its privileges and lack of daily obligations. The determined girl firmly declined the proposal, stating that having a rank 2 martial artist would not guarantee success for their academy. This negotiation unfolded as a determined young woman raised her hand, passionately urging the others to reconsider their stance. She insisted the terms could be negotiated, expressing frustration at their hasty rejection. The calm young man responded with a neutral tone, indicating his willingness to accept an honorary membership. An intrigued observer listened intently, captivated by the unfolding debate over martial arts training. A confident young man gestures emphatically, declaring his refusal to join the Martial Arts Academy, emphasizing he doesn't need the title. Tension filled the room as a character with pink hair pondered the implications of recent events. A determined and authoritative girl expressed her thoughts, insisting that her honorary role must remain exclusive to the group. Air thickened with tension as the pink-haired girl declared her decision to leave, promising a substantial stipend upon her return. Excitement bubbled in the air as a young man with dark hair revealed astonishing news to his friends about a $1 million reward. A sense of hope filled the room as the boy touched his mother's hand, reassuring her of his newfound strength. He shared his excitement about becoming a rank 2 martial artist. Relief washed over her as she grasped his words, recognizing the change in their lives. The concerned son urged his father to stop taking hard labor jobs, worried about the toll it was taking on his father's back. A confident young man with dark hair reassured his friends, saying they could ease their burdens now that he could earn money too. A building labeled XINGSHAM Medicinal Hall stood tall against the backdrop of the bustling town, hinting at secrets within. The girl bit her finger, lost in thought about not having a name or knowing what he looked like. A frustrated young woman examined scattered papers, overwhelmed by the absence of information on the alchemical master she desperately sought. The air was thick with anticipation as a focused woman analyzed data on a screen, contemplating the implications of the pink tonic in her hand. The atmosphere crackled with tension as a frustrated woman shouted about the missing man and the astonishing value of a grade 3 tonic. A worried young boy urgently conveyed that he had found an alchemical master, while another character focused intently on papers nearby. A worried young man gestured with his phone, revealing his unease about someone's sudden absence. Sara questioned him, her voice trembling with anxiety about where he could be. News broadcasts filled the room, announcing a young martial prodigy's incredible achievements in martial arts. The focused girl listened intently to the reporter's excitement. Television highlighted the talented young man as the audience celebrated his remarkable success. A shocked woman reacted to the announcement of his status as just a student, her disbelief evident in her expression. A towering mountain loomed under a dark sky, cloaked in mysterious mist, as if guarding secrets untold. A light-colored bird took flight over a tranquil river, embodying a sense of adventure and curiosity. Moments later, the bird soared upward, embracing the open sky. The determined young martial artist dashed forward, claiming he didn't expect stellar impact could enhance his speed to 5 times that of a regular rank 2 martial artist. The determined young martial artist balanced confidently on a tree branch, surrounded by misty forest, showcasing his latest technique with excitement. He declared he would call it the cloud chasing step. The determined young man with dark hair stepped forward on a rocky ledge, gazing at the vibrant sunset. The determined young man with dark hair demonstrated a mystical technique, absorbing energy from the air with an intense expression. He realized how the natural breathing technique should be truly used. Bright sky framed a triumphant figure. A young man with blue eyes raised his fist, celebrating newfound power. The determined young man with dark hair gathered plants in a scenic background, feeling a surge of optimism about his cultivation progress. The determined young man with dark hair examined a small herb, pondering its undiscovered medicinal value in this era. The determined young man with dark hair focused on the path ahead, feeling anxious about the herbs ordered at the mountain's base. A thrilling rush of wind followed as a dark-clad figure leaped down the mountain, eager to test his speed with a confident shout. The determined young man sprinted forward, his energy surging as he approached the towering Lone Fox Mountain. The serene outdoor setting buzzed with anticipation as a determined young man with dark hair approached another figure. He asked if the herbs he ordered were ready for collection. The other man prepared to respond with a calm demeanor. A calm man in a green coat sat among baskets of gathered items, reassuringly gesturing that everything was ready. A knowledgeable figure confidently listed the fresh herbs, while the dark-haired boy listened attentively, eager to absorb every detail of the information. The dark-haired boy offered money, expressing impatience as he confirmed the deal for 10 items. The scheming man slyly corrected him about the price, teasing him about additional costs. The dark-haired boy looked up, confusion etched on his face as he questioned the hood figure's meaning. A tense atmosphere enveloped the forest as a tattooed man confronted the newcomer, his eyes filled with hostility. The newcomer listened nervously to the man's ultimatum about playing by the rules. Other group members observed the exchange, their expressions a mix of support and apprehension. The dark-haired boy smirked confidently, recognizing the sly tactics of the unseen seller trying to pressure him into a sale. A group of intimidating martial artists surrounded the outsider, their presence exuding a menacing threat. The muscled man warned him not to try anything foolish. An aggressive man threatened the dark-haired boy, insisting he should behave or face the consequences of their tough love. The air crackled with tension as the boy in the blue shirt struck the large, cracked wall, determination etched on his face. Surrounded by trees, 4 men expressed surprise, their eyes wide as the bold man raised a stick in disbelief. The mood shifted as a confident young man posed dramatically, challenging those around him with an aura of undeniable authority. A hand covered in dirt emerged from the ground, symbolizing struggle and effort amidst the cheers of enthusiastic men in the background. A sense of desperation hung in the air as the group stood amidst the trees, faces twisted in remorse. The dark-haired boy expressed his regret to the elder male figure. The orange-clothed boy pleaded for forgiveness, his voice trembling. The green-clothed boy supported the apology, his expression filled with guilt. The dark-haired boy urged his father to take all the gathered mushrooms with excitement. Moments later, the focused and resourceful father picked up the mushrooms, determined to help. The confident young man carried a basket over his shoulder, sharing a lesson about honesty in business with an unnamed listener. The confident young man held a platter of food, beaming as the crowd cheered for him with excitement and support. The crowd gasped as a man raised his hand, disbelief etched across his face at the strength of the students. He wondered if they were all unnaturally strong. The determined young man stepped out of the vehicle, his expression betraying a mix of surprise and anticipation. The training camp buzzed with energy as recruits engaged in various activities, eager to prove themselves. A military base loomed ahead, sparking curiosity in a young man with dark hair. He observed the campsite, noting its unexpected appearance. A confident man gestured toward a nervous girl, questioning if they were supposed to wear the martial artist badges here. The young boy felt anxious about a missing badge, while a woman in a red jacket proudly gestured toward a display case beside him. A tense conversation unfolded under the blue sky. An authoritative man questioned a young man with dark hair about his origins and solitary presence. The dark-haired boy responded, explaining he was from city and had been delayed. A group of students discussed the absent representative, expressing confusion about why he was left behind. The girl with brown hair questioned the decision while pointing toward him. The smirking boy remarked that the representatives probably included him at the last minute. He noted that the badge was missing and found it strange that city had 2 representatives this year. A serious-looking man questioned if the young man with dark hair was Sheng, noting the city association chairman's mention of him. Laughter filled the air as a confident and cheerful boy shared a joke with a playful and amused girl. Then an angry man shouted for silence, cutting through their joy. A determined young martial artist listened intently as an older man provided instructions about the entrance process for the ceremony ahead. A group of characters stood near the entrance, surprised and contemplative about the upcoming ceremony. The girl expressed her surprise, noting it seemed unusual. The dark-haired boy stood on a ledge, lost in thought, contemplating the chaos of the world below. An anxious pink-haired boy yelled urgently, trying to get his attention. A shouting boy demanded answers, his voice filled with urgency and frustration. Tension filled the air as a dark-haired girl commanded the others to listen, breaking through the chaos of confusion and urgent questions. A confident man outlined a mission, urging the candidate to reach the exit at the end of the corridor alone. The crowd buzzed with confusion, the air thick with questions and uncertainty. An angry character shouted for clarity, demanding to know about the entrance ceremony. A nervous girl clutched her hands, visibly anxious amidst the chaos. A calm boy stood by, observing the chaos with a composed demeanor. Chaos erupted as a dark-haired girl screamed, her voice piercing the air filled with confusion and fear. The dark-haired boy shouted in panic, overwhelmed by the situation unfolding around him. Another boy in a blue shirt yelled, questioning the reality of what was happening. Air crackled with tension as chaos enveloped the scene, with figures suspended mid-fall caught in a moment of uncertainty. The dark-haired boy fell towards the ground, his expression filled with anger. A long-haired girl stretched out her hand, showing concern for him. A man in a green shirt jumped away, startled by the sudden intensity. Sudden trap triggered chaos in the mysterious location, leaving everyone confused and frustrated. The angry man shouted about his pain and the absurdity of the trap. The calm boy observed the chaos, concern etched on his face. The anxious girl stood nervously, her eyes darting around in worry. A man with dark hair stood in a dimly lit industrial quarter, contemplating the shadows around him. The dark-haired boy stood still in the high-tech quarter, lost in thought as he contemplated the mysteries surrounding him. A man with dark hair stood in awe as dark shadows flickered in the quarter. He wondered about the shadows and the power they might hold. A man with dark hair faced another, who looked smug and bored. The smug character remarked on the situation, expressing disappointment in its lack of excitement. The frustrated boy pointed an accusing finger at, demanding to know why he hadn't warned them about the entrance ceremony's issues. The confident boy mocked a nervous man, questioning his abilities and warning him about sullying his reputation as a martial artist. Tense confrontation unfolded as the dark-haired man taunted the blonde girl, his smug demeanor radiating defiance amidst the charged atmosphere. A sense of urgency filled the training camp as an authoritative figure in an orange cloak urged the group to unite for the upcoming assessment. A sense of camaraderie filled the air as a young man explained the importance of unity in their upcoming training camp assessment. The dark-haired boy suggested scouting the area while pointing at something with an imposing gesture. A playful atmosphere surrounded three characters, laughter mingling with a hint of concern. The light-haired boy laughed, suggesting the dark-haired boy be their lab rat for traps. A confrontational moment unfolded as a calm dark-haired boy pushed the confident red-haired boy aside. The confident character stood tall, mocking the fallen figure sprawled on the ground, his voice dripping with arrogance and disdain. Charged confrontation erupted, tension crackling in the air as anger filled the space between them. The angry character threatened the young man with violence. Jin remained unfazed, calmly confronting the threat. The dark-haired boy stood frozen, surrounded by swirling pink orbs, shock etched onto his face. The light-haired boy fled in panic, unable to comprehend the surreal scene. A mechanical puppet loomed large, its presence triggering shock and fear in the young man with dark hair. A sense of dread filled the air as the worried young man with brown hair warned about the overwhelming strength of mechanical puppets. The mechanical puppet approached, causing anxiety among the group in the dimly lit room. The frantic boy expressed fear about their cramped surroundings. The dark-haired boy explained the high cost of top-grade mechanical puppets. The confident young man explained how mechanical puppets would automatically attack when sensing a living being, highlighting their tough alloy fists. Tension crackled in the air as a powerful punch was unleashed towards the boy in purple. The panicked girl warned him about the impending danger. The smug man commented on the situation with a mocking tone. The pink-clad fighter struck, sending the boy reeling from the blow. Debris and ice shards spiraled upward as a determined young martial artist unleashed a powerful attack, the air thick with tension. A powerful punch hurtled towards the dark-haired boy, but he stood firm, determination etched on his face. He managed to stop the giant fist, drawing gas from the onlookers. Surprise washed over a shocked observer who couldn't believe what had just happened. A worried girl watched intently, her concern for the boy palpable amidst the chaos. The turned young martial artist lifted the menacing robotic enemy above his head, defiance radiating from him as small robots surrounded the scene. The determined young martial artist raised his arm, wielding a glowing weapon against a large, furious red creature ready to attack. The group of characters stood frozen, shock and concern etched on their faces as they watched the strong figure before them. The anxious young woman gasped, questioning his humanity and expressing fear about what to do next. The concerned dark-haired girl looked worriedly at the situation, feeling overwhelmed by the strength displayed. An unsure gray-haired man stood silently amidst the chaos, his anxiety palpable in the tense atmosphere. The apprehensive light-haired man watched the scene unfold, uncertainty reflecting in his eyes. The group of characters gathered, their laughter ringing out as they dismissed the mechanical puppets in the training facility. The brunette boy mocked the puppet's strength and questioned the skills of their creator. The girl with long hair listened intently, her expression revealing concern about the mockery. The boy with the cap observed, skepticism brewing in his thoughts as he crossed his arms. The girl reacted with curiosity, her interest piqued by the mechanical creations. In the background, a distant figure stood, indifferent to the conversation unfolding before him. The determined young man with dark hair leaped toward a large, round robot, shouting a battle cry filled with confidence. The confident figure stood proudly before a massive robot creation, reveling in the revelation that the puppets were merely fakes. A massive red creature charged forward, forcing a young man with dark hair back against the wall. He taunted the creature, mocking its size and strength. Sudden realization struck. Those weren't Grade 1 mechanical puppets, but Grade 2, and its alarm echoed in the air. The atmosphere tensed as a concerned girl held the wounded man, while a shocked boy looked worriedly at him. A man with dark hair felt boredom wash over him as he faced a sea of mechanical puppets. He expressed disinterest in the overwhelming number of opponents. With a sigh, he reached out to touch a puppet's core. A chaotic scene unfolded as a shocked technician examined a device surrounded by damaged mechanical puppets. He couldn't comprehend how they had malfunctioned so suddenly. A worried man examined a document, questioning his role as the gatekeeper of the second trial. The dark-haired boy unleashed a powerful energy attack, his confidence radiating as he directed the blast toward the watching character. A disqualification announcement echoed in the room, leaving a shocked boy frozen in disbelief as he watched the female character at the control console. A relaxed man entered the room, his cheerful demeanor contrasting with the focused girl who remained intent on her device. A stern-looking woman confronted Mayor Chin, expressing her displeasure and inviting him to review the materials together. A relaxed man in a floral shirt gestured invitingly toward a serious woman, asking about the quality of participants in the prodded training camp. A thoughtful woman with white hair rubbed her forehead, assisting the martial artist before her with a critical eye. She noted that only 8 met their standards for evaluation. 5 were ordinary, primarily showcasing strength in their gifts. The remaining 3 include an agility type, a defense type, and another yet to be identified. Confidently showcased her psychic abilities, captivating the dark-haired boy who watched in awe. Moments later, a cheerful young man gestures with his cup, playfully comparing another's brilliance to someone from the past. A serious woman with long hair declared the girl as the primary training target for this year's camp. A cheerful young man gestures with his cup, remarking that the others aren't bad either. Shocking scene unfolds, leaving a young man with dark hair in disbelief as he processes the unexpected event. He exclaims his confusion and disbelief, questioning what is happening. A stern woman watches, her expression revealing her intense focus on the boy's reaction. A powerful and aggressive pink robot charged forward, its laser beams firing with unwavering determination. A tense atmosphere enveloped the arena as a girl with long hair and pointed ears prepared for the final strike. A girl in a dark setting senses a powerful danger lurking nearby, as seeing the large red creature behind her with cautious vigilance. A girl with long hair and pointed ears stood in the doorway, her surprise evident as she faced the approaching figure. Tense confrontation unfolded in a dimly lit room, where a determined young man with dark hair raised his staff defiantly toward an aggressive guard. A girl with blue hair felt worry as she scanned the area, noticing the armed men standing on high alert. A curious girl observed a fight between two figures, questioning why one opponent was human instead of a robot. A frightened girl with silver hair looked towards an unseen threat, her expression filled with dread. A girl with long hair warned others urgently, as a shadowy threat loomed behind her. A worried group reacted to an unexpected threat in the dimly lit room. The dark-haired man looked alarmed, sensing danger approaching. A terrified girl huddled in fear, her heart racing at the unknown threat looming nearby. She gasped, expressing her fear of the terrifying bolt that gripped her heart. Tension filled the air as two military figures exchanged urgent updates amidst the chaos of their surroundings. Chin reported that the surveillance cameras had been destroyed and contact was lost. Dong stood confidently, commanding attention in the midst of the unfolding crisis. The atmosphere thickened with tension as a commanding voice demanded urgent information from the anxious group. The dark-haired boy responded with uncertainty, caught off guard by the sudden pressure. A determined young man stood confidently, a slight smirk on his face, while tension crackled in the air around him. A young man with dark hair appeared suddenly, startling the guards with his unexpected presence. He expressed disbelief that it was just a student. The guards reacted with shock and confusion. The crowd watched with bated breath as a determined young man with dark hair lifted an injured figure in a green shirt, showcasing his strength. A confident and assertive female character confronted the armed men, questioning whether they were students from city and demanding to know their identities. Tension filled the air as a determined young man with dark hair reached towards the unconscious character lying on the ground. A confident young man mocked a white-haired woman for her reckless actions and audacious defiance against authority. The young man nervously scratched his face while explaining a misunderstanding about the assessment and how he didn't hold back against a strong opponent. A girl with long white hair surrounded by glowing energy displayed her power, leaving the dark-haired boy watching in shock. A determined young man with dark hair stood poised, generating a surge of vibrant energy as a calm, white-haired girl observed intently. A girl with long white hair congratulated a determined young man with dark hair for passing the entrance assessment. Then, she instructed him to rest before a staff member guided him to the dorms. A clipboard filled with records appeared as a young man with dark hair excitedly showed it to a skeptical young woman beside him. A focused and contemplative girl with light hair analyzed the calm dark-haired boy, sensing no reaction or energy from him. The atmosphere thickened as a tall girl discussed strategies with a yellow-haired boy, while a mysterious figure loomed ominously in the background. A man with dark hair stood in the corner, lost in thought about the psych energy scan he just experienced. The canteen buzzed with laughter as a young martial artist expressed gratitude for the meal he was about to enjoy. The canteen erupted with excitement as a young man with dark hair eagerly requested more plates of food, his enthusiasm infectious. The girl confidently asked if Sheng was the student she had heard about. A confident girl with orange eyes introduced herself while holding a tray of food. Yang Yuan mentioned she was a representative from city. She reminded them of their previous meeting at the martial arts assessment. Yang Yuan asked if she could sit with them. The girl scolded a boy for eating her food while surrounded by empty plates. He defended himself, insisting the food was unlimited and questioned her protectiveness. A young man pondered the situation while eating, curiosity flickering in his eyes amidst this chatter. He recalled the chairman's words about city's absence in representation. A confident girl explained that city sends representatives annually, but few pass the entrance assessment and most leave with disappointment. A confident girl explained the point system, detailing how everything from training equipment to lodging required spending points. Moments later, a confident girl revealed that only 3 individuals at the training camp had earned points so far. A dark-haired boy wondered how only 3 individuals had managed to earn points through the entrance assessment. Stood poised, displaying their extraordinary martial arts skills amid a charged atmosphere, showcased his stone skin ability, demonstrating impressive defensive power, exhibited his speed-type gift, moving with remarkable agility. A confident girl proudly served food, introducing herself as the strongest mentalist at this year's training camp. A curious boy with dark hair held a chicken, glancing at a girl with long, light-colored hair. A sudden gasp escaped the girl as she witnessed the unexpected event unfold before her. A tray of food wobbled dangerously as a nervous girl with long hair struggled to keep it balanced. The mood shifted as a boy with dark hair asked a girl if she knew someone. She responded, mentioning they had met in passing. Curiosity grew as a confident girl shared rumors about a mysterious fourth person. She revealed that only 3 people cleared the assessment, but whispers spoke of someone stronger. The dark-haired boy listened intently, intrigued by the tales of this formidable figure. She mentioned that this person had single-handedly destroyed many grade 2 mechanical puppets, leaving everyone amazed. The dark figure loomed menacingly, casting a shadow over a frightened man who trembled with anxiety. The skeptical character dismissed the rumors of a rampaging madman, laughing at the idea. The confident girl observed the boy coughing, noting that the instructor was genuinely impressive and everyone here possessed remarkable talent. A feeling of encouragement filled the room as a cheerful girl offered support to a nervous boy sitting at the table. The girl in purple leaned closer, asking if he was student Sheng. Mood shifted as an angry girl confronted a group of men, holding a cup tightly in her hand. She accused them of destroying 18 mechanical puppets and injuring the supervising instructor. Tension thickened as an authoritative officer insisted they needed to take the startled girl in for questioning. Moments later, the confused guy reacted with disbelief. The determined young martial artist leaned over the table, confidently asserting his understanding of the situation, while an older man watched him curiously. The atmosphere brightened as the young man with dark hair smiled and asked the server for another portion of food to go. The nervous girl apologized as she prepared to leave, while a reluctant boy accepted her decision with a resigned expression. The shocked girl reacted to the revelation about Sheng, expressing disbelief that a monster like that truly existed. The confident and amused girl laughed dismissively, gesturing as if to brush away the seriousness of the conversation. The woman sat calmly at a desk in a high-tech command center, while a dark-haired man approached her with curiosity. The confident woman critiqued a male student, noting how he had depleted their budget with his reckless actions. The mood shifted as the dark-haired boy reassured the light-haired girl that no action would be taken against her for the assessment. The confident leader addressed the gathered group, stating that everyone who cleared the assessment was present now. A tense standoff unfolded as the intense and focused red-haired boy locked eyes with the menacing muscular man. The confident leader announced that everyone had successfully cleared the entrance assessment and praised their efforts. The confident figure explained that stronger participants would receive more resources in the training camp. Then, she handed out points cards to the eager group. Gold points card glimmered in the air as a young man with dark hair celebrated his newfound advantage. He excitedly announced the card held 100 points. White card lay in the boy with dark hair's hands, sparking curiosity among his friends. The muscular man watched him with a worried expression. The girl with short hair observed, her eyes wide in surprise. White points card glimmered in the dark-haired boy's hands, igniting his curiosity about its significance. He examined the card, questioning whether it was truly empty. A group of friends gathered, watching as a short-haired boy in a yellow shirt struggled in a chair, panic written all over his face. The tall boy with dark hair observed with amusement, noting that eating meat seemed to be the only useful thing there. The girl with long hair and a blazer stood calmly, unfazed by the chaos unfolding around her. Another boy with short hair and a jacket looked on, intrigued by the scene before him. The confident young man gestured with a smug expression, suggesting the serious woman should be grateful for her 1,000 points card and warning her about potential debt. Shocked boy showed a card to a surprised girl, revealing unexpected news that left them both astonished. The confident and sinister man smirked, reveling in the tension he created. The confident young man turned to his surprised companion and expressed disbelief about the unexpected elements of the training camp, remarking on special favors. The tech-filled room buzzed with tension as a young man with dark hair expressed his disappointment over the unexpected connections unfolding around him. A large hand loomed menacingly over a small character, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. The intimidating figure remarked on the small character's rumored actions and bribes. The muscular figure demonstrated his strength, casting an intimidating shadow over the small character, who watched with uncertainty in his eyes. A tense atmosphere filled the room as relief washed over. Under impatient stares, asked the group if he could leave now. A confident woman with long hair addressed, her voice sharp and unwavering in the tense atmosphere of the futuristic setting. A confident woman with long hair asked about his training plans, suggesting he could use points for her instruction. Gestured dismissively towards the door, indicating he had other priorities that required his attention. A young man with long hair questioned another young man about the importance of personal training from the chief commanding instructor as he watched him leave the room. Tension crackled as spoke urgently to the anxious female character, his determination palpable in the charged atmosphere. Tension lingered as he paused, one foot raised, uncertain of his next move in the charged atmosphere. Turned away from the open door, feeling an overwhelming sense of indifference as he prepared to rest. Reacted with confusion, glancing back at the character behind him who appeared worried. Laughed, reclining in a chair, as he pointed at the female character who remained stoic and unimpressed. A tense confrontation unfolded as brandished a weapon, casting a shadow of fear over those who watched. A dark-haired young man laughed as casually departed the scene. He remarked that the boy's choice was unusual and interesting. A young woman watched leave, feeling intrigued by his indifference. A powerful figure brandished a grinding tool, sparks flying as he confidently explained how he could stimulate rapid growth for others using it. Recalled memories from the past, asking if she remembered their old batch and a person named Ding Peng. Clutched his chest, expressing pain over memories that haunted him deeply. A muscular figure loomed over the crowd, flames flickering in the background, projecting an aura of sheer intimidation. Thought about how the giant had overpowered everyone at the training camp. The air crackled with tension as confidently explained the advantages of physical-type gifts to a curious young woman with light hair. The thoughtful character emphasized that skill, speed, and experience are crucial for growth beyond mere strength. A fierce exchange erupted as delivered a powerful punch to his surprised opponent. The atmosphere electrified as delivered a powerful punch, energy radiating from his fist. A fierce creature lunged at, who prepared to counter the attack with unwavering focus. A menacing figure with glowing red eyes lunged forward, fury radiating from its fierce expression, evaded the monster's attack, remaining alert and ready. The atmosphere intensified as grappled with a menacing figure, both locked in a fierce struggle for dominance. The air crackled with tension as delivered a powerful punch, creating a dramatic impact that echoed through the scene. Stood confidently, swirling energy enveloping him as he revealed his martial arts philosophy, declared his path in martial arts. A determined young man knelt in the warehouse, contemplating his psychic energy and its inadequacies against formidable foes. A translucent figure hovered above a deeply reflective young man with dark hair as he sat quietly, contemplating his existence. A translucent figure loomed behind a deeply reflective young man with dark hair as he contemplated the importance of focusing on the inner self. A glowing hand reached towards head, surrounded by mystical light as he engaged his inner mind. A glowing figure hovered above as he reached out, captivated by the ethereal presence. Channeled a powerful energy, preparing himself to face an unseen threat head-on. Looked shocked and concerned, responding to an unseen threat that loomed in the swirling colors around him. A panicked character screamed, terror flooding their voice as a mysterious blue sword loomed ominously above him. A panicked young man with dark hair shrieked as shards of glass exploded around him, the tension in the air thickening with fear. Stood triumphantly, catching his breath after his exertion, feeling a sense of victory wash over him. A confident martial artist with dark hair discussed his elevated status with a supportive assistant, pondering the power that came with his newfound abilities. A knowledgeable girl demonstrated advanced techniques, capturing the attention of who observed her with keen interest. The young man examined the glowing screens, realizing he could now access higher-level techniques. He wondered about an unfamiliar option that caught his attention. A scroll emitted a glowing aura as opened it, astonished by the martial arts technique it contained. Expressed shock about something, his surprise evident as he processed the unexpected revelation. Stood amazed by glowing psychic elements surrounding him, he expressed astonishment at the powerful art specifically designed for psychic mentalists. Focused on who demonstrated a psychic energy technique surrounded by a mystical aura. A surge of determination ignited within him as he contemplated ways to enhance his vitality and break through his limitations. He realized that boosting his base vitality was essential for improvement. Reflected on the profound knowledge of martial arts, recognizing the name as an exceptional talent. Reflected on a powerful being, acknowledging its supremacy over all, even those of rank 11. Channeled his energy, reflecting on the destruction of civilization and his commitment to becoming stronger. A mysterious glow enveloped the room as a girl with long hair activated her psychic powers, radiating confidence and determination. The determined young man unleashed a powerful energy attack, his fierce resolve illuminating the intense atmosphere. Focused intently as a confident girl praised for his rapid improvement, her admiration evident in her voice. The authoritative and observant instructor acknowledged his progress, noting his control over 3, while hinting at a significant weakness in his mental fortitude. Tension thickened as a worried young woman with long hair faced the troubled character. She questioned whether someone had left him with mental trauma. The anxious girl clutched her hands together, expressing her desperation to the instructor about resolving the troubling situation. The anxious girl faced the braided character, expressing that the solution was simple despite her evident nervousness. A determined character with silver hair issued a stern command to, urging him to confront and defeat the person responsible for his trauma. The young woman with long hair reacted dramatically, covering her mouth in shock at the revelation she had just encountered. The confident young woman with long hair questioned the young man about his rapid growth, implying it should be easy for him. A determined and calculating young man considered the stagnation of the scary guy's abilities, feeling a surge of hope about the possibility of overcoming him. Leaned casually, curiosity shining through as he asked how everything had gone. Commented on another character's talent, mentioning their softness and joking about his own character's superiority. A determined and confident female officer reflected on the training, noting it would soon conclude while questioning the status of an unseen individual. Observed a figure sleeping in bed while another character stood nearby, revealing a casual atmosphere filled with amusement. Chuckled, recalling what he had said during his lecture about students napping in the dorms without interruptions. The atmosphere thickened with tension as two characters faced off, one smirking while the other appeared furious. Asked if she still planned to use him as a grindstone, she fiercely rejected the idea, asserting he was unfit for such a role. A stern woman warned the smirking man to leave him alone and train well or risk his wrath. The tired girl wiped her forehead, feeling relieved after a long day of cleaning in the spacious gym. Turned to see the brown-haired girl sitting pensively as she wiped her eyes, lost in her thoughts. A cheerful girl approached, holding a stack of items, and offered her help too. The light-haired girl sighed, expressing her envy for those who had enough points to live comfortably. Asked Sora curious about what he had been up to lately. Noticed a female character, her troubled expression revealing her inner conflict. She expressed uncertainty about something important weighing on her mind. Loomed over the crowd, exuding a commanding presence that made others cower in fear. Concern etched on her face, a young woman with dark hair wondered if was scared, but she insisted he wasn't like that. The confident girl instructed her resting companion to get some rest while she took care of everything herself. Excitement buzzed in the air as two characters rushed to witness an extraordinary event, exclaimed about the astonishing quadruple gravitational force. The other character reacted with surprise and skepticism to the incredible news. Excitement surged as a young woman with pink hair eagerly pulled her hesitant friend forward, urging her to take a look at the unfolding spectacle. A worried young woman with brown hair looked on, a tear sliding down her cheek as she expressed concern for. A sudden gasp filled the air as realized the chaotic situation around him, questioned what was happening, bewildered by the unfolding events. Faced an ominous presence, his expression resolute amid the thick tension in the air. Powerful gravitational force pressed down on, straining every muscle as he fought to endure the pressure. Screen flickered with numbers and an amazed observed the display, his excitement palpable. He marveled at the time, noting it was almost 4 minutes, a full 30 seconds longer than before. Celebrated his endurance, noting he could only last 10 minutes under double gravitational force. Wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as received praise for his potential as a rank 3 martial artist. Rubbed his forehead, feeling discomfort and concern about his current situation. Cheerful character animatedly shared that still slept soundly in bed whenever meals were delivered. Smirked confidently as he boasted about his potential against an unseen rival, comparing himself to a turtle that could catch a sleeping rabbit. Relaxed and carefree, sleeps on the ground, oblivious to the world around him. Moments later, a sneaky and mischievous character leans over a ledge and laughs at the sight. He notes that has wasted a month of valuable points by sleeping. Confidently reached out, ready to face his opponent, believing he might finally be their match. Tense confrontation unfolded as in a hoodie hurriedly exited through the doorway. Visibly angry, called out to, demanding his attention. Stood confidently with a device in hand, curious about the training room's equipment. His companions reacted in shock and fear to his presence. Prepared to train, a playful voice questioned his unexpected return after a month of rest. Stood confidently before a high-tech interface, ready to assess his growth after a long break, teased him about his lack of warm-ups. The training room buzzed with tension, as smiled while warning about the dangers of not warming up properly. Smug gestured toward a glowing blue object, revealing his confidence in the outcome of the impending confrontation. Mysterious glow enveloped the room, casting shadows over as he stood before the silent apparatus. He questioned why the gravitational system remained unresponsive. Fierce determination surged through as he punched forward, channeling all his focus into the intense movement. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room, as observed the unknown presence behind the glass panel. Tense silence filled the room as processed the shocking revelation. He stared in disbelief, struggling to articulate the weight of his revelation. Another character looked on, anxiety etched on his face as uncertainty gripped them both. A curious character pointed at, expressing surprise at seeing him. The air forcefully, showcasing impressive strength despite the intense gravitational pressure surrounding him. Inside a futuristic chamber performed a move, while onlookers expressed shock at the incredible display. One observer couldn't believe what he was seeing. Another onlooker reacted with concern, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. A surge of excitement filled the air as raised his hand, eager to share his thoughts. A glowing button glimmered in the dim light as contemplated his next move. He examined the button, feeling a mix of curiosity and caution. Contemplative gazed intently at his reflection, pondering whether he could endure the challenge ahead. His finger hovered over the glowing screen, a moment of determination before he touched it. Sudden alarming noise shattered the air, causing everyone to jump in shock. Covered his ears, overwhelmed by the unexpected sound. The fright beside him mirrored his actions, eyes wide with fear. A panting female character also covered her ears, trembling in terror, and anxious joined them, visibly shaken by the noise. A worried figure next to him echoed their distress, hands pressed tightly against his ears. A distressed female character rounded out the group, her face reflecting sheer fright. Sudden chill filled the air as a new threat loomed, sending shockwaves through everyone present. Reacted with disbelief to the unfolding chaos, his mind racing in confusion. Another character clutched their head, overwhelmed by the panic surrounding them. Powerful gravitational force surrounded, pushing him to his limits as he focused intensely. Observers watched in awe, amazed by his incredible strength and determination. Powerful gravitational force pressed down on as he prepared to execute a move, excitement radiating from him and the eager observers around. Desperate man struggled, voicing his inability to continue as the other character watched him with concern. Ground trembled as stomped down fiercely, his determination resonating in the air around him. Tired young woman walked down a futuristic hallway, each step heavy with exhaustion. She expressed her fatigue, mentioning the instructor's strictness. Startled girl with long hair looked around, confusion etched across her face in the unfamiliar, futuristic environment. Curious girl with long hair surveyed the crowd, unsure of what had captured everyone's attention. She questioned why so many people had gathered there. Group of characters stared in shock, raising their arms and leaning forward as they reacted to an unseen phenomenon. A surge of anxiety filled the air as looked around, sensing the group's intense focus on something unseen, questioned the onlookers about what they were staring at. Sudden gasps swept through the group as they turned towards an unexpected event off-panel. Sudden gasp filled the air as hung upside down, his expression radiating intensity. The surprised voice of a curious female character questioned his position. Frustration surged through as he questioned why his opponent was so strong. Looked shocked and frustrated, questioning why he had been asleep for almost 2 months while his rival appeared so carefree. Upside down, relaxed and at ease, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming gravitational force, he expressed comfort with the extraordinary weight pressing down. A tense moment hung in the air as stood over his defeated opponent, pointed dismissively at the fallen figure, indicating the fight was over. Glowing red button pulsed ominously as pointed at it in disbelief. He exclaimed that it was 5 times more than expected. A nearby woman looked toward the button, her expression filled with concern. A sense of urgency filled the air as prepared to unleash his powerful technique. He urged everyone to gather quickly for the natural breathing technique. A sense of urgency burst through the crowded environment as warned others to hurry to the GeForce room. The surprised crowd gasped as a notable figure emerged, excitement buzzing through the air. They expressed disbelief that it was really him. Atmosphere crackled with tension as launched himself into the air, determination radiating from every muscle. Tense pressure surrounded as he struggled against the overwhelming gravitational force from the machine. Tense determination filled the air as prepared for his rigorous training, ready to push his limits against the gravitational force. He clenched his fist, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. He believed he needed greater pressure to truly test his abilities. Tension crackled in the air as activated the gravitational force mechanism, challenging the limits of his endurance. Shocked onlookers reacted to his surprising display of strength. The room buzzed with tension as approached the seated character, determination etched on his face. A woman with long hair sat at a desk, reflecting on the 2 students who had quit the training camp today. Moments later, a character with long white hair observed intently as someone offered a drink, dismissing the situation lightly. Drink sat in his hand and he criticized the excessive sugar, claiming it was too sweet, responded that took things too seriously. He added that the current group of trainees was impressive, estimated that most would endure until the end. The futuristic training facility buzzed with energy, highlighting the determination of its occupants, pointed excitedly towards the GeForce room, noting someone had broken its record. Revelation of tension filled the air as discussed records, intrigued by the latest developments in their training. He wondered if it was, recalling his nearing achievement of 4x gravitational force. Another corrected him, revealing it was a surprising figure. A surge of energy erupted from shaking the very ground beneath him. He couldn't contain his fury, demanding to know what had been said. Questioned the female character about the unknown kid's rank, expressing his confusion about the situation. Determined martial artist loomed over a figure, the air thick with anticipation, revealed they had finally found the one they had been searching for. The weight of the gravitational force pressed down on him, an invisible enemy testing his limits, struggled, nearing his breaking point under the immense pressure. Air crowded with tension as prepared to unleash a powerful new technique, determination etched on his focused face. He resolved to try the new technique, fully committed to mastering it. The air pulsed with energy as focused, drawing power for an unseen target. Glowing energy source shimmered before him, signaling newfound strength after arduous training, revealed his vitality had increased by 10% from the heart he constructed. Atmosphere thickened with anticipation as clenched his fist, ready to confront the challenge ahead. He declared his intent to test his true limits now. Gravitational force intensified, pressing down like an unseen weight, and reacted with alarm. He questioned what had just happened. Ominous energy crackled around, who stood poised with determination, ready to channel his newfound power. Ominous energy enveloped as he struggled against unbearable pain, his body screaming for relief. He felt his blood thickening, fighting to remain conscious. Overwhelming gravitational force held suspended in midair, leaving him grappling with fear and disbelief. Ominous energy surged as his intense expression revealed his unwavering resolve. He stated his intention clearly, his confidence radiating through the tension in the air. Tense energy crackled around. He contemplated what it truly took to change the future. Energy pulsed around, a defiant and strong-willed, as he prepared to confront his challenges head-on, exclaims his unwavering resolve to not back down. Revealed himself against a cosmic backdrop, embodying strength and focus as he stepped forward. Tense atmosphere enveloped the scene as a nervous stood amidst onlookers. An unsure hand approached him, seeking action. Worried stood still, contemplating the urgent call echoing in the tense air. Girl enthusiastically presented a towel to the surprised, who looked at her in confusion. A woman expressed her gratitude too, while holding a small object in her hands. Frustrated stared at his phone, reflecting on his wasted points and the time he could have saved. Reward notification flashed on the phone, leaving the curious and engaged surprised by the unexpected news. Frustrated examined the toll points, shocked by the thousands that far exceeded his own. His friends looked on, equally astonished. Addressed the crowd, declaring that 4,000 would be enough for him to have his fill. Determined martial artist with dark hair was being pursued by a group, excitement palpable in the air as they rushed after him. Character A called out urgently, asking where it was heading. Character B, confused, questioned the direction of their chase. Watched with awe, realizing the immense power radiating from him. Mysterious figure captured his attention, drawing him into a moment of intense focus and curiosity. Bustling scene unfolded as walked through the crowd, reflecting on the fierce chase he had just experienced. Determined martial artist executed a high-speed maneuver, captivating the onlookers around him. Lee expressed her amazement at the impressive feat he had just performed, analyzed the direction it was heading, noting the significance of the footwork and movement studio. Completed his training, feeling accomplished yet exhausted after surpassing 52% of his peers in footwork and movement skills. State-of-the-art training facility reflects with pride on his world ranking, feeling invincible among his peers. He boasts about constantly updating his progress in the Martial Alliance ranking system. He claims to have surpassed billions, believing humans are not made equal. With his speed-up talent and personal instruction, he feels far ahead of others. He adds that just watching him train brings extraordinary benefits to his peers. The crowd gathered, their eyes fixed on a spectacle unfolding before them, sparking curiosity and confusion in the air. Watched the scene, puzzled about the commotion and wondering why everyone was gathered. An unknown character asked what was happening and speculated about an instructor demonstration. The crowd gathered, murmuring with curiosity as one questioned what everyone was looking at. A confident character mocked, questioning if anyone believed the sleepyhead could break his record. The crowd buzzed with energy, but confusion swirled as took notice of a stranger's aggressive stance. Questioned the stranger's identity, feeling the weight of the moment. A shocking event unfolded, leaving two characters frozen in bewilderment, reacted with disbelief while another character questioned what had just happened. A vast array of laser launchers activated, casting ominous red beams across the battlefield, reacted with alarm, feeling the threat of imminent danger. In a dimly lit room, a focused and determined man activated a terminal, the red lights illuminating his intense expression. Tension thickened as laser beams crisscrossed the training room, each pulse a test of skill and resolve. Analyzed the training challenge, determined to avoid the incoming beams. In a dark environment, brandished his sword, ready to face whatever came next. Tense energy beams erupted, filling the air with light and chaos, leaving in utter disbelief. Expressed confusion about what was happening. A sense of excitement filled the air as With Red Hair asked if it was the TM's first time in the studio. Another boy confirmed that everyone had followed him there. Focused intensely as he broke the historical record in the GeForce training room. Stunned observed who sat on the floor, astonished by the unexpected display of talent. Jinhee wondered how had achieved such strength. Mazed, a skilled and perceptive performed footwork, weaving effortlessly through laser beams that danced around him. Tense atmosphere filled the dimly lit room as a focused and alert turned toward the source of danger. Tense atmosphere filled the air as prepared to strike, determination etched across his face. He sensed a shocking revelation from an unknown character watching him intently. Laser beams whizzed past and skillfully dodged them, focused on his next move. Glowing pink energy pulsed in outstretched hand, radiating his fierce determination. A worried female character contemplated her actions, frowning as she observed a confused Ling against the door. Laser-like beams intersected around a focused and ambitious as he trained diligently, determined to improve his speed and skills. He expressed enthusiasm about the effectiveness of the training program. Digital confirmation message displayed his achievement, announcing that he had cleared level 2 of the footwork and movement training. Sense of disbelief hung in the air as peers watched him complete level 2 training in mere minutes. A curious peer questioned why the training felt so different from what they had seen before. Another peer thoughtfully remarked that his previous level 2 training seemed exceptionally easy. A surprised peer continued to watch, amazed by his rapid progress. A calm atmosphere enveloped the training ground as he exhibited relaxed control, effortlessly demonstrating his skills. Expressed curiosity about TM's abilities, noting it was the first time he and were on the same page. Digital interface announced the commencement of level 3 training, signaling a new challenge ahead. Blinding light erupted, enveloping as he braced against the chaos surrounding him. He exclaimed his surprise at the intensity of level 3 training. A concerned figure watched him, noting it seemed overwhelmingly difficult. Digital interface buzzed as faced an array of laser beams, determination etched on his face. He assessed the situation, realizing the challenge was escalating. Massive explosion erupted, shaking the ground and sending debris flying in all directions. Leaped away from the chaos, narrowly escaping the blast. Sudden breakthrough and training left, contemplating the significance of reaching the inner discernment stage. He expressed astonishment at how rare this achievement was among veterans. Frustration filled the air as argued passionately with a defensive figure beside him. He insisted that his experience was significant while the other character countered her talent. She proclaimed her speed type abilities were unmatched, insisting she was born for this. Tension escalated as he exclaimed in disbelief, expressing his irritation. Air crackled with intensity as concentrated, pushing his limits to harness his psychic foresight. He realized relying solely on this ability was no longer sufficient. Tension hung thick in the air as anxiety crept into TM's demeanor, catching the attention of two observers. The concerned observer noted TM's shift in mood, clearly troubled by his anxiety. A burst of red energy surrounded, radiating confidence and determination as he focused on controlling it. A surge of energy erupted from, illuminating the space with raw power and intent. He yelled that it was time to switch tactics. Digital progress report displayed a completion rate for movement training, capturing his focused determination. Tense atmosphere filled the room as the group searched for answers, pointed and questioned the others about sudden disappearance. Atmosphere thickened with tension as observed his surroundings intently, explained that the opponent was so fast they couldn't see him anymore. Warning light flickered ominously as focused intently on the high-tech control panel. He resolved to deactivate the defense mechanism. A reflective moment enveloped the scene as observed another character leaning over in exhaustion. He sighed and acknowledged the arrival of a new generation. He noted the impressive accomplishments and the need to return. Appeared resolute, determined to continue despite the challenges ahead. A confused character looked back at him, uncertain of his decision. Digital progress bar hovered in the air, displaying a stark 0% completion rate. A wave of disbelief washed over as he exclaimed about the absurdity of attempting to complete all Level 4 training in a single day. A futuristic room, tension filled the air as examined the blue device with apprehension. A tense moment unfolded as a threatening device suddenly activated, catching off guard. Glowing red geometric shape formed as focused and connected the energy nodes, determination etched across his face. Dramatic red and white web of energy surged forward, illuminating the intense atmosphere of the moment, unleashed a powerful energy attack, channeling his focus and determination into the display. Chaotic scene erupted as he stood firm, fear flickering in his eyes. Warned the others about the impending threat, his voice filled with urgency. Sudden chills swept through the air, and tension crackled like static electricity, reacted with shock and fear at the unseen threat looming nearby. Holographic interface displayed footwork and movement level 4, with a completion rate of 30%, highlighting his ongoing struggle. Cern filled the air as contemplated the implications of the situation, glancing at a calm female figure with crossed arms. Red web-like energy structure surrounded, who stood resolute and defiant against the incoming challenge. An unknown figure smugly declared their intent to test him. A whirlwind of energy surged around, signaling a pivotal moment in his training. He prepared to unleash the breath of the wind. A powerful surge of energy erupted as thrust his palm forward, aiming at an unseen target. Contemplative touched a geometric structure, reflecting on how time felt distorted in this moment. A triumphant wave of energy enveloped him as he demonstrated his psychic prowess, revealing his new status as a rank 3 psychic mentalist. A burst of vibrant energy surrounded a determined, with white hair as he focused intently on channeling his power. Tense confrontation unfolded as revealed his identity, igniting surprise in his opponent. A sudden surge of energy erupted, leaving in shock as he observed the phenomenon unfold. A spectral figure loomed ominously, casting a chilling presence over the scene, reacted with shock at the figure's threatening demeanor. Declared his intent to test his abilities once more, radiating determination as mystical energy surrounded him. A powerful aura enveloped a determined and powerful character as she phased through the barrier, her focus unwavering amidst the chaos. Out a barrage of laser beams, his focus sharp and his movements agile in the dimly lit room. A fierce surge of purple energy erupted from him as he conjured his attack towards a distant target. Electricity crowded in the air as focused, his hands glowing with a fierce energy that promised transformation. Electricity surged through the air and recoiled from the overwhelming energy. The mystical figure lunged forward, reaching out menacingly as it instinctively dodged the impending attack. A powerful vortex swirled around, pulling at him with immense force as he struggled against it. A radiant swirl of psychic energy erupted from him, showcasing his immense power. He warned the onlookers that they could observe, but they could not touch his abilities. The observer watched in awe, mesmerized by the display of psychic strength. Striking red laser beams surrounded, revealing the toll of his intense training. He expressed frustration about reaching his limit due to unexpected psychic drain. Striking red laser light surrounded, highlighting his intense focus during training. He reflected on his progress, feeling frustrated with his limitations. A surge of energy pulsed as prepared to pierce through the glowing energy field. He focused intently, ready to unleash his strength. Training completion screen illuminated the room, announcing some impressive achievement and progress. Amazement washed over the crowd as they marveled at his astonishing results. An astonished onlooker exclaimed her disbelief at his skills, questioning his status as merely a student. Unemployed his martial arts ranking, feeling frustrated as his peers laughed nearby, oblivious to his internal struggle. A sense of accomplishment hung in the air as the crowd erupted in applause, celebrating a remarkable achievement. A character in uniform congratulated for breaking the G-Force training room's historical record. A confident woman playfully asked where planned to go next, whether to the combat training studio or the psychic energy training room. Stood firm, defying the scrutiny of two observers, his determination radiating despite their presence. He responded that neither option was appealing. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as glanced at the holograph menu, anticipating the delicious meals awaiting him. A jovial character laughed loudly, sharing a joke that seemed to amuse him greatly. Appeared unimpressed, his expression betraying slight annoyance. A futuristic room buzzed with technology as approached the instructor, curiosity evident in his steps. A calm and composed faced another character, ready for the assessment ahead. The confident and assertive character proposed a simple assessment too, gesturing as he spoke, responded with an agreeable tone, ready to engage in the challenge. A sterile room filled with advanced technology buzzed quietly, hinting at the significance of the moment. Held a blood collection needle, questioning whether his vitality had been tested. Chin hung in the air as hesitated, staring at the syringe his companion held firmly. Admitted he TMT pierced his skin with the needle in his dorm. Confident, boasted about a child's rank advancement, claiming it was impossible to break the record without significant physical toughness. Touched his chest, reflecting on a past event that weighed heavily on his mind. Determined and authoritative woman held the blood collection needle, asserting it was designed for rank 5 martial artists and would suffice for him. A tense atmosphere filled the room as a calm woman prepared to inject with the syringe. An unknown figure held a golden syringe aimed at outstretched hand. Curious reached out, receiving a flashlight from a serious woman in a futuristic setting. Shocked observed, intrigued by the unexpected mention of a young rank 3 martial artist after nearly a decade. In a high-tech environment, a confident man invited a curious to check his combat power index. Powerful technique erupted from a confident martial artist, captivating the crowd with its intensity. Expressed his determination to push his limits. A shocked spectator acknowledged the incredible feat, declaring a complete monster. Atmosphere brimmed with anticipation as graduation loomed, marking the end of a significant journey. Instructor Chin declared his graduation, granting him newfound freedom and responsibility. Felt a wave of gratitude wash over him as he thanked his mentor. A sense of suspense filled the air as stood alert, absorbing the weight of the moment. The assertive female character warned about an additional test that awaited him. Glowing energy crystal sparkled in the knowledgeable female character's hands as she explained its historical significance. She described its discovery in Canyon over a century ago. The crystal's unique properties allowed it to absorb psychic energy remarkably well. After its discovery, it became essential for assessing the abilities of psychic mentalists. Knowledgeable female character explained how to assess psychic power with a glowing object, emphasizing the need to infuse it with psychic energy. Confident female character pointed to the psychic power display, noting its impressive increase since their last assessment. A surprised, acknowledged the significant change. Glowing object pulsed in his hands as he confronted Dong, his defiance radiating through the air. He declared that she could insult him, but not his lifestyle. Mysterious figure presented a glowing object too, and the other character, capturing their intrigued attention. Sheng crackled in the air as a frustrated woman shouted, questioning the dismissive TM's bravado about its abilities. Spiritual Energy Purity Index displayed a shocking number, leaving a man in black stunned and analyzing the implications of such an extraordinary measurement. Burst of Energy revealed a glowing towel, catching everyone's attention, expressed wonder at the towel's size and the Spiritual Energy Purity Index. Man in Black proudly revealed a glowing object, drawing awe and admiration from those around him. An impressed observer marveled at his incredible abilities. Sudden attack struck a man in black without warning, sending him reeling in shock. Air shifted as a man in black touched an egg-like object, confusion flooding over him. A teacher asked if he had learned spiritual energy cultivation techniques. An indifferent observer watched, curious about his response. Explained his mentor's teachings, describing a unique spiritual energy cultivation art and various methods to harness his spiritual energy. A moment of relief washed over a man in black as he considered how far his student had come. Determined and talented martial artist listened as pointed out the other's impressive talent, noting they had recently awakened their gift. Tense atmosphere filled the room as contemplated the fleeting time since his last significant challenge. He reflected that it had been less than 3 months. The nervous character behind him shifted uneasily, sensing its intensity. A confident woman complimented a man in black on his impressive psychic power, noting its rarity and purity after only 3 months of awakening. High-tech environment buzzed with energy as it expressed surprise about the existence of an association for spiritual mentalists. Gestured toward the audience, reflecting on how psychic gifts were rare despite the country's large population. Thoughtful and contemplative man retrieved a pendant, sharing his belief that knowledge brings distractions that can dilute TM's spiritual energy. Confident and persuasive character held out a glowing token, urging to join the Association for Better Resources in his cultivation journey. Mysterious atmosphere enveloped the room as held a glowing orb, sharing insights about his elusive teacher's unconventional guidance. Focused intently as swirling mystical energy surrounded him, reflecting his determination to harness his skills. Heavy silence filled the air as contemplated the weight of his revelation. He thought it would be challenging to explain his gift as an excuse. Then he admitted his teacher came from the future and was a rank 11 martial artist. Then he named him. Tense atmosphere settled as a confident and assertive figure interrupted, demanding attention for an important discussion. A bundle of cash changed hands, and surprise flashed across his face as he processed the unexpected reward. Surprising revelation about meal costs made his eyes widen in disbelief. Student Sheng explained the high price of the meals and the total reward. He realized he couldn't afford to eat those meals again. Sheng assured him that the monetary reward showed the sincerity of the Eastern Military District. Weighty silence fell as he contemplated the document in his hands. He questioned whether the Eastern Military District was attempting to recruit him. Playful gesture ignited a spark of excitement in the room. The confident character told he had guessed correctly. Reacted positively, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected turn. Amidst fiery chaos, a determined martial prodigy listens intently to a perfect challenge about his future on the battlefield. Lighthearted exchange unfolded as a cheerful and flirtatious male character admired the beauty of female soldiers, emphasizing their attractive features. A determined man stands ready, his expression filled with confidence as he prepares for the challenge ahead. A confident woman announced that a man in black was selected as the representative for the prodigy training camp. Surprise washed over him as he processed the news about the Morning Star selection. Bustling scenes surrounded a training camp building, where eager participants engaged in animated discussions about their futures. An informative speaker detailed the purpose of the Genius Training Camp, listened intently, curiosity sparking in his eyes. A confident woman engaged, questioning if he understood what being a Morning Star meant. A mysterious figure stood confidently, an assertive aura radiating as he revealed his identity as a martial master. A determined man in black explained the significance of being a Morning Star to his peers, highlighting its role in becoming a future martial master. A determined man in black decisively agreed to participate in the elite selection, recognizing the weight of the opportunity presented to him. A determined man in black stood resolutely, energy swirling around him as he contemplated altering mankind's fate. He believed he needed to become an unstoppable force. A supportive instructor expressed confidence in TM's abilities as he prepared for the upcoming challenges at the training camp. Listened attentively as a confident authority figure explained the details of the upcoming selection trial and its promising rewards. Honored his future, feeling the weight of choices ahead as a supportive voice encouraged him to follow his own path. Marked as he observed the indifferent character leaving, guessing that the cafeteria meals were the real reason for staying. Playful atmosphere filled the air as a confident woman in black expressed her surprising envy towards a talented man standing nearby. Bright light poured from the open door, illuminating a confident man in black as he stepped forward, resolute and ready for what lay ahead. A determined man in black strode forward, proclaiming that Sheng would shake this age to its foundations. Bright lights flickered in the modern building as a determined and bold figure stood confidently, ready to make his presence known, declared enough, asserting his authority. The older figure greeted Sheng warmly, playfully questioning if he had come only to anger him. The surprised man in black pointed at something with curiosity. The nervous woman held papers tightly as she slowly opened the door, tension crackling in the air around her. The determined man in black entered the room confidently, announcing his arrival to chairman. An enthusiastic man in a blue suit exclaimed loudly, while another man sat behind him, looking entirely unimpressed by the excitement. The man in a hat examined with a pleased grin, noting the man's promising potential. The older man with a confident demeanor reassured a frustrated younger man, urging him to lift his spirits and look ahead. A confrontational atmosphere filled the air as a man in a suit boasted about his strength, defended his abilities against the man's arrogant taunts. A surge of anger radiated from a man in black, gripping a broken object as he faced an unseen opponent. He expressed his frustration, unable to contain his emotions. Tension crowded in the air as an accused toy figure confronted a man in black about his unexpected return from training. Tense exchange unfolded as handed over a document, uncertainty flickering in his calm demeanor. The man questioned the importance of the document from the Dong family. Tense confrontation unfolded as a man with a hat pointed at, accusing him of a serious mistake. Fury ignited within him as violently tore a piece of paper, frustration boiling over. He maintained a focused and intense gaze, absorbing every detail of the unfolding situation. He stared in shock at the assessment results document, his heart racing with disbelief and concern. Tense atmosphere hung in the air as Sheng stood startled, holding a package while others expressed their concern. The room buzzed with excitement as discussed his training assessment with a man who had a mustache. Explained that the chief instructor had personally evaluated him. The man with the mustache laughed heartily, saying the instructor's authority was unquestionable. He confidently declared he would approve his request without hesitation. A tense moment unfolded as a man with a mustache reached aggressively for a document held by another man. He grabbed the document, surprising the man in the hat. The man in the hat was startled by sudden action. He confronted another character, expressing disbelief over an astonishing combat power index of 270,000. Atmosphere thickened with tension as a confident man demanded a document from a nervous-looking counterpart. He insisted on receiving a fake document and challenged the other to forge one. The confident man displayed a document, insisting it bore the military district seal. The shocked man struggled to comprehend how someone eliminated early had such a high combat power index. Let out a weary sigh, lost in contemplation about the challenges that lay ahead. Clarified his position, stating he never claimed to be eliminated from the training camp. Informed chairman that the chief instructor requested a call to verify the document's authenticity. Playful man with papers grinned, questioning why anyone would doubt him, and he playfully gestured towards for confirmation. Determined man with a mustache held a call invitation, contemplating a video call to the genius of the Eastern Military District. Curious figure welcomed back, expressing surprise about the presence of chairman. Stood confidently with two others, addressing a large screen displaying Chief Instructor Dong. Man cowered in fear while recognizing Chief Instructor Dong's identity. Sudden realization washed over him as he recognized Grandpa's voice on the video call. Questioned why Grandpa was speaking with Chief Instructor Dong. He wondered about the target he had set for her training. Urgency filled the air as she felt distracted by the unexpected call. Tense atmosphere enveloped the room as a determined man in black pushed Chief Instructor Dong backwards. Stated they needed to get down to business. He added that he would finish everything soon. Confident man in black stood ready on a rock platform, surrounded by shining stars and a sense of purpose. He was told not to let anything interfere with his upcoming challenges. He was reminded that he would represent province in the Eastern District's Morning Star selection. The strongest prodigy in this year's training camp had no need to continue participating in the rest of the camp. The banner loomed large, declaring the strongest prodigy, leaving him incredulous and overwhelmed. He questioned the absurdity of the title with disbelief. Two other characters exchanged surprised glances, reflecting their own confusion. Determined man in black presented glowing materials to chairman, who listened with concern. And explained his situation proudly, sharing how he was recommended for the psychic mentalist assessment by Chief Instructor Dong. Confident psychic mentalist sat laughing, revealing an impressive count of 270,000 to the stunned audience. A warm smile spread across the man's face as he suggested a visit to a different place instead. Yellow taxi rolled to a stop and confidently gestured from the window. He declared that in the world of martial artists, power rules above all. Inside the car, a man in black reacted with surprise to the question about his connection to chairman. He asserted that they weren't related. The driver continued to steer, listening intently. Another passenger, curious, questioned why the chairman was so friendly with him. Couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at the unexpected inquiry. A burst of energy erupted as the determined and powerful struck the large sign with a fierce attack. Damaged signage of Martial Arts Academy caught his concerned gaze as he searched for answers amidst the chaos. Tense atmosphere hung over the gathering at the Martial Arts Academy. Interrupted the Academy Master, insisting on discussing martial arts instead of business. Defiant spirit filled the air as prepared to challenge the competitors at the Martial Arts Academy. He announced his intention to confront every single one of them. Confident man approached a group of spectators. His presence commanding attention as a girl accused him of being shameless. Expressed frustration, stating his academy had already promised not to recruit new students for a year. Fierce confrontation ignited as faced a menacing creature, the tension crackling in the air. Challenged the creature, declaring that it should be prepared for retaliation. Determined and authoritative man spoke seriously, asserting his right to maintain their signboard since he had arrived in the city 2 decades prior. Confident and powerful man raised his glowing fist, asserting his mastery over his craft. Fierce determination radiated from a man in black as he clenched his fist, ready to confront the challenges ahead. He expressed his belief that he could succeed now, just as he did before. Tense atmosphere thickened as he coughed violently, struggling for breath while a worried female character reached out to him. Confident figure smirked at the shadowy onlookers, challenging their disbelief about his incredible 18-year-old rank 2 martial artist. The girl yelled furiously, insisting that Sheng was not her TM student and accusing them of stealing from her academy. Advanced towards her, frustration evident on his face. Menacing character raised a clenched fist, warning that anyone daring to reach into their pockets would face ruthlessness. Bold and unapologetic woman confronted her opponent with a defiant truth, refusing to take blame for the actions of others. Confident man in black declared his intention to wreck the academy, believing it would force students to return to him. Determined man in black stood firm, ready to confront the looming threat. He challenged his opponent, expressing his readiness to fight. Menacing figure loomed with outstretched hands, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He threatened, declaring his intent to crush the young martial artist. Red-haired man warned that he stood no chance against, emphasizing the opponent's solid skills and rank. Determined female character argued with her father about their chances against, suggesting they could win if they combined their strengths. Confident and confrontational man urged the others to hurry, insisting that the martial association would close soon. Determined female character threatened, insisting that after defeating him, she would make him carry their signboard in a public parade. Playful atmosphere lingered as a confident and amused man smirked at a sharp-tongued girl, standing defiantly in the foreground. Tense moment built as a man in black prepared to face an aggressive opponent charging towards him. He found the situation quite annoying. A shadowy figure loomed near, and a man in black felt overwhelmed by an intense, powerful presence. He reacted fearfully to the looming figure. Monstrous figure lunged forward, while a desperate female character reached out in a plea, her terror palpable in the air. Powerful explosion erupted, sending debris flying as it determined, an adult figure leaped away to evade the blast. Menacing figure laughed mockingly at, claiming he couldn't even take one punch. Sheng crackled in the air, as an anxious but determined man listened intently to the revelation about his advancement. A muscular man confronted a frightened girl amidst flames and debris, his menacing tone cutting through the chaos. He taunted about hiding behind a girl all this time. Confident character taunted, relishing the opportunity to face a worthy opponent after a long absence. Tense atmosphere filled the room as a determined character declared his intentions, ready to confront the martial association. Tense moment enveloped the scene as a man in black expressed shock towards his father. A wave of despair washed over a distressed character as she knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by the situation. She clutched her chest, struggling to comprehend what was happening. A cunning grin spread across a self-assured man in black as he addressed an unseen listener. He expressed trust in the listener's integrity before announcing his departure. A defiant man in black confronted the crowd, asserting the importance of the academy for his training. A worried female character called out to Sheng, her voice filled with distress as she searched for him amidst the chaos. Tense atmosphere filled the air as a confident man in black greeted, drawing attention from an aggressive figure nearby. The angry character pointed at, accusing him of causing the students to quit. And Sheng crackled in the air as an aggressive figure threatened, demanding silence from the surrounding crowd. A confident man laughed heartily, assuring a nervous boy that he would always have a place to train at his academy. A confident man with dark hair mocked the martial arts academy, claiming its master couldn't withstand a single punch. A curious atmosphere enveloped the room as an intrigued man in black reacted to the mention of the secret technique. A confident man with dark hair flexed his muscles, boasting about the secret technique and its unmatched power in battle. A solemn character with red hair appeared lost in thought as shadows of doubt flickered in his mind, reflected silently, contemplating the weight of expectations and the path ahead. A curious man in black expressed his surprise and eagerness about the possibility of learning an amazing technique. A confident man with dark hair offered mentorship, promising to teach everything he knew if joined the academy. A confident young boy asked the stern man how he planned to teach him. A confident and mocking figure smirked while questioning why he had so many inquiries about his methods. Atmosphere crowded with intensity as faced the monstrous creature, determination etched on his features. Monstrous figure with razor-sharp teeth opened its mouth wide, creating an ominous atmosphere that sent shivers down the spine of anyone nearby. A surge of pain coursed through as he recoiled from an unseen attack. Muscular character expressed surprise and admiration as he observed the challenge before him, clearly impressed by the difficulty presented. Black energy crackled in the air as a determined and powerful figure prepared to unleash a devastating attack, launched a fierce energy blast at his opponent. Chaotic fog enveloped the tumultuous landscape, hinting at unseen dangers lurking within. Navigated through the thick mist, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. A wall of rocks shattered as a determined and aggressive figure broke through, defiance radiating from his every move. Questioned how he would teach without demonstrating first. Defiant figure stood tall, raising his fist towards the viewer, brimming with confidence and challenge, demanded to know when his opponent would kneel. Wall crumbled, revealing a shocked, who struggled to comprehend the news of his unexpected defeat. Shocked man in black couldn't believe that someone so young was already a rank 2 martial artist. Then, another urged him to help their master quickly. Concerned man in black warned the kid to look before crossing the road. Worried man in black reached out to the anxious girl, concerned for her well-being. Distressed female character reached out, grasping for help, as a worried man in black extended his hand toward her in concern. Worried man in black pleaded for the academy to remain open, fearing it would be hard to find another nearby. Grateful man in black expressed his heartfelt thanks while holding another character's hands tightly. Confident man in black explained his role in the situation, emphasizing the importance of self-reliance for the academy's future. A strong and intimidating figure walked confidently with 2 companions through the large building, drawing curious glances from those around him. A rundown building loomed in the dim light of night, casting an ominous atmosphere. Still, a man in black stood lost in thought, contemplating his next move. A warm glow filled the room as a man in black stepped through the door, greeted by familiar voices. He was welcomed home by a concerned female character, who asked why he was late. A sense of unease filled the air as a courageous and protected man explained his encounter with bullies to a worried female character. Moments later, she questioned his safety with alarm. A worried man reassured another, insisting that his son was now a martial artist and questioning if he was hurt in various places. A proud father and martial artist spoke passionately into a microphone, expressing the true essence of being a martial artist. A worried girl asked her brother about the mysterious meat, noting their father's health had improved significantly after eating it. Listened, looking concerned. A playful man in black pinched a girl's cheek, teasing her with a confident grin. A warm room filled with concern, 2 companions expressed care for a man in black recovering from his training camp experiences. A woman advised him not to push himself too hard. A supportive friend plays a comforting hand on his shoulder, listens attentively, appreciating their concern for his well-being. A shadowy figure loomed over the trio, challenging them with a question that hung heavily in the tense air. Stood confidently, encouraging Sheng that something great lay within him, assuring him of unwavering support even through failures. A resolute man in black vowed to protect his loved ones from any disaster. He expressed that he needed to grow stronger for their sake. Energy swirled ominously around a determined man in black in a damaged urban landscape. He faced the encroaching darkness with unwavering resolve. Monstrous figure with glowing eyes lunged forward, threatening to shatter the stillness of the moment, prepared to confront the creature, his determination unwavering. Focused intently, channeling energy through his extended fist to create a swirling vortex aimed at the looming enemy. Stood confidently, ready to take on the rank 6 martial artist zombies. He felt prepared for the battle ahead. Massive, futuristic structure loomed before him, its glowing entrance beckoning with a strange allure. Observed the structure, noting its grandeur and mystery. Ominous figure loomed in the distance, stirring a sense of dread within the man in black, contemplated whether he could handle the overpowering zombie from before. The man in black observed an ominous blue glow from the towering structure, feeling a mix of curiosity and caution as he approached. A shadowy figure loomed ominously with glowing eyes, intimidating as he faced the menacing presence, filled with apprehension. Explosion erupted, sending debris flying as was knocked back, surprise etched across his face. Sudden movement startled the man in black as he instinctively shielded himself from an unseen threat. A burst of energy illuminated the scene as the man in black rose triumphantly from the ground. A powerful presence loomed, overwhelming everything in its wake, felt the weight of it pressing down. Was shocked, realizing the martial TM's level was beyond anything he had imagined. Tense atmosphere surrounded as he contemplated his conflicting impulses, feeling the weight of destructive memories pressing down on him. A surge of determination rose within a man in black, readying himself for the impending battle. He prepared to face his opponent, fueled by fierce resolve. He declared his unwillingness to lose the courage to fight. He urged the challenge forward, expressing his desire for combat. Air crowded with energy as unleashed a powerful attack, determined to assert his strength against the looming threat. Anxious man in black glanced back, his eyes widening as an ominous figure approached, casting a shadow over his resolve. A powerful strike landed, but executed a backflip, surprised by the opponent's strength. He pondered how he had already used 6 stellar impacts. Flames swirled around a determined man in black as he unleashed a fierce attack, channeling the force of 10 stellar impacts. Sudden noise caught off guard, and he turned, surprise etched across his face. The turned man in black focused intently, channeling energy as he prepared to demonstrate an invisible. He explained that martial masters possess an impenetrable, powerful enough to deflect bullets. A powerful figure surrounded by a glowing face, who stood defiant, ready to confront the overwhelming challenge ahead. A tense standoff unfolded as, retrieved from the ominous figure that emanated a threatening energy. A tense moment hung in the air as looked apprehensively at a distant figure. He wondered if the figure had no intention to attack. Heavy silence loomed as felt the weight of his doubts pressing down on him. He revealed his fear that he couldn't defeat his opponent. Dead on the ground, feeling frustrated and contemplative about his inability to breach the powerful barrier before him. A golden figure encased in crystal loomed before him, prompting to contemplate his precarious situation. He felt grateful that the martial master zombie showed no aggression. Honored his limitations, realizing the vast difference between ranks 6 and 7, feeling overwhelmed by his inability to even scratch his opponent. The determined man focused intently on his goal, vowing to kill his rival to access the memories of a martial master. A burst of energy surged through the air as a determined man in black unleashed a powerful attack, igniting the battlefield with intensity. Thrust his fist forward, surrounded by a fierce burst of energy, ready to unleash another devastating attack. Launched a relentless attack toward an unseen opponent, pouring every ounce of determination into the strike. A tense moment weighed heavily on as he contemplated his next move against the formidable before him. He worried about his dwindling stamina and the possibility of retreating for strength. A surge of realization hit as he contemplated the untapped potential of his psychic energy for attacking. A powerful burst of energy filled the air as concentrated, ready to unleash his spiritual abilities. He remembered he was also a rank 3 psychic mentalist. With grim resolve, he focused on condensing his spiritual energy. Channeled spiritual energy, feeling resolute as he prepared for significant action against an unseen target. Energy swirled around a determined man in black as he unleashed a powerful attack against his enemy. Energy crackled in the air as he faced the unseen enemy, frustration mixed with determination in his eyes. He realized that his efforts were still insufficient and shouted about needing maximum power. With a fierce focus, he began to channel his energy, ready for the ultimate attack. Powerful force pressed down on, who struggled against it, frustration evident on his face. He couldn't believe it was still not enough. Struggled against sharp crystalline structures, exclaiming his frustration over not having enough power to overcome the obstacles before him. Struggled against sharp crystalline structures, exclaiming his frustration over not having enough power to overcome the obstacles before him. Fierce determination filled the air as channeled his energy toward the shimmering crystalline formation. He unleashed a powerful attack against the target. A surge of energy radiated from a determined man as he prepared a powerful attack against an unseen enemy. A burst of energy exploded around a determined man, scattering shards as he emerged, focused and ready for the challenge ahead. Intense glow filled the air, drawing the determined TM's attention as an ominous object approached him. Energy swirled around a determined man as he stood resolutely, ready to inherit the will of a heroic figure. He shouted his intent to inherit the will. The menacing character grinned ominously, sharp teeth glinting in the dim light, signaling danger. Dark energy enveloped a determined man, and he struggled against its overwhelming force, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve. Mysterious force startled the man in black, leaving him on high alert as he faced an unseen threat. The proud man in black was congratulated by an encouraging voice for becoming a martial master, despite the worsening situation around them. A worried girl clung to her father, seeking comfort as uncertainty clouded her thoughts, reassured her that he must remain on them. Menacing rank 9 monster loomed in the background, sending shivers down his spine. He felt a deep fear despite being a martial master. A fierce purple dragon loomed behind an eager and awe-inspired man in black, who raised his fist in admiration, overwhelmed by excitement. Eager and ambitious man in black raised his fist triumphantly, celebrating his newfound martial art mastery learned from master. Somber chill enveloped as he lay on the ground, contemplating the fragility of life in the face of impending doom. He reflected on humanity's hope, questioning whether he would ever witness the plan's success. He asked for breath, his expression filled with desperation, as he fought against the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. cascade of shattered rocks surrounded a thoughtful and introspective man. As he reflected on the martial master's extraordinary life, he marveled at the vast memories absorbed during this experience. Mystical martial master sat in contemplation, his glowing eyes reflecting a deep connection to the powerful fist arts he practiced. A surge of energy enveloped a driven and focused martial artist as he shouted about his advancing fist art level. Brilliant light crackled in his hand, signaling the rise of his newfound power. Radiant orb pulsed in his hand, illuminating his confident expression as he to harness its immense power. A shadowy figure loomed ahead as a determined martial artist recalled a significant name that echoed through his memories, heavy with meaning. A celestial figure emerged, glowing with energy, as absorbed the weight of his revelation, revealed that the creator of the stellar body-defying art was he, an incredible person in MC 10,000. Stood confidently, revealing the nickname of his formidable opponent to the cloaked figure, who listened with curiosity. A powerful explosion of light and energy erupted, marking the moment unleashed a devastating attack. Stood amidst holographic martial arts images, deep in thought about Sheng and a powerful martial art he couldn't find in his memories. Swiped through glowing memory images, pondering if something lay buried deeper within his memories. A surge of curiosity filled the air as reached towards the glowing sphere, drawn by its mysterious allure. A powerful energy blast erupted from his hands, illuminating the surroundings with raw energy. A sense of dread enveloped as he stared into the darkness, contemplating the ominous figure lurking within. He wondered if it was an enemy he had once faced. A martial artist on the brink of mastery felt an unsettling fear begin to creep in, pondered what secrets lay hidden in the shadows before him. Explosion erupted behind a determined and fearless man, illuminating his figure as he stood ready to face the chaos. A fiery explosion erupted, sending debris flying through the air, as unleashed a devastating attack on the environment. A bright beam pierced through the hazy atmosphere, signaling a moment of intense focus, released an intense beam of energy, determined to overcome the challenge ahead. Bright, penetrating light surged forth, catching the attention of a surprised and alarmed man. He reacted intensely, overwhelmed by the brilliance. Golden crows illuminated the sky, their radiant forms reflecting resolute determination as he commanded them with unwavering focus. Chasm spewed lava and glowing light, engulfing the landscape in a fiery cataclysm. The man in black observed the devastation, alarmed by the chaos surrounding him. A fiery explosion erupted, symbolizing the culmination of martial master's lifelong dedication. Was inspired as he witnessed the powerful display. A torrent of flames surged from his outstretched hands, igniting the air with intensity and purpose. He explained the master martial skill he intended to use. Air crackled with tension as stood defiantly against the looming shadow figures. He called out, urging them to face him directly. A surge of energy surrounded a determined man in black as he delivered a powerful punch to an unseen target. He claimed it was his. A sprawling cityscape emerged under a clear sky, blending modernity with decay, hinting at stories yet untold. A contemplative man in black sat in a dim room, reflecting on the transformation of his spiritual energy. He thought his abilities had changed significantly. A determined man in black focused intently on a swirling, glowing object, commanding the energy to condense. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped a determined man in black, igniting a triumphant realization within him. He felt that his spiritual energy's quality had vastly improved. A serene young woman with calm demeanor sat gracefully inside a large balloon, exuding colorful sparkles that danced in the air around her. A tranquil pool reflected the shimmering water, as a thoughtful and introspective character considered the essence of Dong's spiritual energy. A glowing orb of spiritual energy hovered above the confident man in black's hand, illuminating his proud expression. He admired the power, noting its extraordinary quality and toughness. A mystical hand emerged, and a building began to rise, leaving a man in black in complete shock. He reacted in disbelief, questioning what was happening. Man in black lifted a massive building effortlessly, feeling both determined and anxious about his newfound spiritual abilities. He expressed confusion over how he could wield such strength. Moments later, he realized he needed more practice to control his power. He focused intently, hoping to lower the building safely. Man in black channeled energy from his core, feeling an extraordinary connection that ordinary martial artists could never grasp. Man in black confidently displayed his spiritual energy, asserting he could defeat even the strongest martial artists with his newfound strength. Man in black concentrated on his hands, a faint aura shimmering around him as he prepared to strengthen his psychic layer. Man in black felt frustrated as he compared his abilities to martial master zombie, knowing he fell far short. Man in black held a glowing seed, believing it was the foundation of a martial TM's will destined to grow into greatness. Man in black sat alone at a table, examining his phone in deep thought. A sad-looking cat character expressed regret, stating it would arrive soon. Atmosphere buzzed with determination as he sat at a table, holding his phone and planning his next steps. He reflected on his need for tonics after leaving the train camp. Then he decided it was time to meet with the medicinal hall. A breathless young woman burst through the door, her eyes wide with shock at the unexpected scene. She expressed her astonishment, labeling the person inside as just a student. The calm man inside responded with indifference to her surprise. A confident man in black spoke into his phone, expressing his belief that the upcoming challenge would be easy. A commanding man in black gestured toward a seat in the elegant room. He directed the woman to sit down. A relaxed man in black sat at a table, glancing over the menu with interest. He expressed that he heard the steak was quite good. A curious man in black held a book and asked if lunch could happen while they talked. A cheerful woman smiled as she offered to hang up a coat for someone behind her. A confident man in black placed an order for 40 servings of steak, his commanding presence making the waiter visibly nervous. A confident man in black prepared to eat an astonishing 40 servings of steak, while two women exchanged skeptical glances about his appetite. A worried man in black considered whether he would have to pay for the extravagant meal he ordered. A curious and attentive man in black held the menu, engaged in conversation. He politely declined an offer while urging the server to hurry with the dishes. A confident young woman smirked as she pointed, expressing her playful critique about someone nearby. A pamphlet slid across the surface, revealing details about a confident and poised young woman named Dee. Informative woman revealed that TM's great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was once just an apprentice in a medicinal shop. The turned figure reflected on his past achievements, recalling how he became a rank 5 alchemist and established the medicinal hall. Tense atmosphere filled the room as revealed crucial information to the serious-looking character. Reflected on the failures of past management, realizing how rapidly it had declined by his father's generation. A woman with a determined expression confronted someone off-panel, questioning their motives and asserting her frustration about irrelevant information. Cheerful chef approached with a large platter, brimming with 40 servings of steak, ready to delight the hungry. Casually ate, yet delivered a serious message about his mother, revealing she hadn't returned home in 20 years due to family issues. Critique hung in the air, pointing out the seated character's outdated mindset and poor management as reasons for the family business's downfall. Focused intently, conveying the most important reason behind his concerns, as the female character listened with curiosity. Fronted the character with a serious accusation about her family's secret suppression of a medicinal hall. The female character's anger ignited in response to his claim. Delicious aroma filled the air as confidently savored his meal, relishing the tender meat. He stated that the meat's quality was high and provided substantial energy. The young woman expressed her frustration, revealing that her mother had abandoned her and her father years ago without ever returning. Reflected on his family's struggles, knowing the decline had begun when his mother left and his father took charge. Rubbed his forehead in frustration while studying the documents before him, the tension palpable in the air. Man in Black reflected on the struggles of local businesses, recalling how stores went bust almost daily for months. Man in Black listened intently as an unnamed character expressed concern about the failure of their recent project collaboration. Playful smirk crossed his face as he held a piece of food on a fork, mentioned to Missy that he hoped she wouldn't blame him for investigating thoroughly. Confident woman gestured while asserting her intention to verify information and discuss collaboration with. Confident Man in Black discussed business terms, stating he would manage prescriptions and training while demanding a 90% share of the profits. Tense confrontation unfolded as a confrontational and assertive young woman accused of wanting everything for himself. Playful smile crossed the charming and confident TM's face as he expressed interest in a proposal to someone unseen. Determined woman raised her finger, indicating her offer limit to the audience. Confident man made a bold demand for a 20% increase, asserting that it was essential for his success. Tense atmosphere filled the room as the confident and strategic man outlined the terms of their collaboration. He explained that 10% ensured their partnership, while another 10% was a personal bonus. The concerned yet engaged woman questioned what he meant by annoying things. He revealed that the family had bullied the He family for years. Challenging atmosphere thickened as stared intently, posing a question to an unseen opponent. Defiant man extended his hand forward, signaling his challenge to the unseen opponent. Surprised woman held a glowing magical orb, urging Miss He to understand its significance. Confident female character revealed her spiritual abilities, explaining her rank and martial arts talent to Surprised, who listened intently. Contemplative female character held a glass filled with glowing pink liquid, reflecting deeply on the weight of her credentials. Confident man in Black critiqued Miss He for assuming he didn't research the medicinal prescription himself. Miss He questioned if he meant the person behind him. Marked, revealing his cleverness about the mysterious power he shared with the person behind him. Tense atmosphere hung in the air as confidently gestured, while questioning Miss He about the profitability of their deal. Determined woman in a blue dress held an object, contemplating the inevitability of facing the family. Calculating woman held a drink, contemplating the looming threat from the family and the cunning scheme involving his medicinal prescription. Calculating woman expressed admiration for his talent, declaring their deal and offering him 90% of the profits. Confident man in Black presented a USB drive, claiming it contained the medicinal prescription for a muscle and blood-strengthening decoction. Warm glow filled the elegant room as a confident man in Black listened intently to the hopeful woman beside him. She asked if he could honor all his promises. He reassured her that given enough time, he would grow. Confident man in Black gestured assertively while making requests about registering a patent and borrowing an alchemical lab. Pleasant atmosphere enveloped the room as a confident and professional man spoke to an unseen character. Contemplative woman sighed deeply, reflecting on her surprising encounter with Sheng, who seemed far more significant than an ordinary student. Contemplative woman thought about how the man had changed from calling her Missy to simply you. Cheerful server approached a seated customer with a bill in hand. The server politely asked the customer to settle the bill. The calm and amused customer smiled back at the server. The frustrated woman gazed at a pile of unpaid food, demanding to know why the one who ate TMT paid. Cheerful saleswoman presented a large receipt, explaining the total while the overwhelmed customer stared in disbelief at the lengthy bill. Frustrated woman pointed angrily at a stack of items, questioning why there were 90 when only 4 portions were served. Cheerful server handed a long receipt to a surprised customer, who stood there, overwhelmed by the staggering total. Distressed woman called out for while clutching a credit card, her anxiety palpable in the tense atmosphere. A stack of steak boxes towered high, catching the young man's eye and igniting his surprise. Proudly presented a stack of steak boxes to a surprised woman, who reacted with shock and concern about the unexpected delivery. Explained how a rich heiress treated him, smiling smugly while his concerned friend warned him about freeloading. Gazed thoughtfully into the distance, reflecting on how long it had been since he last attended school. The exterior of He Third High School stood under a clear sky, its presence a reminder of past struggles and upcoming challenges. Sat at his desk, deep in thought as he contemplated the weight of his decisions and their impact on his future. A curious knock echoed through the room, drawing TM's attention as he turned to respond. stood confidently, presenting a bonsai plant to teacher, who reacted with surprise at the unexpected reunion. Presented a new bonsai tree, recalling how he had ruined the last one. His friend received it with heartfelt appreciation, surprised by the thoughtful gesture. A glowing aura surrounded, radiating confidence, as he stood tall before the surprised observer. Gestured invitingly, encouraging the other character to follow him inside with a friendly smile. A wistful young man with dark hair lit a cigarette, contemplating the changes that awaited him after their meeting. A determined young man with dark hair listened attentively as the confident character excitedly shared his plans for the Morning Star selection and the Psychic Mentalist Association. Teacher expressed pride in his progress, encouraging him to carve his own path in the world. Thanked teacher, feeling grateful for the support. Astonished, a determined young man with dark hair realized he had underestimated a rival's potential to become a source of pride for all mankind. The classroom buzzed with chatter, filled with students focused on their desks and the lessons ahead. The classroom filled with murmurs as the insightful and philosophical teacher lectured on the complexities of existence and the essence of true ease. A thoughtful young man with dark hair sighed deeply, his gaze lost in contemplation as worries clouded his mind. A determined young man with dark hair yelled urgently, trying to wake a dormant character while clutching a sheet of paper. The teacher raised his hand with notes, expressing the importance of cultural studies for students hoping to get into Marshall U. Slumped over his desk, stifling a yawn as boredom washed over him during class. A casual atmosphere settled as a young man with dark hair excitedly invited his classmate to the internet after school, eager to reach platinum rank. A determined young man with dark hair focused on his notes, unaware of the conversations around him. He declined his friend's invitation, stating he had signed up for extra training. A surge of urgency filled the room as commanded to stand up, recoiled in surprise at the unexpected demand, stood quietly, observing the unfolding situation. Returned to teacher, frustration evident in his voice as he addressed the group about their lack of attention. A wave of anxiety washed over the classroom as the instructor calmly announced a surprise test. Reacted with shock, struggling to comprehend the sudden news. A warm smile spread across his face as greeted everyone after a long absence. Excited students buzzed with energy, sharing their disbelief at Sheng's unexpected return. One female student exclaimed about her joy at seeing him again. Another male student reported the latest news surrounding Sheng's training. An eager male student planned to get Sheng's autograph for his wall. A nervous boy addressed, his voice trembling with unease as he struggled to find the right words. Stood before the eager crowd, excitement filling the air as he prepared to share his journey with them. Commanded the students to open their textbooks, his voice full of authority and purpose. Excitement buzzed in the classroom as an enthusiastic character announced the start of an engaging activity for everyone present. Excitement filled the classroom as students buzzed about, marveling at his impressive aura and accomplishments. Sat at his desk, contemplating the profound changes he had witnessed in Sheng. The classroom erupted in cheers as a cheerful teacher announced the end of class, bringing relief to the students. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room as a determined young man gestured aggressively, asserting his dominance over his shocked companions. Stood with his back turned, absorbing the lively energy of the students engaged in animated conversation. Smiled warmly, feeling the weight of goodbyes as he addressed everyone around him, promising not to forget them. Excitement filled the classroom as students celebrated his presence, eagerly expressing their admiration and aspirations to join him at Marshall U. Tension hung in the air as a determined young man confronted the newcomer with a serious expression, questioned what he was doing there. An unknown figure gripped his shoulder, sending a jolt of tension through the atmosphere. A warm embrace filled the air as a young man with dark hair encouraged his friend to give his best effort. Moments later, expressed a desire to meet up if he had free time. A fierce determination radiated from a young man with dark hair as he focused intently on his goal. A fierce determination shone in the young man's eyes as he clenched his fists and vowed to reach Marshall U, no matter the cost. A determined young man with dark hair sat at a computer desk, strategizing his plans for elixirs and weapons. He contemplated how to gather what he needed. A glowing list of expensive items drew a determined young man with dark hair closer as disbelief washed over him. He examined the prices carefully, feeling amazed by the staggering costs. Thought of the weapons he needed, realizing he couldn't forge them alone. He sighed, contemplating the overwhelming expenses for his quest. The young man with dark hair held a resource distribution map tightly, determination radiating from his focused expression. Held a map with excitement, revealing the location of mines. Confidently planned his next steps while holding a piece of paper, outlining his goals for mining and creating elixirs. The young man with dark hair paced anxiously in the medicinal hall, his frustration palpable as he walked in circles. The woman frowned at her smartphone, frustration evident as she wondered why it was still missing. Apologized, his calm demeanor contrasting with the upset expression of the unknown character standing before him. Walked confidently toward the viewer, adjusting his coat as he prepared to ask if everything was ready for his plans. The atmosphere thickened with defiance as a confident woman stated that everything had been prepared as instructed for plans. Curious and analytical, asked a woman about the cost of the batch of materials. The woman responded calmly that it was about 200,000. Examined a green plant, pleased with its quality as he noted to log it in the accounts book. The lab buzzed with tension as a focused young man prepared for a crucial experiment. He asked Miss He to leave the room for now. A tense atmosphere filled the room as a calm but serious woman contemplated her next move, deep in thought. A tense silence enveloped the lab as the frustrated woman reflected on her mounting expenses and mysterious secrets. She lamented how she hadn't earned any money yet. Hours later, she announced her completion of the decoction to Miss He. Informed a supportive woman about his upcoming trip, expressing his determination to pursue his goals. She reassured him regarding the financial plans for the decoction. A playful young man with dark hair smirked at the viewer, teasing his opponent about their fiery temperament. A determined young man with dark hair walked away, leaving the woman observing him with a pensive expression. A mysterious figure rushed toward the doorway, urgency fueling each hurried step. A confident woman examined a glowing elixir, excitement radiating from her as she discussed its incredible effects and potential profits. A young woman with eager curiosity theorized excitedly about the many new types of elixirs hidden inside's backpack, imagining its contents overflowing. A tense exchange unfolded as the anxious young man pleaded with Miss He about following her instructions. Appeared with a menacing presence, intimidating the psychic mentalist who felt frustrated by the strange occurrences surrounding him. A test tube filled with green liquid hovered above a trash bin and resolved to follow someone obediently. A scenic view of mountain revealed a destination for travelers, village awaited in its depths. A bus rolled along a winding road, framed by majestic mountains that towered in serene silence. The tour guide excitedly shared details about the breathtaking views and the significance of the location. The enthusiastic tour guide shared experiences of village, highlighting its culture, local delicacies, and the beauty of mountain. The bus rumbled along as two travelers expressed their worries about the accommodations and the remote location ahead. The tour guide assured the group about their reputable agency, promising no pressure to buy anything during their stay with excellent amenities. A hidden mine sparked a cunning plan in his mind as he contemplated monopolizing its riches. He had created 93 elixirs this week, ensuring his needs were met. This place felt isolated, but its secrets were worth the risk. He envisioned the possibilities of undiscovered wealth. The bus rolled forward, and a pensive young man with dark hair sat quietly, lost in thought as an orange ball rolled past him. A gentle woman comforted a little girl on the train, urging her to sit down and not disturb others. A calm atmosphere enveloped the vehicle as a reassuring woman comforted a nervous girl seated beside her. The observant man watched with an amused smile as the scene unfolded. A curious sound caught his attention, and surprise flickered across his face. A sense of camaraderie filled the air as a confident young man nodded to his companions. A quiet realization washed over a confident young man as he considered the presence of another psychic mentalist on this journey. Bus rattled over the bumpy road, filled with a restless energy as frustration hung in the air. A frustrated girl complained to herself about the heat and boredom during the trip. A playful character with green hair smirked while holding a fan and teased about insisting on joining the trip. Teased her friend, suggesting the breakup was the reason for her gloomy mood. Frustrated, the girl shot back, claiming her kindness was being stomped on. Playful nuzzled his friend, expressing excitement about the trip and the beautiful scenery. Energetic and competitive, threw an object while the pink-haired girl watched, her laughter echoing in the playful atmosphere. Smiled brightly as he held up an unknown object, and the surprised girl reacted with wide eyes. A sense of alarm filled the air as he swung his weapon, aiming at a bouncing ball with focused determination. The pink-haired girl raised a yellow ball triumphantly, excitement radiating from her. Raised a ball high in the air, his cheerful demeanor lighting up the bus. Smiled brightly as he held the round object, feeling grateful for the moment shared with his friends. The atmosphere shifted as two girls playfully teased each other, laughter mixing with the warmth of the day. The green-haired girl couldn't help but tease her friend about being infatuated. The pink-haired girl blushed, shyly reacting to the playful jabs from her friend. Breathtaking mountain forest stretched before them, a curious landscape waiting to be explored. The green-haired girl questioned the scenic value of the area. She mentioned hearing about a huge waterfall nearby, hinting at their adventure ahead. The cheerful girl pointed excitedly, directing attention to someone nearby. The cheerful girl eagerly approached her older brother, brimming with excitement as she asked if he would play with her again tomorrow. Playful gently patted the head of a smiling girl, their laughter echoing in the vibrant atmosphere. The cheerful girl invited and the girl to play together the next day, her voice bright with anticipation. The girl playfully accused a boy of stealing a ball, expressing her desire to play only with her big brother. Listened, unbothered by her teasing. A warm woman gestured toward the inviting village, encouraging a hesitant girl to come closer. Bittersweet farewell hung in the air as prepared to leave, glancing back at the younger girl with nostalgia. The younger girl waved goodbye to her innocence shining through. The woman gently held the younger girl's hand, providing comfort during their parting. Playful girl with pink hair waved dismissively at her friend, expressing she didn't want to play anymore. The green-haired girl watched, amusement dancing in her eyes. The cheerful girl with pink hair animatedly spoke to, while holding her phone, asking for his contact information with a playful smile. Smiled confidently at an unseen listener, radiating warmth and assurance in the moment. Held his phone, displaying the adding friend feature with a bright smile, eager to connect with someone new. The girl with pink hair smirked, expressing delight about its powerful name. The girl with pink hair waved goodbye playfully, her cheerful tone echoing in the air. Observed the interaction, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Pink-haired character expressed excitement, mentioning how the trip was now interesting thanks to the addition of a new friend. Observed the group with intrigue, noting the rare presence of a rank 2 psychic mentalist and 2 skilled martial artists among them. Held a watermelon slice thoughtfully, while considering that the psychic mentalist had not discovered his true identity yet. Focused intently, controlling the flow of psychic energy from his hand, unsure of the stronger martial artist lurking in the mountains. A looming threat hung over Mountain, as contemplated the dangers ahead. He realized obstructions could arise from others' intentions. A menacing shadow fell over a defeated creature, as prepared to strike. A white limousine sped down the highway, its powerful engine roaring against the backdrop of an expansive, sun-drenched landscape. Watched with concern as a troubled figure knelt on the ground, desperation etched across his face. A sly grin spread across a confident and inquisitive, with purple hair as he held a drink, teasingly asking about Tang. Knelt on the ground, revealing urgent information about a target hiding in the mountains with his wife and daughter. Contemplative held a drink while considering the implications of Tang's strategic retreat into the mountains. Knelt, reassuring the seated figure that their men were already watching Tang closely. Confident figure laughed, mocking the 2 rank 4 martial artists for their lack of skill, while instructing them not to take their eyes off target. Menacing figure raised a crystal vial, making his intentions clear as he threatened another character. Wu demanded respect, asserting that he wouldn't let anyone see him as weak. Raised his drink, teasingly challenging the woman before him. Playfully shook his drink towards the seated woman, who observed him with a calm and indifferent demeanor. The girl with red eyes looked down, her conflicted expression revealing a sorrowful weight she couldn't shake. The ominous transformation unfolded as spewed purple liquid, revealing the horror he could no longer contain. Mysterious figure collected a glowing pink orb, her intent gaze focused and unwavering. The man with purple hair savored his drink, while a distraught woman with tears on her face watched him closely. The cunning man smirked as he examined a note, realizing Tang had brought his daughter along. An unknown figure revealed a photo capturing a joyful moment with a man carrying a girl, while a woman observed with a scheming expression. 3 children played joyfully in a spacious room, their laughter ringing through the air like a melody. The energetic and playful children expressed their excitement, filling the space with joyous sounds. Cautioned the group, expressing concern about the uneven floor and advising them to be careful not to fall. Swirling purple energy enveloped as he focused intently, channeling his power amidst the intensity of the moment. A girl in a red dress threw a ball high into the air, her excitement palpable in the energetic atmosphere. A purple-lit building loomed in the urban landscape, hinting at secrets hidden within its pristine walls. He examined the room, noting its cleanliness and defending his caution. An unknown character questioned, expressing skepticism about their worries. A worried woman stood beside a calm man, questioning if Wu could ever reach them here. Calmly reassured the concerned woman, emphasizing the importance of safety and caution for their family. Tense atmosphere filled the room as shadows loomed behind them, hinting at the danger that pursued them. Reminded everyone that they were fleeing for their lives from Wu. The anxious woman held onto, expressing her fears about the psychic's notorious reputation. The calm man reassured them, stating that they could combine their rank 2 powers if discovered. The worried woman expressed hope about holding back their pursuer. Moments later, she wondered about her father's health after a long separation. Embraced the woman, offering reassurance about her father's strength and health despite their current fears. A protective man embraced a woman, shielding her from looming threats. The surprised girl watched the moment unfold, sensing the urgency of their situation. Gazed pensively out the window, lost in thought as the buildings outside blurred into the background. A futuristic landscape stretched before him, glowing grid lines tracing paths of possibility. He stood pensively, contemplating the unknown around him. Bird's eye view revealed a purplish landscape filled with unfamiliar buildings, as unknown entities surveyed the city from above. Digital grid-like environment sparkled with vibrant colors as two friends shared a joyful moment, posed playfully with a friend, both laughing and enjoying their time together. Watchful observed intently, binoculars in hand, as he noted the absence of anything unusual except for one person on surveillance. Stood by an open window, reflecting on his surroundings with a calm demeanor, he decided to let the situation unfold without interference. Poured a shimmering substance from a container into his hand, revealing a captivating blue orb that glowed with mystery. Unplayed his progress while holding a cup, thinking about how elixirs had significantly accelerated his refining of the immortal golden body. Determined, gathered glowing energy in his hands, envisioning mastery over the immortal golden body and a leap toward martial arts excellence. Gazed intently at his phone, worry etched across his face as he awaited a crucial message. Concerned voice advised it to be careful when alone and to dress appropriately for the weather. Reflective moment unfolded as he smiled softly while looking at his phone, contemplating how he had grown up. Notification flashed on the screen, felt a mix of curiosity and annoyance. An unknown character commented on his recent activities, expressing disapproval about his choice to play outside. A playful girl smiled while reading a message on her pink phone, excitement dancing in her eyes as she held a cute cat beside her. Commanding and assertive young woman demanded honesty from a cheerful yet threatening alpha figure who held a toy gun menacingly. Held his phone with a smile, amusement lighting up his expression as he reacted to the unexpected question about dating. Caring figure advised it to focus on his cultivation and to take the tonks left for him every day. Mischievous creature pointed at the viewer, teasingly warning them about their vitality. Playful and mischievous character explained that special lessons were not to be blamed on them. A calm atmosphere enveloped the room as a reach for the drawer, determination etched on his face. Confident lay on a bed, ready to showcase the results of his recent training. A powerful explosion erupted in the midst of chaos, leaving civilians watching in horror, unleashed his newfound strength, confident and triumphant in the moment. Focused intently as he channeled energy, forming a protective martial master against the furious attack of the monstrous figure. A powerful blow struck the opponent, sending shockwaves through the air as demonstrated his unstoppable prowess. A massive explosion lit up the scene, casting chaotic shadows as figures hurriedly fled from the blast. Fierce energy surged around as he unleashed a powerful attack, causing explosive impacts that shook the ground and echoed in the air. A powerful attack erupted, unleashing a brilliant blast of energy that illuminated the surroundings with an intense and fierce glow. Chilling wind swept through the air as unleashed a freezing attack, surrounded by sharp ice shards. Atmosphere thickened with intrigue as it observed a glowing object, captivated by its mysterious light. Blue crystalline structures erupted dramatically from the ground, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Observed the crystal formation, overwhelmed by its sheer beauty. Air crowded with tension as stepped onto the icy surface, shards glimmering beneath his determined gaze. Shimmering crystal shards floated around him, who contemplated his past choices with a serious expression. Stood resolute, his intense expression reflecting a fierce determination that filled the air with tension. Icy figure loomed menacingly, surrounded by shards that sparkled ominously in the light, watched in alarm, recognizing the threat before him. Icy swirl enveloped it, determined and focused, as he concentrated power towards an unknown target, readying himself for the impending confrontation. Chilling fog swept through the air, leaving it disoriented to grapple with his fading vision. He reacted in confusion, unable to comprehend why his sight had suddenly vanished. Icy figure's presence intensified, and felt an overwhelming sense of danger repeatedly wash over him. A powerful attack surged from a skilled female character, and reacted with alarm to the oncoming threat. Blinding light enveloped as he stood amidst icy shards, channeling his determination and inner power. The majestic figure hovered above an icy landscape, exuding a powerful intensity that commanded attention. Then, the commanding and powerful figure raised a sword towards the sky. Fierce and determined, unleashed a torrent of ice, the chilling wave cutting through the air with an intense force. Right out in agony, his face contorted with pain as he struggled against the icy grip surrounding him. Gripped his chest, overwhelmed by pain and despair, feeling as if his body was being torn apart. Nightmare lingered, leaving him exhausted and relieved as he reflected on his failed psychic attack. Reflected on the harsh reality of the dreamscape, realizing it was not the paradise he once imagined. A glowing ice river stretched before him, shimmering with a consciousness that promised unimaginable power. Analyzed the ice river, captivated by its potential. Determined, contemplated a past battle, surrounded by an electric aura. He thought about how he could have fought back if he had reacted sooner. Serene sat quietly, meditating peacefully as sunlight streamed through the open window behind him. A sudden jolt of pain surged through, leaving him gasping for breath as he struggled to comprehend the attack. Frustrated, questioned his inability to access the dreamscape after his recent death had seemingly caused. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room as he listened intently to the ringing sound in his ear. A cheerful and flirty character texted her friend with excitement about exploring together tomorrow. A confident bird stood tall, exuding reliability while a distressed bird looked on, anxious and confused about the lack of response. The distressed bird asked if the confident bird wanted to go together for mealtime. Then, the confident bird displayed reassurance in response. A cute animal with large eyes appeared in a vibrant flower-themed background, capturing the attention of everyone nearby. A playful character presented the creature, expressing delight over its cuteness. Looked at his phone, feeling a wave of regret about adding a friend. At casually, expressing his desire to go out for food, and his friends listened with interest. Watched a figure eat silently in the bustling dining hall, curiosity piqued by the TM's intense focus on their meal. A voice called out to, breaking his contemplative thoughts. Cheerful girl called out too, her voice filled with excitement as she waved enthusiastically. Other girls joined in, urging him to come over. Waved goodbye to someone in a dimly lit room, the atmosphere filled with nostalgia. Cheerful girl waved excitedly at her energy brightening the atmosphere around them. Tense atmosphere settled as a determined approached the table, readying himself for the impending confrontation. Playful girl teased about joining them for mealtime, suggesting it was more fun with more people around. Grinned while prompting the others to eat, his playful tone lightening the mood around them. Playful girl questioned a confident friend's assertion about their plan, casting doubt on the certainty of their next move. Girls locked eyes, a green-haired girl expressing disdain while the pink-haired girl radiated fury. Playful girl suggested they eat together, noticing the pink-haired girl's sudden hunger. Young girl asked her father if she could join her brother for a meal. Playful girl teased her friend about eating together, while another girl expressed her wish to dine with her big brother. Granted permission to the excited girl, reminding her to not trouble others in the process. A concerned figure questioned another about allowing someone to eat with a stranger, expressing anxiety about their current situation. A calm atmosphere filled the restaurant as a confident and relaxed, reassured his companion about the lack of danger. Smiled as he expressed admiration for a companion's clear and pure personality, believing they were not a bad person. Analyzed the martial arts student's unstable breath and average abilities, reflecting on the uncertainty of his potential. Playful girl with pink hair made a cheeky face, teasing her friend about their impressive martial arts skills. Confident smirked while looking at a cup on the table. He asserted that everyone within his range would be dead with just a thought. A calm moment settled as a thoughtful reflected on his worries. He felt relieved, realizing he might have overreacted. The waitress served an enormous platter of food, and his eyes widened in amazement. He couldn't believe the size of the portions presented to him. A curious girl questioned whether he could eat it all. Cheerful proposed a food competition to an eager girl, sparking excitement in the air. The girl with a surprised expression chewed her food, contemplating the enormous platter that had just been served. Humorously attempted to eat multiple dumplings at once, his enthusiasm clear as he juggled the delicious bites. Thought about how those from ordinary families tend to eat more before becoming official martial artists. Listened to a humorous discussion about the challenges of being a rank 1 martial artist and the consequences of eating too much. Eagerly devoured dumplings, drawing the attention of 2 friends nearby. One friend admired his charm while the other remained unimpressed. A woman with an anxious demeanor listened intently as a concerned figure leaned in to share a juicy secret about. Cheerful girl pulled towards the drinks, her excitement palpable in the air. He chuckled, realizing her enthusiasm was infectious. Sat quietly as 2 girls critiqued another TM's abilities and questioned his martial arts potential. Atmosphere thickened as they sat silently, absorbing the banter between 2 girls at the table. The pink-haired girl expressed her belief that fate brought them to mountain together. The green-haired girl questioned the practicality of a long-distance relationship for them. She warned that a martial master's salary might not support their future together. Nurturing and wise female character gently held space while offering thoughtful advice about love and its complexities. Confident female character announced her ability to guide in martial arts, asserting that problems were not issues for her. Hopeful pink-haired girl smiled as she envisioned being ordinary alongside, longing for a break from relentless training. Pink-haired character admired its brilliance and handsomeness, expressing her feelings with genuine affection. Bright girl eagerly reached for his hand, her excitement radiating as she believed in a hopeful future. One young woman expressed disbelief, questioning how giving up over a decade of martial arts for a high schooler could make sense. A frustrated girl pointed angrily at, questioning what anyone could see in his frailness. Atmosphere turned tense as a girl with pink hair expressed her frustration, questioning the urgency of worry and the situation with. Curious walked alongside a little girl, seemingly unfazed by the surprised reactions of 2 girls nearby. Charming and humorous smiled at his little sister, finding amusement in her eagerness to get his attention. Girl reached out with her hand, expressing confusion about the meaning of ridiculous. Charming and knowledgeable gestured as he explained a term, highlighting its meaning with enthusiasm. Bright girl with a cheerful demeanor thought excitedly about a new idea, illuminating above her head. Cheerful girl joyfully pointed at 2 older sisters, expressing her amusement at their bemused reactions. Smiled confidently, expressing agreement as he engaged with an unseen listener. Playful girl celebrated between her older sisters, their expressions bright with joy and laughter. The girl couldn't contain her excitement about their antics. Complained about the discomfort of the hostel's bed and the relentless mosquitoes that kept him up all night. Worried man scanned the area, his confusion deepening as he noticed the absence of a family he expected to see. Worried girl frantically searched for missing friends, urging the crowd to help as their phones went unanswered. Worried girl expressed her concern about several missing individuals and remarked on how strange the situation had become. A calm and proactive woman gestured while speaking on the phone, assuring everyone she would contact the search and rescue team. The women exchanged worried thoughts about a family and a mysterious boy, noting the unusual nature of their disappearances. A sudden outburst from a pink-haired character disrupted the group's tension, revealing her frustration about the missing tour guide and the day's itinerary. Sudden urgency filled the air as a determined girl with pink hair dashed toward the mountains. She announced her quest to find, ignoring a worried friend's plea to be careful. Determined dashed through the lush forest, his focus unwavering as he moved swiftly through the vibrant greenery. Vibrant forest surrounded Determined as he ran forward, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Determined leaped into the air, his intense expression reflecting his focus amid the lush greenery surrounding him. Determined knelt powerfully, channeling energy in preparation for his next move. Triumphant crouched over a cluster of sparkling stones, excitement radiating from him. He announced his discovery with joy. Determined focused intently, summoning energy from his hand as a vibrant aura began to manifest around him. Large rock hurtled downward, and his eyes widened in alarm as he prepared to react. Determined pointed a finger, conjuring purple energy that crackled in the air. Determined summoned a swirling vortex of pink energy, shards dancing around him as he concentrated fiercely. Glowing substance shimmered in his hands, capturing his curiosity and revealing its enchanting properties. Focused and determined, gestured toward glowing pink crystals levitating in the air, drawing attention to their mysterious allure. Held psychic energy around floating pieces, feeling a surge of power and determination as he prepared for the transformation. A vibrant circle of energy formed around as he excitedly revealed the value of the in his hands. Focused and analytical examined glowing orbs of raw in his hand, intrigued by their potential despite their unrefined state. Contemplated the intricate process of crafting psychic weapons, his focus unwavering as he assessed the purity of the surrounding him. Glowing ribbon caught his attention, sparking curiosity as he examined its shimmering surface. Stood confidently at the edge of a cliff, surveying the vast mine below him with a proud smile. He analyzed the mine's resources, calculating its potential. A heap of lay before, its size overwhelming as he pondered how to transport it discreetly. Prepared to return the object to its place, determined to find help for whatever lay ahead. Stomped on the ground, determined to flatten it with each forceful step. Considered a map, recalling a nearby village where he could seek help. Smiled as he held up a bag, hoping to gain the villagers' trust with his generous offer. Confidently gestured, hinting at a future encounter if greed consumed them, while two amused onlookers watched his playful antics. A surge of energy sparked in his fist as he prepared to face his foes with fierce determination. Appeared distressed, holding his head as he struggled with increasingly violent and ruthless thoughts in a lawful society. Looked out towards a distant village and scratched his head, feeling lost and curious about his surroundings. Determined and resolute, clenched his fist, vowing to win people over with virtue instead of violence. A serene landscape unfolded, with rocky mountains enveloped in mist, creating an atmosphere filled with calmness and quiet anticipation. Girls searched a remote area, expressing impatience and concern about whereabouts. The pink-haired girl questioned if he would really come there. The green-haired girl challenged her, noting her impatience. Air crackled with tension as the green-haired girl pointed urgently, her voice filled with alarm about something unseen. A bright yellow ball lay in the grass, sparking curiosity and excitement. The pink-haired girl reached eagerly for it, her eyes shining with anticipation. The green-haired girl observed, a hint of skepticism in her gaze. Blinding purple light erupted, casting shadows on the startled faces of the girls. The pink-haired girl reacted in shock to the mysterious glow. A surge of glowing energy enveloped a panicked girl, leaving her immobilized and helpless against an unseen force. Panicked in a black outfit ran toward a calm figure holding a basket, urgency radiating from every step it takes. Rushed toward the chief, excitedly announcing that his sister had returned with her entire family. Elderly and wise village chief reacted with surprise, intrigued by the young man's announcement about his sister's return. Joyful child ran towards a welcoming and cheerful figure, their excitement radiating with each step. Young girl unexpectedly tackled an older man from behind, catching him completely off guard. Cheerful young man approached his grandpa, asking how he had been while coughing lightly. A sense of anxiety filled the air as a worried young woman approached the doorway, their hearts heavy with unspoken dread, nervously expressed that they had returned. Elderly man looked up, curiosity filling his eyes as two eager characters entered the room. He questioned their sudden return. Encouraged his friends to hunt wild game, urging them to get something big for a fun night ahead. Lifted the young girl onto his shoulders, both of them bursting with excitement about their upcoming hunting adventure. Elderly man probed for answers, sensing urgency from his companions, who stood ready for the truth. Tension hung in the air as stood nervously, his eyes fixed on a worried woman before him. He expressed concern, hoping to ease her distress. Tension thickened around him as furrowed his brow, his expression marked by worry for his father. Listened intently as the discussion unfolded, curiosity evident in his focused demeanor. Elderly man coughed, his surprise evident as he reacted to the shocking news about a rank 3 psychic mentalist. Accused the intruder with fury, recalling the day was taken from their village. Worried woman pleaded for help, urging a contemplative man to think of it as aiding her in a desperate time. Expressed his concern and curiosity about his father's long pursuit of advancing to rank 3 psychic mentalist. Elderly man, wounded and desperate, expressed regret and urged others to leave with the child, fearing imminent danger from a powerful foe. A sense of urgency filled the air as shouted out for help, desperation evident in his voice. He asked who else they could search for. An elderly man, surprised, mentioned the police as the local authorities. The room buzzed with tension as an old man raised a finger at the group, asserting the importance of the law. An unknown male character insisted that even a rank 3 psychic mentalist couldn't commit murder openly. A sense of urgency lingered as considered calling the police, worry etched across his face. A wave of distress washed over as he questioned his presence in this chaotic situation. A sense of urgency filled the air as alerted the chief about an intruder. A sense of calm settled over the landscape as walked away from the group, focused on his own path. A remote village revealed itself on the map and curiosity sparked in. He examined the details closely. A tense moment hung in the air as prepared to dodge an incoming attack. Sudden confrontation electrified the air as faced an unseen figure, weapon raised with purpose. He demanded to know who the intruder was and how they found this place. The girl joyfully called out to her brother, excitement bubbling in her voice. A joyful child hugged a caring and playful man, their laughter echoing through the forest as innocence danced in the air. A sense of relief washed over the group as they recognized a calm and composed male figure standing in the background. The relieved female character expressed gratitude for his presence. A curious male character with glasses reacted to her comment, intrigued by the connection. Approached a small group and asked how they ended up there, his curiosity apparent. Brother Tang explained that this was his wife's home and they visited annually. A warm breeze swept through the Sink village, bringing laughter and light to the gathering. The old man complimented his clear eyes with a cheerful tone. A warm atmosphere enveloped the group as they exchanged lighthearted conversation. Admitted he had overreacted and said he was excited to hunt wild game soon. Lightly declined the villagers' offer to buy their specialty wood sculptures, and the cheerful villager remained hopeful. Observed the village, captivated by its uniqueness. Curious listened intently as discussed the rarity of psych mentalists in the village, noting the old man's impressive rank. On played his next move while holding the girl, weighing the value of showcasing his abilities against being nice. At beside a worried girl who expressed sadness about losing the ball. Then he sensed an alarming aura approaching, recognizing it. Realized the situation, alarm spreading across his face. A child excitedly pointed to a ball nearby. Another figure claimed the ball with an assertive tone. Chaos swirled around him, yet remained focused, his determination unwavering in the face of the unseen threat. He let out a defiant laugh. Shadow loomed over the group, thickening the air with tension and fear. Tang warned them about a powerful psych mentalist lurking nearby. Reacted to the revelation, his expression alarmed. Amid the chaos, a determined man urged the villagers to evacuate, focusing on the children first. Remained calm and self-assured as he effortlessly dodged multiple attacks, his smug demeanor unshaken by the chaos around him. Tense challenge echoed through the air as a confident young man taunted his opponent about their weak psych energy. Tense confrontation unfolded as a determined man threatened the shadow figure, vowing to crush all hopes to smithereens. Concentrated deeply, creating a glowing orb that pulsed with intensity between his hands. Unleashed a powerful attack, energy blast surging towards an unseen opponent. Raised his hands confidently, channeling energy as a spell took form, ready to unleash the power. Vibrant surge of purple energy enveloped as he raised his hand to cast a transformation spell. Air crackled with tension as lasers danced ominously around it. He reacted in alarm, realizing his dense steel pellet cannon was ineffective. A confident figure smirked, holding a mysterious object as vibrant pink light enveloped him. He taunted for daring to confront him. A powerful blast of pink energy erupted from an arrogant figure, targeting with menacing intent. Yelled defiantly, surrounded by swirling purple energy, demanding that they come after him and not pick on the girls. A cackling figure gestured menacingly towards unleashing a burst of chaotic energy. Tension filled the air as an older man cried out in pain, restrained by the grip of purple energy. A calculating and sinister figure revealed her dark intentions too, wanting to kill the girls and frame him for it. Remote location glowed under purple beams of light, and a strategic young man with long hair felt pleased. He remarked that the spot was perfect, far removed from the world. The atmosphere turned ominous as a confident young man with purple hair gestured menacingly, declaring he could take his time to care for his target. A sinister figure loomed in the shadows, mocking the terrified girl as he threatened her with a glass of her daughter's favorite drink. Tense atmosphere surrounded as he struggled against the sinister figure's evil plan. The figure taunted, delighting in his horror and fear. Fear gripped the group as a terrified girl expressed her desperation about their situation at Mountain. The menacing figure reached out, pink laser lines crisscrossing the air, tension thickened, as stood defiantly with the children. Stood resolutely, making a solemn vow to the distressed girl beside him. The menacing figure loomed over a girl on the ground, commanding his minions to bring her closer. The terrified girl stood amidst glowing pink lines, pleading for help from the concerned men nearby. An intense burst of purple energy radiated outward, filling the air with a sense of impending power. Electric energy crackled around a young man with purple hair, his expression amidst of confusion and frustration as he questioned the integrity of his web. A surge of power crackled in the air as focused intently, channeling energy into his glowing fist. A surge of hope ignited as a figure called for help, joy radiating from newfound movement. He excitedly urged to save their parents. Held a glowing object while an anxious girl reached out to him, her concern palpable in the tense atmosphere. Tense confrontation unfolded as two aggressive figures demanded someone from a calm but determined. Unleashed a powerful punch, sending his opponent reeling back in shock while a terrified girl watched in disbelief. Expressed shock, unable to comprehend that the person before him was a rank 5 martial artist. Stood with a worried expression, reflecting on his weakness and lack of inner strength. Faced a skeptical figure who questioned how he could possibly be at rank 5. Cunning and confident woman manipulated energy, her smile menacing as she challenged about the web's destruction. Questioned Tang, expressing disbelief about relying on thee as an ally. The mystical figure boasted with confidence, manipulating glowing web-like energy as he threatened. Held the child close, a mystical blue aura surrounding them, radiating reassurance in a moment of uncertainty. A powerful character unleashed a brilliant energy attack aimed directly at who remained protectively held by another. A surge of electrifying energy radiated from as he resolutely raised his glowing hand to detach the force threatened. Profound martial art skill was executed flawlessly, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. The green-haired character expressed disbelief at the display of power. The hood figure questioned how such mastery was even possible. Fronted the charging adversary, brimming with fierce determination. He declared that even if he faced death, he would drag the opponent down to hell. Alarmed figure warned everyone of an impending psychic explosion that could drive them all mad and lead to their demise. Panic filled the air as a terrified young woman with a gag turned to, pleading for guidance in the chaos. Stood confidently, analyzing the swirling psychic energy around him, his curiosity driving him deeper into the chaos. A sense of dread loomed as channeled energy toward the flowing object, his expression dripping with contempt. A large figure with a contorted face emerged from darkness, illuminated by faint light, faced the emerging figure, alert and ready for the threat. Gathered his strength, his hand glowing fiercely with pink energy as he prepared to unleash a powerful blast. A chilling scream pierced the air as he recoiled in horror at the nightmare sight before him. Unseen force splattered against the dark, smoky background, startling caught in the heat of conflict. A mysterious figure with a blue aura lingered below, while reacted disdainfully to the name Wu. Stood confidently, holding a young girl tightly as swirling energy dissipated around them. Focused intently, conjuring a swirling energy with his hand as tension filled the air. Displayed a floating psychic weapon, feeling proud of its craftsmanship. He noted its quality, thinking he could manage with it for now. The young girl expressed her awe at, declaring he was incredible, with excitement lighting up her face. A moment of gratitude hung in the air as a young woman expressed her appreciation for saving them. An old man sat on the ground, reflecting on TM's terrifying martial arts prowess and his chilling psychic energy. A wave of amazement rippled through the crowd as confidently displayed his extraordinary psychic power. A wave of amazement swept through the crowd as a young woman with pink hair questioned how it had become so strong. Tension hung in the air as a nervous young man hesitated, glancing at, unsure how to address it. A confident young man with a self-assured demeanor offered his help to Brother Tang, downplaying his earlier actions with a casual remark. A fierce gaze settled on as he declared his commitment to give it his all. The bus rolled steadily along a mountain road, the rocky terrain framing its journey. Air was thick with anticipation as a contemplative surveyed the landscape, reflecting on his successful mission. He thought about handing to Tang, a rank 2 psych mentalist. Next, he planned to register officially as a psych mentalist. Held the glowing weapon, feeling a surge of joy at this unexpected discovery. The group in the moving vehicle reflected on TM's surprising strength, realizing how close they had come to disaster. The bus hummed softly as it determined, informed a curious pink-haired girl about his next destination. A joyful girl exclaimed her excitement about city, revealing it was there, and suggesting they travel there together. Asked the pink-haired character if they were students of Marshall University and noted their unexpected destination. A nervous young woman with pink hair hesitantly tried to engage her uninterested friend. Gestured thoughtfully while explaining his family was in city and mentioning her desire to visit home before arriving at mountain. Cheerful conversation filled the vehicle as two friends discussed their plans to return home, suggested they go together, and she happily agreed. She offered for him to stay at her house. Contemplated his feelings about dating the girl, feeling conflicted and unsure of his next steps. Answered the phone, curious about the call. Dong introduced herself, stating her name clearly. A sense of urgency filled the air as listened intently on the phone. The woman informed him that the Morning Star selection had been moved up, responded stating he was nearing the regional station. She assured him she would arrive in about 15 minutes. He agreed, asking her to wait for him. Walked with his companions through the bustling regional station, determination clear in his stride. Between two girls, explaining his change of plans with a calm but uncertain demeanor. He mentioned he wouldn't be going to city anymore. Then he suggested they part ways here. The girl with straight hair listened silently, disappointment etched on her face. The girl with pink hair reacted, surprise flickering across her features. Luxurious objects shimmered under the light, captivating a group of amazed onlookers. They marveled at the Emperor's heart, expressing their excitement. One gestured towards the stunning artifact. Another girl exclaimed, thrilled by the sight and its rarity. A third girl observed, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Joy filled the air as two friends reunited, laughter echoing amidst the bustling crowd. When Hui greeted, excitement shining in her eyes, embraced her, overjoyed by the quick reunion. Cheerful greeted from his seat in the vehicle, commenting on her beauty and asking about her friends. A young woman with pink hair looked perplexed as she questioned his unexpected presence. Joy danced in his voice as she introduced her best friend from Marshall U. Tense and focused, observed the couple through his sunglasses, intrigued by their interaction. A young woman with pink hair smiled brightly as she greeted, expressing excitement about his martial arts rank. A friendly and hospitable young man introduced himself as well seated in his car, welcoming the group with an offer of a ride. A young woman with pink hair playfully suggested they call a cab instead of crying in his car. The inquisitive young woman questioned why they should cater to him. Tension thickened as handed something to the frustrated young woman with pink hair. She shouted at the group, demanding an explanation. Tension filled the air as calmly showed money to the frustrated young woman leaning in angrily toward him. Excitement crowded in the air as a car approached, drawing the group's attention. Reacted with eagerness, announcing that his friend was arriving. Surprised young woman watched, her eyes wide with anticipation. Concerned young woman signaled to the group, her expression alert. A calm young man stood with the group, curiosity evident on his face. A cheerful young man drove the car enthusiastically, ready to join them. A helicopter hovered above, casting a shadow over the determined young man. Warned the group they needed to hurry to avoid landing in the Sid district. Helicopter hovered overhead, excitement radiating from as he confidently gestured to his shocked friends. He revealed his daring plan about the Eastern Military District's helicopter. Helicopter hovered above tall buildings, casting a tense shadow over the bustling city below. Amazement rippled through the crowd as a young man with dark hair accomplished an unexpected feat. The girl expressed her astonishment at his extraordinary talent, while the boy humorously compared it to an unlikely scenario. The woman leaned closer, asking about the mysterious background of his friend. A fierce glare emanated from a character with pink hair, radiating intensity and determination. A determined young woman tugged her friend along, insisting they should take a cab to city. Two characters raced forward, hands tightly clasped, laughter echoing as they embraced the thrill of adventure. Helicopter hovered above the city, its blades stirring chaos as the streets below filled with swirling winds. The determined young man observed the chaos from afar, alert to the unfolding events. Helicopter soared through the skies, revealing a sprawling city that looked like a miniature model from above. Expressed amazement at his first helicopter ride. A confident young man gestured, inviting to join the Eastern Military District and revealing enticing prospects ahead. A playful young man smiled as he suggested he expected a gift, teasing his friends with light-hearted charm. A confident female character enticed a skeptical young man with promises of military benefits and the allure of a private helicopter. A worried young woman observes his impressive strength, noting that she can no longer gauge his level at all. A serious young man with dark hair gestured confidently, explaining that the product training camps in the Eastern District had ended 3 days ago. A determined and authoritative female character announced that this year's selection candidates were the strongest yet. A playful smirk crossed his face as he held a notebook, teasing his companion with the idea of joining the action himself. A commanding and authoritative figure elaborated on the ranks of gifted individuals, noting the presence of a rank 4 powerhouse among them. Appeared contemplative, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he processed the weight of the moment. Appeared contemplative as he questioned an unseen listener about their feelings regarding the displayed abilities, his concern palpable in the air. Playful character gestured toward a book, teasing about the absurdity of the situation. Reacted with disbelief, still processing the shocking news. Excitement sparked in the air as eagerly asked about the rewards awaiting him. Confident girl shared thrilling details about an upcoming tournament, highlighting its special nature and the head of the military's attendance. Tense atmosphere filled the dimly lit transport as a young woman revealed a new plan to a focused young man. She explained that they would battle monsters instead. A sense of dread hung thick in the air as he extended his hand, expressing his serious concern about the looming threat of monsters. Dark silhouette of monstrous creatures loomed against a red sky, casting an ominous shadow over the world. Faced the formidable monsters, his defiance unwavering despite the overwhelming threat. Chaotic unfolded before a young man with dark hair, distant explosions echoing amidst monstrous figures. He watched the turmoil, expressing concern over students encountering monsters so soon. Atmosphere shifted as a determined and focused character conveyed the urgency of the nation's powerhouses seeking change. She explained that the higher-ups had made crucial decisions. Enormous beast towered menacingly over a fearful group, its presence evoking a sense of dread. Watched the intimidating creature approach, feeling alarmed by its sheer size. That thoughtfully inspiring the audience by discussing how to confront pressure as a driving force on their martial arts journeys. Resolute young martial artists passionately articulated a belief about the forging of true martial arts experts through blood and fire. Unemployed the challenge ahead, recognizing the growing difficulty of selection, but also the promise of better rewards. A glowing vial of otherworldly blood shimmered under the light, promising extraordinary power to those who ranked among the top 10. Dark figure loomed over a glowing pool, revealing the otherworldly blood pool to the curious onlookers. Confident figure challenged, emphasizing the importance of claiming the top spot in their fierce competition. Futurist lab buzzed with activity as technicians in yellow suits operated complex machinery, focused on the energy portal ahead. Futurist lab hummed with energy as pondered the allure of the otherworldly marrow pool. He felt intrigued by its promise of power. Knowledgeable and authoritative figure explained how monster meat could extract tremendous energy from their bodies. Vibrant display of microscopic organisms filled the scene, hinting at the mysteries of otherworldly blood. An ominous monstrous figure revealed its otherworldly marrow, a fluid that pulsed with the essence of powerful creatures, captivating all who watched. Charismatic and enthusiastic young man revealed the unprecedented military rewards, highlighting the enticing grade 4 offerings and limited portions of otherworldly blood for the top contenders. Confident young man with dark hair explained the immense value of the cultivation tank, emphasizing the unlimited potential for absorbing powerful blood. Glowing, swirling pool of liquid shimmered ominously, drawing attention with its otherworldly allure. Contemplated the value of the pool, estimating it to be several billion. Dimly lit room buzzed with disbelief as a young man with dark hair reacted to shocking information. He expressed astonishment at the unlimited quantities of an expensive item. Determined young man with dark hair focused intently, channeling energy as a vibrant glow surrounded his hands. He needed vast amounts of energy for a powerful technique. Contemplative young man with dark hair considered the time required to complete his task with the glowing elixirs surrounding him. He felt worried about the challenge ahead. Determined young man with dark hair contemplated a significant opportunity, planning to procure otherworldly blood and marrow to shorten his cultivation time. Cheerful young man with dark hair announced their arrival, bringing a sense of ease to the casual setting. Helicopter hovered over a sprawling cityscape, showcasing a region marked as the Eastern Military District. Watched the city from above, feeling a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Breathtaking view unfolded before them, igniting a spark of excitement in the air. One character enthusiastically showed off the scenic landscape too, considered the view critically, his expression contemplative as he absorbed the details. Massive ruined structure loomed in twilight, evoking a solemn reflection in a young man with dark hair. The figure stood on a helipad beside a helicopter, their focus shifting as they discussed urgent matters. Tense atmosphere lingered in the corridor as he looked down the hall, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. A confident girl with long white hair smiled as she addressed, promising to come get him the next day. Calm night settled as a caring and attentive young man offered reassurance to someone in need. Air crackled with tension as a determined young man with dark hair faced a powerful magical figure in a landscape of ice, confronted the figure, vowing he would not back down. A powerful figure with icy elements stood confidently amidst a storm, wielding an ice sword menacingly. Air sparked with energy as a determined young man with dark hair prepared to engage in battle, his resolve igniting a fierce intensity around him. He declared his fear of the opponent, but also his desire to fight again, activating vitality enhancement. Stared intensely, radiating energy as he prepared to unleash his power against the formidable opponent before him. Glowing magical circles surrounded a determined young man with dark hair as he prepared to cast a powerful spell. A surge of power erupted as a fierce and determined young man with dark hair unleashed a fiery punch towards his target. A fiery display of 10 suns filled the sky, radiating immense energy as summoned them with unwavering determination. A massive fiery figure loomed above, and a determined young man with dark hair stood defiantly, preparing to confront the overwhelming threat. A painful gasp escaped as reacted to a sudden stabbing pain, sweat trickling down his forehead. Reflected on his past failures, but he remained resolute, believing that with preparation, hope for resistance still existed. Tense silence filled the air as listened intently to the relentless knocking on the door. Strucker Chin greeted warmly at the doorway, inquiring about his rest. Strucker Chin explained that the environment was stifling and understood the dangers from the nearby. Looked surprised as he questioned the other character about her observations. The other character felt he seemed different from the day before. Playful atmosphere surrounded them as he shared his thoughts on feeling different today. He noted that yesterday he looked like a muddy piece of jade, but now felt polished, almost handsome again. He joked about going through puberty, embracing the change. The other character laughed, agreeing with his shamelessness. Three characters walked together down a hallway, their camaraderie evident in the casual atmosphere. He felt content with his friends by his side. Casual conversation unfolded, with a young man with dark hair asking about confidence in securing the top spot. A familiar face emerged from the crowd. Instructor Dong stood confidently among the gathering, recognized her and felt a wave of surprise wash over him. and confronted the young man with dark hair, delivering a cold remark filled with disdain. Observed the tension, feeling the unease in the air. An apprehensive observer watched silently, caught in the brewing conflict. Tense confrontation unfolded as a confident young man with dark hair smirked at Chin, mocking his judgment and questioning his talent selection. Mocked Ling about her breath, suggesting she should keep quiet if she forgot to brush her teeth that morning. Curious young man with dark hair held an open book, his brow furrowed in skepticism, questioned the absence of any mention of a genius in the files. Confident and strategic young man with dark hair proposed a bet, wagering a portion of grade 5 otherworldly marrow to test their representative skills. Chin filled the hallway as critiqued TM's betting, his voice dripping with dismissiveness. Urgent call pierced the air as a determined young man with white hair shouted for someone to wait. Tense atmosphere settled as a man in uniform demanded 3 portions of grade 5 otherworldly marrow from the audience, emphasizing the stakes involved. Mocking figure laughed, taunting Dong about his ability to face challenges and questioning his courage. Fierce determination glowed in her eyes as she accepted the challenge, ready to face whatever came next. Joyfully young man with dark hair laughed heartily, praising life for his guts and the reward of grade 5 otherworldly marrow. Confident young man with dark hair smirked, thanking instructor Dong against a backdrop of fiery intensity. Furious young man with dark hair confronted Ling, demanding to know why she had omitted crucial information from a document about a gift one. Smug man laughed mockingly, claiming there were no rules about detailing candidates' files. Moments later, watched with a frown, disapproving of the man's attitude. Frustrated young man with dark hair expressed his discontent, while stood calmly, unfazed by the outburst. Walks with 2 others as the woman asks how she did, and if she has what it takes to go pro. Critical voice dissected the candidate's performance, highlighting exaggerated expressions and stiff body language, then listened intently, absorbing the harsh critique. Its atmosphere surrounded the group as several characters discussed their ongoing familial conflicts in front of an elevator. A frustrated young man with dark hair complained about the rivalries between their families. He noted that an infamous individual often made digs at them during encounters. However, he expressed that they felt helpless against the ongoing conflicts. Listened to the conversation, pondering the weight of their words. Made a playful bet, assuring another that he would take responsibility for the stakes involved if things didn't go as planned. As the door loomed ahead, a young man with dark hair felt a mix of nervousness and hope. The instructor explained the rules to him before bidding farewell. He thanked the instructor, his voice steady despite the tension. A supportive figure offered encouragement, urging him onward. Tense atmosphere filled the room as a stern-looking woman questioned about his confidence for the Morningstar selection. Pensive young man with dark hair stood quietly, lost in thought about the challenge ahead. He contemplated the situation, weighing his options carefully. Atmosphere shifted, curiosity crackling as a young man with dark hair asked about the price with an inquisitive tone. An unknown character responded thoughtfully, their calm demeanor contrasting the tension in the room. Tense smirk crossed his face as he assessed his chances in the midst of swirling mystical energy. A group of characters gathered in a meeting room, calling out to Division Commander with a sense of urgency. Commanding Major General gestured toward, asserting authority with every movement. Serious discussion unfolded between an authoritative figure and his prepared assistant about the tournament candidates and monsters. A detailed diagram of battle lanes appeared, illustrating each participant's path to victory. The narrator explained that candidates would enter their own lanes to face monsters. Shadow creature with glowing eyes ominously revealed the presence of 3 rank 2 monsters. Menacing beast loomed over a small creature, its glowing eyes radiating a sense of impending danger. The beast revealed their monstrous ranks to the others, indicating the challenge ahead. Fearsome demon ape loomed ominously, its glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. Prepared to face the terrifying creature, his determination unyielding. Tension escalated as characters reacted with disbelief, realizing they faced a near-rank 5 monster known for its formidable combat abilities. Commanding figure explained strategies to the gathered forces, emphasizing the importance of teamwork against a near-rank 5 Gold Knight demon ape. Grave military leader expressed concern about the Eastern District's failures, highlighting its importance and the dire consequences of their recent setbacks. The group felt a sudden jolt of alarm as something unseen drew their attention with a tense urgency. Serious atmosphere filled the room as a young man with dark hair assessed the display, ready to evaluate the talents before him. He expressed his intention to begin the evaluation, while a female character stood beside him, affirming his command. Determined young man with dark hair climbed the dark stone wall, each movement fueled by his intense focus. Determined young man with dark hair ran energetically toward the tournament, embodying hope for the entire province. Determined young man with dark hair confidently declared that he would become the Morning Star, while a large, ominous creature loomed nearby. Powerful force pushed against as he shouted defiantly at the unseen opponent, claiming himself the strongest prodigy. Tense confrontation unfolded as faced a menacing dark creature looming behind him, expressed his defiance, insisting the creature should not underestimate him. Mysterious man in a suit expressed urgency about finding the extraordinary candidate who could become mankind's bright star. Commanding figure instructed his assistant to ensure candidate safety during the upcoming tournament, emphasizing their importance for the country's future. Fierce electricity crackled in the air as Cheng unleashed a powerful electric attack on her opponent. Fierce electricity crackled around a young fighter as she skillfully controlled the lightning energy, showcasing her extraordinary abilities. Young martial artist confidently displayed his psychic abilities, capturing the attention of a determined observer nearby. Confident and skilled young man surrounded by glowing purple objects had just passed the rank 2 psychic mentalist assessment. A man with dark hair showcased his impressive martial arts skills, captivating the audience with each precise movement. Nervously introduced himself, highlighting his ambition despite his inexperience. Confident young man with dark hair demonstrated his strength as flames flickered around him. He revealed that he possessed a defensive gift. Tense atmosphere enveloped the arena as a determined young man with dark hair faced a menacing black figure, both locked in an intense standoff. Looming threat approached and prepared to confront the beast with intense focus. Monstrous wolf-like creature loomed beside a confident young man with dark hair, who showcased his rank 3 metal skin in defiance. Sinister cat creature grinned menacingly as a determined young man with dark hair gripped it fiercely, ready for the challenge ahead. Powerful energy blast erupted from a determined young man with dark hair, striking the ground with overwhelming force. A confident young man with dark hair admired the younger fighters, impressed by their ability to handle rank 2 monsters effortlessly. Fiery projection flickered in front of a determined young man with dark hair, capturing his attention as he evaluated its significance. He remarked that it would be among the few. An inquisitive officer reacted, curious about the projection's implications. Powerful flame-based attack erupted as he expressed pride in his skills, questioning why he hadn't been highlighted among the fighters. A smirking officer gestured while explaining to his superior that Lai had just awakened his ability, causing an update delay. Commanding officer acknowledged the trainee's skills with pride and encouraged him to let his abilities speak for themselves. The eager trainee affirmed his commitment to fulfill his duty. A group of characters scrutinized another's performance, mocking him for concealing his true abilities to gain praise, calling him a faker. A man in the foreground snapped his fingers with a smirk, triggering an attack or ability that hit a woman in the distance while 2 others watched. A digital screen displayed a progression chart, and a confident man observed the candidate's impressive speed in clearing the first stage. A surge of explosive energy lit the surroundings, leaving a young man with dark hair in shock, reacted to the overwhelming display, questioning the battle lane's rapid progression. The battlefield lay silent, its emptiness heavy with anticipation, as a young man with dark hair scanned for signs of danger. He questioned the absence of monsters, feeling a deep confusion settle within him. A large glowing yellow emblem of a lion's head appeared against a dark striped background, casting an ominous presence over the scene. A glowing pathway stretched ahead, its sharp edges shimmering ominously in the dim light. Approached the glowing pathway, his determination evident as he focused on the challenge ahead. A stern-looking man pointed emphatically and commanded urgency for the surveillance footage to be brought up at once. A focused character commanded the team with intensity, urging them to respond immediately. The tournament raged on, chaos echoing as a determined and confident martial artist defeated all the monsters in mere minutes. He had outpaced even the elite candidates, showcasing his unmatched skills. An authoritative figure urgently gestured toward the screen, demanding that the footage be replayed to identify the mysterious candidate. The character's eyes widened in shock as recognition washed over him. It was a holographic image materialized against a high-tech background, capturing the attention of all who watched. The blurred scene unfolded, hinting at the passage of time. Something significant was about to happen. He strode confidently towards the illuminated doorway, determination radiating from his every step as he prepared for the challenge ahead. Fierce Boar charged forward, its glowing green eyes filled with fury as mist swirled around it ominously, prepared to confront the enraged creature, his resolve unshaken. Stood firm, his gaze locked onto the massive creature before him, embodying unwavering defiance against the looming threat. Raised his fist with a smirk, confidently taunting an unseen opponent about past encounters. Powerful energy blasts surged towards, a force born from his determination and skill. Stood confidently, evaluating the creature before him, amusement in his eyes at its apparent weakness. A large creature peered around the corner, radiating an ominous glow that threatened the surroundings. Unleashed a fierce energy attack, channeling his determination while deftly evading the danger around him. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene, as he reached out to grasp a mysterious object emitting a captivating blue aura. Kinetic energy surged as a determined and powerful martial artist unleashed a potent attack, targeting an unseen foe with fierce intensity. A surge of electricity erupted from, illuminating the darkened arena with raw power. Mystical energy crackled as confidently analyzed a powerful ability, noting its similarities to advanced martial arts, yet recognizing its superior complexity. Mystical energy flowed around a determined and confident martial artist as he focused intently, channeling his strength and honing his skills for the challenge ahead. He recognized the convergence of power and felt an all-knowing state wash over him. Dark Claw emerged from below, surrounded by ominous energy, aiming menacingly at the scene, prepared to defend against the impending threat, fully alert. The fierce creature charged forward, glowing claws extended, ready to attack, stood firm, determined to face the oncoming threat. The menacing black creature pursued a determined young man with dark hair, who ran for his life, fear evident on his face. A curious figure watched a group analyzing a candidate's route progression, their surprise evident as they assessed the situation. The group expressed astonishment, questioning how a remarkably strong young man with dark hair could take down every monster with a single punch. The stern-looking man demanded information, his hands clasped tightly as he surveyed the room with an authoritative gaze. A confident young man with dark hair stood proudly, presenting his credentials while holding a tablet, showcasing his impressive achievements. A determined young man with dark hair looked surprised as he asked a question, seeking clarification about a recent event. A military officer scrutinized the combat footage on the screen, intrigued by the unassuming yet capable fighter's performance. A skilled and focused man analyzed holographic displays, noting the candidate likely mastered at least 4 types of martial arts at the perfect stage. A curious and analytical figure speculated about his exceptional combat abilities, noting his impressive footwork and fist techniques. A skeptical and thoughtful man questioned the feasibility of such achievements, expressing doubt about his age and experience. An older man admired a younger martial artist, reflecting on the rarity of such talent in the current era. He noted the exceptional skill displayed. A bright flash erupted, startling a young man with dark hair into a surprised reaction. He couldn't comprehend the unexpected situation unfolding before him. A spirit-like creature transformed, shimmering and fading into nothingness, watched intently, captivated by the mysterious vanishing act. Powerful energy surged around a determined figure, intensifying the atmosphere as he focused his will. 2 electrified creature-like beings charged forward, their fierce energy crackling in the air as they targeted an unknown figure. A tense moment unfolded as a determined young man faced 3 powerful, ethereal creatures surrounding him, their presence oppressive and menacing. A determined young man with dark hair stood defiantly as electric beasts swirled around him, their crackling energy igniting the tension in the air. A determined young man with dark hair stood within a glowing circular formation, confronting spectral wolves that loomed ominously around him. A determined young man with dark hair confidently harnessed the mystical energy surrounding him, realizing the true potential of complete martial arts was more terrifying than imagined. Tense atmosphere enveloped the arena as a determined young man with dark hair dodged an attacking creature, readying himself for a counterstrike. The determined young man with dark hair launched a fierce attack against the creature, unleashing his martial arts prowess with unwavering focus. The determined young man with dark hair walked away from the defeated creature, reflecting on the battle's weight as silence filled the arena. A holographic image of a colorful skilled jaguar appears, surprising a young man with dark hair. He reacts with shock, realizing he had been wrong about its rank. The older man confidently explained the advanced fist technique to an unseen audience, emphasizing its profound control stage. The confident and amused martial artist laughed at the situation, finding humor in the confidence levels someone had previously mentioned. Sheng crowded in the air as a frustrated young man with dark hair gritted his teeth at the calm figure standing beside him. A defiant young man with dark hair playfully insulted an elder, his cheerful demeanor contrasting sharply with the tension in the air. The determined and confident martial artist reflected on defeating the last monster, noting he had nearly tested the limits of his martial arts skills. Thick fog enveloped the space, and a determined young man with dark hair sensed an impending threat lurking ahead. Bright light shone down from above, illuminating the cage that loomed over a defeated young man with dark hair. He lay on the ground, staring upward, feeling resigned to his fate. The confident young man with dark hair stood ready, his slight smile hinting at the challenge he eagerly anticipated. The fierce creature roared menacingly, its glaring red eyes and exposed teeth radiating an ominous threat, faced the creature's menacing roar with unwavering determination. The defiant young man with dark hair raised his fist dramatically, surrounded by crackling electric energy, ready to challenge unseen viewers. The determined young man with dark hair surveyed the massive demon ape looming in the shadows, the air thick with tension. The serious-looking man examined a holographic display, conveying that the golden-eyed demon ape's shackles would be released after the other representatives gathered. The determined young man with dark hair studied a document, amazed by its unexpected strength and the possibility of achieving the title of Morning Star. A cautious and analytical audience member discussed its potential, while energy began to swirl around the determined and confident martial artist. The fierce and threatening creature let out a powerful roar, echoing through the arena and igniting fear among the gathered crowd. The determined and confident martial artist stood tall, observing the looming chain above him with unwavering focus. The menacing creature loomed over a defiant figure, its growl reverberating through the air and filling the scene with palpable tension. The creature threatened with a low, aggressive rumble. Confidently beckoned to an unseen opponent, challenging them to demonstrate the difference between a near rank 5 monster and a rank 5 martial artist. A man with dark hair shouted in disbelief about another's reckless challenge to the golden-eyed demon ape, expressing utter incredulity. Strategic discussion unfolded among 4 characters in military uniforms, focusing on their approach against the golden-eyed demon ape, emphasized the importance of footwork and strategy to win without direct confrontation. The monstrous creature roared intensely at, a dark aura surrounding it, as he prepared to confront the fearsome opponent. The furious creature faced a determined martial artist, both ready for a confrontation that could change everything. Prepared to face the furious creature, his focus unwavering. A burst of purple energy erupted as a determined and powerful martial artist unleashed a punch, aiming fiercely at his target. The determined man with dark hair faced the astonished reactions of 2 men in uniforms, expressing their surprise at his bold confrontation. Large fists swung menacingly above a determined martial artist, creating a tense standoff between them. The fierce creature charged forward, eyes blazing with fury as it prepared to attack its target. The confident man mocked another, claiming even 10 lives wouldn't withstand a blow from a golden-eyed demon ape. A concerned woman with a clipboard urgently called out to, her voice cutting through the tension of the moment. The fierce creature raised its arm menacingly, exuding an aggressive energy that filled the air. Launched an energetic attack, striking the air with force, as swirling mist surrounded him, amplifying the intensity of the moment. Unleashed a powerful energy attack, his fierce determination igniting the air around him. The fierce creature threatened a determined young man with dark hair, flames flickering in the background as tension filled the air. The fierce young man with dark hair unleashed a powerful fiery attack, declaring it would bring peace to his opponent. A powerful explosion of light erupted, filling the scene with immense energy as unleashed his strength against the enemy. A sense of urgency gripped the air as a character with white hair held a clipboard, looking shocked at the unfolding crisis. He expressed disbelief about the situation and insisted they needed to figure it out immediately. A massive creature with fierce tusks emerged amid sparks, its menacing roar echoing through the air as it faced. The fierce opponent engulfed the area in flames, prompting a determined young man with dark hair to prepare for an imminent attack. The determined young man with dark hair walked confidently through flames, wielding a glowing sword that illuminated the chaos around him. Clenched his fist in triumph, exuding an overwhelming sense of victory and excitement. The elderly man reflected on the young martial artist's impressive breakthrough, envisioning the Eastern District gaining another in the near future. A man with dark hair held a sword, reflecting on how strength had surprised him. Barren landscape stretched before a young man with dark hair as he contemplated the challenges that lay ahead. He noted the absence of other monsters, feeling a mix of boredom and determination. A sense of boredom hung in the air as a contemplative young man with dark hair sought ways to entertain himself. A calm moment settled as a young man with dark hair took a seat on a broken surface, lost in thought. A curious figure observed a holographic display, contemplating unexpected actions following his recent triumph. A determined and confident martial artist sat in meditation, reflecting on the shifting dynamics of the tournament and division commanders changing priorities. A determined young man with dark hair leaned against a wall, feeling the weight of exhaustion after his fierce battle with a powerful jaguar. He reflected on the lingering pain from the fight and the strength of his opponent. Despite his protected metal skin, he recognized he had taken serious damage. He wondered if this defeat marked the end of the trial he had faced. Tense silence enveloped the quarter as a determined young man with dark hair stood alone, contemplating his next move. He thought he must be the first to arrive. A golden-eyed demon ape loomed in the shadows. An alarm surged through a determined young man with dark hair. He identified the creature as a near-rank 5 threat. A menacing creature loomed over a determined young man with dark hair, casting an ominous shadow as he contemplated its intimidating presence. Determined young man with dark hair questioned how someone could defeat a near-rank 5 monster with just one punch. Cautious young man with dark hair stood in an unfamiliar environment, questioning what was happening around him. Tense atmosphere enveloped the scene as a pensive young man with dark hair sat, lost in thought, while an uncertain figure approached from a distance. He warned the approaching figure to wait. Surprised young man with dark hair looked up, his mind racing with questions about what he had just witnessed. Mysterious energy filled the arena as 2 figures suddenly materialized from the shadows. Determined and focused martial artist appeared, ready for the challenge ahead. The shadowy and enigmatic figure took a menacing stance, radiating an unsettling aura. Curious young man with dark hair glanced at a distant figure, sensing something was off in the charged atmosphere around them. Determined and focused martial artist contemplated his next move, weighing his options with intense concentration. Sudden shift in the atmosphere leaves a young man with dark hair startled as he points upward, curiosity etched across his face. Surprised girl with blue hair looked up, her eyes widening at the unexpected sight before her. Menacing presence loomed as a golden-eyed demon ape approached, sending waves of alarm through the group. Observed the creature with mounting concern. Tense atmosphere enveloped the group as he expressed his doubts about the significance of the corpse before them. Revelation sparked in his mind as he held a device, recognizing the guardian's identity with excitement. A giant figure towered over the group, his imposing presence casting a shadow of intimidation. He declared the trial would be passed after they cleared the selection, reacted with confusion at the giant figure's words. Smirked confidently, leaving the others looking puzzled at his unexpected comment. The confident figure stood, smirking as he offered his opponent 5 minutes to prepare for what lay ahead, declared that his challenger was clever. Defiant young man with dark hair stood boldly, arms outstretched, challenging the ominous figure looming above him. Confident young man with dark hair surveyed the scene, eager to assess the quality of the candidates in the Morningstar selection. Celebrated with his friends, exclaiming his excitement about the outcome. Determined young man with dark hair pointed confidently, declaring that defeating the enemy was all that remained for the final stage of the selection. Stood defiantly before the towering creature, ready to confront the overwhelming threat looming over him. Critical and observant young woman noted its lack of vital chi, questioning the Eastern Military District's judgment. Asked a small recovery item, indicating confidence in their ability to recover quickly. Observed the opponent intently, sensing an unusual strength that raised his concerns about the upcoming confrontation. Large, menacing creature loomed over a small, confident figure, creating a tension-filled moment that electrified the air. Questioned how strong the creature could be, despite their own prowess. Marked confidently, boasting that his acting skills surpassed those of Instructor Chin. A group of shocked characters leaned over a table, expressing alarm at a disturbing revelation about a young man with dark hair. A man in military attire laughed, intrigued by what he observed on the screen. Atmosphere grew tense as Division Commander addressed the officials with a serious tone. He urged them to halt the selection immediately, fearing potential harm to the candidates. Several officials raised their hands in objection, expressing their concerns passionately. Laughed, finding amusement in the instructor's worry about their prodigies facing him, declaring it a riot. Confident and observant female character smirked while watching images of on a screen, noting the audience's heightened tension. Worried leader suggested alerting supervisors to protect the candidates from potential threats. Focused character examined the tablet, her determination evident as she absorbed the critical information displayed before her. Worried character sat in a chair, feeling humiliated by the strength of Dong's child. He believed he was doomed to lose 3 portions of grade 5 otherworldly marrow. Energy swirled around a confident young man with dark hair, radiating readiness for the upcoming battle. He declared that he had healed back up to 90%. Energy pulsated around a determined and confident martial artist as he boasted about his strength, claiming he was ready to face any challenge. A confident young man with dark hair extended his fist, radiating energy as he taunted his challengers to defeat him together. Confident and assertive martial artist gestured to his companions, insisting there was no need for them to act together. Determined and confident martial artist launched into the sky, his energy surging around him as he prepared for battle. Determined young man with dark hair charged forward, fury driving him as he faced the opponent head-on. Fierce expression crossed his face as he braced against an incoming attack, sensing the intensity of the battle ahead. He considered his opponent's terrifying abilities, believing that he was the strongest among them. Acted in shock, realizing the power level revealed was at peak rank 4. A female character watched with wide eyes, astonished by the revelation. Determined young man with dark hair faced his opponent, defiance radiating from him as the other charged forward with fury. Determined young man with dark hair reached out, his glowing hand directed at a startled character, who reacted in shock to the sudden gesture. Determined young man with dark hair stood his ground, confronting a looming threat with unwavering resolve, declared his refusal to back down. Powerful energy blaster erupted towards the landscape, leaving 2 shocked figures in its wake, stood astonished while a surprised woman watched in awe. Powerful shockwave surged through the air, sending debris flying as stood in awe, bracing himself against the force. Confident young man with dark hair addressed the other characters, challenging them to join in the fight. Storm raged overhead as a young man with dark hair faced a menacing creature, tension thick in the air. Moments later, a young man with dark hair reacted in shock, realizing that the powerful figure had taken down with one swift hit. A young man with dark hair explained the reckless choices of some martial artists who use elixirs, causing premature aging while retaining youthful appearances. The female character expressed disbelief at the implications of his explanation. Determined, analytical figure watched the selection process with apprehension, noting how fair the competition was and how unexpected the formidable opponent felt. Determined martial artist watched the absurd scene, wondering whether the 2 characters had been badly hurt or had simply lost their minds. Confident young man with dark hair proposed a challenge, daring his opponents to make him sit back or block an attack to win. Tense atmosphere enveloped the scene as a young man with dark hair reacted to an unexpected event, his surprise palpable. The blue-haired character gazed at him with concern, sensing the gravity of the moment. Fierce and defiant young man with dark hair yelled at the antagonists, his fury radiating as energy swirled around him. Fierce young man with dark hair unleashed a powerful energy blast, his determination igniting the air around him. Confident young man with dark hair summoned energy blast towards his opponent, a smug grin spreading across his face as he taunted his rival. Cosmic backdrop surrounded a determined young man with dark hair as he reached towards a glowing object, intent on uncovering its secrets. Determined young man with dark hair channeled energy, his hand outstretched, unleashing a powerful blast into the cosmic expanse. Confident young man with dark hair conjured purple energy, his expression radiating determination as he prepared for the challenge ahead. Chaotic scene enveloped a terrified young man with dark hair, disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to understand what he was witnessing. Determined young man with dark hair threw darts with all his might, but shock filled him as they were caught effortlessly. Confident young man with dark hair smiled as lightning crackled around him, challenging his opponent with an air of playful defiance. Burst of energy erupted around a confident young man with dark hair, electrifying the air as another figure leaped above him. Electric energy surged around a shocked young man with dark hair, illuminating the space as he struggled to comprehend the unexpected phenomenon. Tense atmosphere filled the air as a determined, martial artist warned his opponent not to get distracted during combat. Tense challenge erupted as prepared to unleash a powerful electric attack. He could not believe how quickly his opponent had reacted. Furious character with blue hair yelled at an unseen target, electric energy crackling around her as she demanded attention. A surge of lightning energy enveloped as he commanded its power with unwavering confidence. He ordered his opponents to feel the lightning coursing through them. Blue-haired character hovered midair, brandishing a weapon against the looming giant figure. A surge of lightning erupted from his hands, illuminating the scene as he unexpectedly harnessed a powerful new technique. Confident female character stood her ground, addressing her unseen opponent with a smirk, as if daring them to respond. Raised the female character for clearing the selection, patting her on the back with a proud smile. Shocked female characters struggled to comprehend this indifferent departure. Joyful female character celebrated her achievement, still unable to believe she had won the Morning Star selection. Joyful female character celebrated her victory, exclaiming her title as the strongest 18-year-old in the Eastern District with exuberance and pride. Cheerful girl saluted, her excitement radiating as she declared her new nickname would be, thrilled by the instructor's playful acknowledgement. Smiled approvingly as he encouraged Junior, noting that it was their own outstanding performance that earned his approval. Shocked young man with dark hair expressed disbelief that the selection results had ended so abruptly. Tension filled the air as approached a figure standing in the doorway, determination etched on his face. Commanding voice cut through the ceremony, announcing that the division commander expected everyone to prepare for the upcoming commendation. Confused character with blue hair raised a finger, questioning the meaning of the statement regarding the Morning Star commendation ceremony and her role. A wave of astonishment washed over the two characters as they processed the shocking revelation that had just unfolded before them. Pointed toward the massive, defeated golden-eyed demon ape, asserting that it had been taken down with a single punch. Angst surged through the crowd as collapsed, leaving everyone in shock and urgency. A concerned woman called for a medic, desperate for help. Blaze roared as a determined young man tackled a fierce creature, exclaiming his triumph over the chaos surrounding them. Fierce struggle unfolded as a determined young man grappled with a fiery monster, frustration evident on his face. He expressed that the rank 4 monster was truly challenging. That down, relief washing over him after narrowly escaping death. A surge of despair filled the air as a young man with dark hair examined his glowing hand, realizing his strength had been depleted. Smirked confidently, boasting about his achievement of killing a rank 4 monster on his first try. Celebrated his rank with a triumphant posture, announcing that he had achieved rank 4, not rank 3 or 2. Confident young man with dark hair reflected on his remarkable success, believing the instructors watching must be shocked by his talent and ability. Curious young man with dark hair approached the mysterious figure landing nearby, inquired if he was live from province. Confident young man with dark hair gestured as he spoke, expressing surprise at the scare he had just experienced. Determined young man with dark hair focused on a tablet, instructing others to pack up as the selection process concluded. Determined young man with dark hair felt a rush of excitement as he asked the instructor how he had performed in the selection event. Confident young man with dark hair stood proudly, eagerly asking if he was in first place and if he was the Morning Star. Puzzled young man with dark hair scratched his head, questioning the situation as confusion washed over him. Tense conversation unfolded between a nervous yet determined young man and an anxious figure dressed in military attire. The young man explained the lengthy selection process. Frustrated young man with dark hair urged his companion to forget the details and suggested they hurry, implying urgency in their situation. Shocked young man with dark hair pressed his hand to his chest, expressing disbelief about not being in the top 5. Celebrated triumphantly, fists raised high, proclaiming his victory over a powerful monster on his first attempt. Young man with dark hair let out a deep sigh, frustration evident on his face as he processed the challenge ahead. Authoritative figure seated at a table commanded that a girl from province be granted entry into the otherworldly blood pool. Elderly man looked distressed, his forehead touched with concern for a woman who had faced a rough time. Stood triumphantly holding the first place trophy while various characters surrounded him, each reflecting their own emotions in this competitive setting. A wave of encouragement washed over the crowd as a young man with dark hair saluted and voiced support for Sheng. A sense of confusion lingered in the air as a young man with dark hair stood before the entrance, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. He thought there would be an award ceremony, but it felt different from what he imagined. A curious young man with dark hair examined a can of recovery tonic, pondering if the medicinal products of this era would still work on him. Thoughtful and reflective young man with dark hair drank from a can, contemplating its effects compared to premium functional beverages. Frustrated young man with dark hair grimaced while holding a can marked with a heart symbol. He lamented the drink's inferiority to his own elixirs. Lay on the bed, deep in thought about, and the martial arts technique he wanted to explore. Vibrant electric aura surrounded as he focused intently, channeling immense energy. Vibrant electric aura surrounded as he concentrated energy with his hands, synthesizing a powerful lightning breath. Lay on the bed, focused intently on harnessing a glowing energy in his hand, determination radiated from him. Lay on the bed, lost in self-reflection and questioning if others felt this way about their lives. Lay down, contemplating the fleeting nature of life and the uncertainty of what comes next. Clenched his fist tightly, overwhelmed by frustration as he struggled with the weight of his choices and the reality he faced. Raised his arm confidently, expressing his fierce determination to fight for both the future and his own aspirations. Resolute young man with dark hair clenched his fist over his heart, illuminated by dramatic lighting that underscored his determination. Determined young man with dark hair closed his eyes, making a decisive choice that would shape his destiny. Determined young man with dark hair pointed to the glowing screen, ready to move forward and put an end to the emotional moment. Confident martial artist with high prowess stood proud, showcasing his skills through an impressive profile display. Proud young man with dark hair reflected on his accomplishments, standing tall as memories of his past filled him with inspiration. Eluded the audience, his confidence radiating as other officers stood proudly in the background. Analyzed the data on a translucent screen, reflecting on his consistent rank and improved historical rating. Pensive young man with dark hair stood thoughtfully, weighing the implications of joining the Eastern Military District, while a menacing creature loomed on the screen. Examined the holograph display, reflecting on how his had shortened after dying in battle, questioning his potential to reach rank 8. Glowing laptop screen displayed a single word, spouse, leaving stunned. Wedding dress caught the eye, and a young man with dark hair reacted in shock. He questions how Instructor Dong could be appearing like this. Glowing red object captured a young man's attention, his mind racing with disbelief about the revelation of Dong's age. Expressed shock that Dong was almost 30 years older than him. Looked bewildered as he was carried by a serene bride, questioning the absurdity of marrying her. Contemplated his future, realizing that joining the Eastern Military District would likely mean spending more time with her. Dreamy young man admired a figure walking away, surrounded by floating hearts that echoed his feelings. Felt overwhelmed and flustered at the unexpected thought of marriage, questioning how he could ever look Instructor Dong in the eye again. A sudden sneeze echoed in the hallway, catching everyone off guard, held a folder tightly, surprised by his own reaction. A towering crystal formation loomed in the cityscape, igniting a storm of determination within a young man with dark hair. He faced the large crystal, feeling frustrated and resolved to confront the female martial gods nearby. Approached the group, determined and resolute, as their watchful gazes followed his every step. Atmosphere shifted as a commanding figure called for her to step forward, signaling the start of a significant gathering. Encouraging mentor handed a badge to, expressing hope that he would one day wear the Martial Master badge. A confident figure declared his determination, creating a tense atmosphere as listened intently, ready for the challenge ahead. Determined figure stood confidently, vowing that the day of change would arrive sooner than expected. Jovial man in uniform laughed heartily, appreciating his boldness while teasing that only he could say such things without seeming arrogant. Celebrated joyfully among his peers, thrilled to be recognized as a top candidate by the division commander. Stood confidently among the group, excitedly leading them towards the otherworldly blood pool. Then, an enthusiastic voice chimed in about the generous rewards awaiting them. Held the vial tightly, expressing frustration over losing multiple portions of otherworldly blood in a bet, feeling anxious about his chances. Formal discussion unfolded in a corridor, filled with anticipation as one authoritative figure inquired about readiness. An assured subordinate confirmed everything was ready for the upcoming moment. A calm and authoritative man stood confidently beside the figure in yellow, focused on the conversation. In the background, an observant woman watched, her curiosity piqued by the unfolding scene. A large creature loomed above, casting a shadow over the anxious group. Commanded them to come closer, his voice steady despite the fear in the air. The members looked up, startled by the creature's presence, worry etched on their faces. Tense atmosphere thickened as stood tall, ready to declare the moment that would change everything. He confidently declared that this was it. The nervous onlookers exchanged apprehensive glances, their unease palpable. A focused female figure stood ready, her determination evident amidst the uncertainty. Curious spectators watched intently, eager to see what would unfold next. Commanding figure gestured towards unseen individuals, ordering them to disrobe and enter the nourishment chamber. Commanding figure ordered the group to disrobe, sparking enthusiasm and confusion among the members. Reacted excitedly, questioning whether they really had to do it right there. Glowing object captivated a curious and amazed female character, who observed it with wide eyes. She expressed astonishment about the grade 5 otherworldly blood. The chamber glowed with an ethereal light, overflowing with potential and promise. A blue-haired character observed the chamber, expressing excitement about the opportunity it presented. Smiled contentedly while submerged in the water, a moment of peace amidst the chaos. The man in blue extended an invitation to, gesturing toward a mysterious destination, replied with determination, signaling his readiness to follow. Towering, intricate structure loomed ahead, drawing the curious gaze of a young man with dark hair. Observed the structure with intrigue, feeling its weight presence. A focused and determined female character walked purposefully towards it. A calm male character followed closely, maintaining a composed demeanor. A vigilant male character stood beside the group, watchful and alert. Glowing panel captured his attention, stirring both curiosity and concern within him. He questioned the panel's contents, wondering why it was only half full. A confident female character expressed disbelief over a financial figure, stating it cost more than 1.5 billion, emphasizing the staggering market price. Acted with astonishment at the mention of 1.5 billion. Confident female character taunted him about whether that amount would be enough. She suggested he should try absorbing the offered elixir first. The mysterious figure noted that no one had ever managed to absorb even half of that amount. A sense of urgency filled the air as the determined martial artist prepared to follow the impatient instructions given by an unknown figure. The unknown figure instructed to hurry and get inside, emphasizing the complexity of absorbing otherworldly marrow. Himself, resolute to proceed with the challenging task ahead. A determined young man with dark hair stepped confidently onto a platform, ready to face the challenge ahead. Posed confidently, showcasing his muscular physique as onlookers admired his presence. Confident and observant female character activated the chamber, noting with a sly smile that the young man had a pretty good figure. focused intensely while submerged in water, demonstrating unwavering determination as he trained hard. The atmosphere grew tense as he faced a massive, ominous sea creature, ready to confront the unknown. A surge of otherworldly energy coursed through, leaving him breathless and overwhelmed. He grasped his chest, feeling the power swell within him. He struggled to comprehend the intensity of this newfound strength. A rush of energy enveloped as he prepared to absorb its immense force. He recognized the challenge ahead, feeling exhilarated and determined. A colossal, mystical serpent loomed before, its presence filling the air with a palpable tension. He prepared to challenge the monster, fueled by an unwavering resolve. Futuristic machines hummed ominously as studied their intricate designs, curiosity piqued by their advanced technology. The determined martial artist shouted a command, his voice cutting through the intense atmosphere like a blade through silence. Thick fog enveloped the staircases, sat up, exhaustion evident but his determination unwavering. He realized it was grade 5 otherworldly blood. Absorbed the chamber's otherworldly blood, a pleased smile spreading across his face. An assistant nearby complimented his impressive psychic abilities. Expressed satisfaction about his power gain, noting the benefits from the otherworldly blood while drying his hair. A blue uniformed character reassured the anxious figure, mentioning that he was the first to emerge and TMT compare his martial skills to others. He smiled confidently while wiping his face with a towel, his relaxed demeanor radiating a playful energy. Steam filled the air as the blue-haired character wiped her forehead, relieved after a taxing moment. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of exhaustion lift slightly. A surge of excitement electrified the air as he celebrated his newfound power from the otherworldly blood. He felt he was about to advance to rank 4. The supportive figure admired his impressive talent and progress. An authoritative observer commanded to sit up, prompting a focused response from him while others watched intently. A burst of energy ignited the air as it internalized the otherworldly blood, feeling exhilarated by its potential. He expressed relief and excitement over the treasure he discovered. A confident figure in a blue uniform admired his rapid ascent in rank, expressing both amusement and a hint of envy. Tense atmosphere enveloped the futuristic setting as questions readiness for the challenge ahead. Expressed skepticism about its ability to advance without completing the necessary preparations. Stood awkwardly, feeling the weight of scrutiny from the confident figure. An observant man silently judged the unfolding situation, his gaze fixed on the two. The mysterious figure approached quietly, while turned away, focused and unaware of the looming threat. Shocked to learn that he had finished absorbing an entire chamber, questioning the officer about the implications of the second chamber. He acted with surprise, realizing the other man absorbed more than 2/3 of the otherworldly blood in the same time they did. Stood pensively, reflecting on his dwindling strength compared to, fearing the widening gap between their abilities. Mysterious entity loomed in the high-tech facility, leaving reeling from disbelief and confusion. He questioned how such phenomenon was possible. Futuristic chamber hums softly with anticipation as a young man with dark hair studies a control panel intently. Tense atmosphere surrounds a military officer as she studies a figure in a glass chamber, concerned about the rapid absorption of otherworldly marrow. A nervous figure in a yellow hood warns everyone about a troubling situation, stressing the need for caution amid growing tension. A determined young man with dark hair reveals that the reserve of otherworldly marrow has long been emptied, stressing the urgency of their remaining resources. The commanding officer urgently orders his subordinate to retrieve more chambers from storage, impatient with the insufficient supply. A thoughtful young man with dark hair considered the surprises the lad might bring. The military officer contemplated surprising abilities, feeling both curiosity and intrigue. Lay submerged in water, unconscious and vulnerable, while 2 other characters watched him with concern. Appeared in a futuristic vehicle, his determination palpable as he braced for the activation of the energy portal. Glowed brightly beneath the water, his determination radiating like a beacon and signaling a profound change within him. Radiant cosmic backdrop enveloped as he executed martial arts movements with unwavering focus and determination. Beam of light intensified as he remained submerged in the glowing tank, his focus unwavering amidst the rising tension around him. Figure in a yellow suit focused intently, pouring a glowing liquid onto the ground with careful precision. Energy pulsed as it emerged from the containment chamber, determination etched on his face as he stepped into the chaotic world. Military command room buzzed with urgency as a yellow-suited operative expressed concern over the rapidly emptying resource tank. The commander insisted they continue adding resources without hesitation. Authoritative figure commanded the workers to keep pouring yellow liquid into a large container, urgency radiating from the scene. Bright aura surrounded a determined young man as he absorbed energy from the otherworldly marrow, feeling empowered and amazed by the surge. He felt immense energy coursing through him as he realized he could finally complete the first stage of his immortal golden body. Amazement filled the room as a young man with dark hair marveled at the alarming properties of the grade 4 otherworldly marrow. A nervous figure in a yellow suit questioned the group about continuing their mission. A startled man in military uniform sat on the floor, his eyes wide as an unknown figure suddenly appeared before him. A frustrated man in uniform commanded his subordinates to keep pushing until the young man could absorb no more. Radiant golden glow enveloped as he expressed an overwhelming surge of vitality. He felt like countless volcanoes were erupting inside him. His vitality radiated heat as if it were molten lava. Every bone in his body shimmered with a blinding golden hue. A wave of bright energy surged from a determined young man with dark hair as he embraced his newfound power. He channeled internal energy, filling his martial arts rank elevate. A confident martial artist held glowing energy in his hand, revealing a unique advancement in his abilities. He explained that his process differed from others at the same rank. A brilliant surge of energy surrounded a determined young man with dark hair as he celebrated a significant breakthrough in his combat power. He claimed his overall abilities were about to transform dramatically. A man with glasses expressed disbelief about observing all the grade 4 otherworldly marrow, questioning if a black hole existed within him. A powerful and determined martial artist unleashed a burst of radiant energy, commanding everyone to disperse. A brilliant aura enveloped as he raised his hand, radiating confidence and determination. He stood in the center, radiating a powerful glow that captivated everyone around him. Dense, tall, glowing energy surrounding him as he proudly announces his growth. His two companions stared in disbelief, grappling with the shocking reality unfolding before them. Expressed his frustration and disbelief about the overwhelming strength of his unseen opponent, feeling utterly inadequate in comparison. Expressed annoyance, feeling frustrated and surprised as another character reacted to his outburst. A wave of admiration washed over a supportive figure as she acknowledged its incredible growth and strength. Looked up, startled by the sudden call of his name, and his attention snapped to the source. Powerful blue attack surged from a determined young man as another character looked on in shock, launched his attack, catching the division commander off guard. Fierce aura enveloped a determined young man as he prepared to unleash a fiery attack. Flames roared around a determined young man as he focused, ready to unleash his power and embrace the intensity of the moment. A confident figure spoke with vibrant energy, suggesting a connection to someone from the past, listened intently, curiosity evident in his demeanor. The fierce young man conjured a swirling flame, preparing to unleash a powerful attack against his opponent. A powerful martial arts duel unfolded, with pushing against the force of the attack. He expressed surprise at the intensity of the challenge and his own advancement. A man in a blue uniform laughed mockingly, ridiculing his rank with a derisive tone. Steer, with a hint of disbelief, spoke about an astonishing combat power index, questioning how could have just reached rank 4. A confident young man with dark hair shrugged while asserting his rank, dismissing the doubts of those around him. A young man with dark hair gestured aggressively towards, expressing anger about the absurdity of the previous blow being too light. Wreckage surrounded, who stood in disbelief, overwhelmed by the destruction that lay before him. Approached his adversaries, defiance radiating from him, as others discussed the legendary power of Division Commander's punches. A man with dark hair reacted with surprise, pointing in disbelief at the notion of a morning star being so incredibly strong. A man with dark hair expressed shock at the kid's unexpected strength, realizing he had not even taken the national exams yet. A confident character declared that was the top scorer, filling the air with triumph and excitement. A determined young man with dark hair ascended a staircase, surrounded by flames, contemplating the vast gap in combat power between him and his opponent. A determined young man with dark hair sat against a wall, deep in thought about the immense gap in strength he perceived. He questioned if the amount of otherworldly marrow he absorbed truly illustrated a vast difference in abilities. Expressed surprise about absorbing an astronomical amount of otherworldly marrow, while Division Commander responded with laughter, finding the situation amusing. Experienced and authoritative figure advised to focus on killing more monsters in future battles, emphasizing the value of otherworldly marrow. Stood confidently, addressing an unseen audience about his duty to slay monsters and the importance of contributing more resources. Sly and amused man with a mustache chuckled softly, clearly entertained by the unfolding events. Thoughtful man with dark hair remarked that someone resembled the marshal a little. Jovial man gestured warmly towards, expressing excitement about seeing him become a martial master soon. Woman informed a focused and contemplative that the Morning Star selection had officially ended, urging him to prepare for the national exams. Asked instructor Dong for suggestions about university applications, his curiosity evident in the futuristic environment surrounding them. A confident woman encouraged a curious yet apprehensive to consider attending Marshall University, citing its benefits for his future. A determined woman pointed assertively and advised another to go to the capital. A bright, towering structure loomed ahead, a symbol of ambition and potential. An unknown character pointed towards the 7 holy martial towers, emphasizing their significance in martial arts, felt inspired by the promise of prosperity and progress these towers represented. A confident woman gestured towards the holy martial towers, explaining that breaking their record could lead to the favor of the martial saints. Revelation echoed in the air, leaving everyone stunned by the mention of the martial saint, reacted with alarm, surprise coloring his expression. A sense of unease settled over the crowd as frowned, his concern palpable in the charged atmosphere. The figure explained the power of martial saints, emphasizing their unmatched prowess and authority that overshadowed military districts and the state. Stood amidst the flames, radiating a fierce energy that demanded attention and respect. A mysterious figure with a sword stood confidently, surrounded by swirling blue energy and flames, ready to unleash his power. A hooded figure stood dramatically, his intense gaze piercing through the shadows, revealing a presence that demanded both respect and curiosity. Heavy silence enveloped the room as contemplated the limits of power in this world. He revealed that the strongest rank is only rank 9. A confident female character asserted that the decision couldn't be made for her, sensing something deeper within him. Stood confidently, delivering a motivational message about surpassing others and potentially matching the martial saints. Felt surprised and contemplative about how Dong perceived him as a rank 9 martial saint with 3 grade 11 supreme arts. Filled with determination, declared that his future achievements would surpass those of the legendary martial saints. Reflected on the early predictions of his potential, questioning if he was too short-sighted to doubt the young man's abilities. Atmosphere turned somber as a female character explained the military ranks to a concerned young man with dark hair. She revealed that the highest ranking Grand Marshal was only rank 8. There were no rank 9 martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom military. Curious and challenging, questioned why advancing 1 rank seemed impossible despite the military's backing. Atmosphere thickened with tension as observed his rival, a laid-back figure in a military uniform making a dismissive statement. A surge of energy radiated from as he focused intently on cultivating his power. He absorbed the weight of military resources used for the rank 8. The chasm between rank 8 and rank 9 felt impossibly vast. Eyed deeply, expressing his long-cherished wish for a rank 9 martial saint to himself. Lieutenant Colonel asserted the importance of choosing one's own path, emphasizing personal choice over imposed desires. A wedding scene unfolded in the background, and his eyes widened in shock at the unexpected sight. Looked down, a heavy sigh escaping him as he contemplated the weight of his unfulfilled dreams. Expressed gratitude to Dong for her care, and emphasized his duty to slay monsters as a martial artist. A powerful declaration echoed in the air, as expressed his unwavering determination to remember everything. Expressed gratitude for the support and care he received from the Eastern Military District, his confidence shining through as he spoke. Cheerful character with white hair smiled warmly, radiating positivity against a colorful, sparkling backdrop. Stood tense, smirking as he faced the surprise character, flanked by another who wore a confident expression. He acted with surprise and excitement to the unexpected revelation, his eyes wide and his voice filled with enthusiasm. The confident woman advised a thoughtful man to assess himself at the Psychic Mentalist Association before the national exams. Smiled confidently as he declared his intent to set off after packing up. A sense of uncertainty hung in the air as the young man with dark hair paused, grappling with the weight of the question posed to him. Playful character with green hair teased about his serious expression, sparking confusion in the determined martial artist. He's the annoyed character, his playful expression contrasting with her clear irritation. Tense atmosphere filled the room as the young woman, by the door, warned to hide. Helicopter soared above lush green trees, marking the start of a new day in Province. A concerned figure reached out, questioning a young man with dark hair about his decision to get off at that moment. Led the group into a less crowded area, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Gestured urgently, instructing someone off panel to wait for the helicopter to descend further before lowering the ladder. Confidently responded to the proposal, asserting that it was unnecessary. Waved goodbye, his gaze directed downward as he bid farewell to Instructor Dong. A worried woman with long white hair leaned out of the door, concern on her face as she scanned the surroundings. A confident young man with dark hair fell from a great height while two others voiced fears for his safety. The concerned man wondered if he wanted to die, noting the absence of a parachute. A calm woman reassured them that he was much stronger than they realized. Expressed his disbelief about someone's insanity, amusement dancing in his eyes as he shook his head in disbelief. A flaming figure plummeted from the sky, captivating the attention of two astonished onlookers. A young man with dark hair pointed upward, unable to contain his excitement. The kid exclaimed in wonder about the identity of the falling figure. A swirling flame engulfed as he fearlessly fell into its depths. A determined young man with dark hair pointed out the strength of a martial artist, noting their impressive rank and mastery. Propelled himself through the air, confidently boasting about his incredible transformation and newfound strength, surpassing even the most powerful martial artists. Explosive energy erupted as jumped, ready to unleash his power upon the ground below. He declared that the force would shatter everything in its path. A determined young man with dark hair stood on a hill, feeling hopeful as he pointed towards the city. A determined young man with dark hair walked confidently, radiating energy as he felt the powerful transformation within himself. Mentioned his energy would continue to grow for a month. A determined young man with dark hair hurried towards the city, reflecting on his golden internal energy and the upcoming assessment by the Psychic Mental Association. A shocked young man with dark hair expressed disbelief about someone's age, insisting it was impossible and speculating about high-tech means for a safe landing. The filming scene captured the attention of a curious child and an informative young man with dark hair. He explained that what they saw wasn't real. A curious young boy looked up, pondering the possibility that someone might be Superman, while his finger rested thoughtfully on his chin. A busy city street buzzed with life as people walked towards the imposing Psychic Mentalist Association building. A sense of foreboding filled the empty lobby as he approached the reception desk, his determination unwavering. Confidently presented a recommendation letter at the table, ready for the Psychic Mentalist assessment. Excitement filled the air as a young man with dark hair eagerly reached for a glowing recommendation letter from the military. A man with dark hair stood with quiet pride, while another character admired his accomplishments. The other character expressed amazement at his age and achievements. Dimly lit hallway stretched endlessly, illuminated only by a mysterious glowing orb. Observed the glowing orb, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Another character stood beside, unfazed by the orb's presence. Tense atmosphere enveloped the room, as prepared to launch a glowing orb at his startled opponent. Air crowded with tension as a young man with dark hair stared in surprise at the assessment before him. Questioned the validity of the assessment, his confusion evident. Moments later, a determined young man with dark hair focused intently on the glowing orb, warning others not to touch it. Tense energy filled the air as a determined young man with dark hair launched a glowing pink sphere toward the cracked ice structure. A worried man with dark hair expressed frustration to himself about failing yet again. A calm woman nearby took notes, remaining focused on his struggle. A confident woman in a blue outfit dismissed a defeated man, insisting it would be hard for him to have a breakthrough. A supportive figure encouraged a young woman with green hair, reminding her that this was her third attempt. A confident woman addressed an unseen challenger, asserting her rank and dismissing any doubts about her past failures. A confident woman with hair asserted her difference from an older man, emphasizing their age gap and her unique position. Surprise flickered across her face as she noticed a mysterious kid off to the side. A friendly figure in headphones encouraged, mentioning a recommendation from Lieutenant Colonel Dong in the Eastern Military District. A curious woman adjusted her clothing, contemplating the young man's unusual abilities. The bright room buzzed with anticipation as a young man with dark hair prepared for his first psychic assessment, offered guidance, encouraging him to ask questions about the process. The room hummed with curiosity as turned to a supportive figure, eager to confirm whether the assessment had just taken place. The instructor explained the 3 segments of the psychic energy assessment, detailing the apparatus's use and the required control over balls. His walls surrounded a determined and analytical young man as he examined their fragile nature with concern. He noted that the walls would shatter easily under the balls. Recalled that a man had just taken the rank 1 assessment, needing only to pass through 1 layer. He realized he was facing the rank 2 assessment, which required passing through 5 layers. A wave of anxiety filled the air as a nervous young woman clasped her hands and prayed for success. Stood nearby, concern etched on his face. She expressed worry about the difficulty of the rank 2 assessment. Her voice trembled as she hoped to pass the time, not wanting to try again. Approached the designated spot, a mysterious object held tightly in her hands, determination radiating from her every step. Air buzzed with tension as a young woman held a psychic energy meter, analyzing the readings with unwavering focus. She evaluated the strength of psychic energy and noted its purity. Sense of relief washed over a young man with dark hair as he realized he had met all the requirements for his assessment. Another character acknowledged his achievement, noting that only the practical assessment remained. A confident young woman with long hair approached another character standing near tall blue panels. Focused instructor explained the task to the attentive young man with dark hair, emphasizing the need to control 15 balls through 5 layers of glass. Determined young man with dark hair prepared the timer, readying himself for the challenge ahead. Fierce woman gathered her energy, preparing to unleash a powerful magical blast. Young man with dark hair observed a confident female character manipulating mystical spheres, her focus unwavering as she prepared for the challenge ahead, noted that controlling 15 grade weapons required great restraint and skill. Magical energy swirled around a determined young man with dark hair as he focused intently, preparing to channel his psychic abilities for the assessment. A confident female character celebrated her success, exclaiming that she had made it past the first layer with a relieved sigh. A surge of determination radiated from a confident young man with dark hair as he raised his hand to declare his readiness for the challenge ahead. A focused young man with dark hair adjusted the floating layers in the mystical environment, his concentration unwavering as he navigated the complex task. A surge of confidence enveloped a determined and ambitious young man as he raised his hand and announced his progress through the layers. A confident woman gestured playfully, teasing the stunned figure behind her. The surprised figure held papers, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before them. Falling purple orbs filled the air, overwhelming the frustrated female character as she struggled to maintain her composure. Fierce determination radiated from a young man with dark hair as he prepared for another challenge, asserted his readiness for the next round. A magical spectacle unfolded as a girl confidently cast her spell, mesmerizing those who watched, observed her with keen interest, captivated by her power. Another character stood nearby, amused by the enchanting display of magic. A curious expression crossed a young man with dark hair as he contemplated an unseen event, intrigued by what lay ahead. A confident woman prepared to launch an energy attack, her determination evident as she faced the target. A confident woman extended her hand dramatically, signaling that the next phase was about to begin. A vibrant display of floating energy orbs filled the air, creating a dynamic atmosphere that hinted at the unfolding challenge ahead. The young man with dark hair observed the orbs, realizing their significance in the assessment. A determined young man with dark hair encouraged the audience to join him, his hands clenched together in motivation. Vibrant energy orbs shimmered as the young man with dark hair focused intently on the layers labeled around him. He reacted sharply to the energy layers, feeling the weight of the moment. A confident female character struck a pose, exuding energy and declaring that she had a chance. A stream of glowing purple orbs flowed through a narrow passage, illuminating the air with a mysterious light. Observed the purple orbs, intrigued by their ethereal movement. A series of pink glowing orbs floated ominously in a dark setting, casting an eerie glow over everything around them. A large glowing pink orb pulsed with energy, filling the air with an intense aura, unleashed the energy sphere focused and determined. Crackling electric barriers sprang to life, and a woman reacted in horror. A young woman with dark hair collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed by frustration while surrounded by swirling purple balls. A thoughtful young man with dark hair considered the question posed by the green-haired character, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He reflected on the long path ahead of him, feeling the weight of his journey. A moment of hesitation lingered in the air as a supportive girl encouraged a hesitant boy sitting on the ground. A sense of urgency filled the air as offered insightful advice to a worried female character nearby. He explained that she needed to think more critically about her approach. She listened intently, absorbing his words with anxious determination. A curious woman expressed her confusion, questioning the meaning behind the statement as she tilted her head in bewilderment. Explained a complex procedure involving the adjustment of balls in front of glass layers, emphasizing the need for precise positioning. A worried female character expressed concern about the method, stating it was not wrong but took too long and drained psychic energy. Explained the assessment, detailing the task of controlling colorful balls through specific holes and linking them into a complete path. A confident character with green hair explained that determining multiple paths in a short time required advanced calculations. Listened attentively, intrigued by the complexity. Marked confidently as he asserted that ordinary calculations were nothing compared to the skills of psychic mentalists. A glowing hand extended from a confident and focused young man, captivating the attention of a surprised character nearby. A focused and commanding character demonstrated control over glowing balls, sending a powerful energy blast into the air, watched in astonishment. A determined young man with dark hair commanded a force, gesturing with poise and intensity. A glowing cube hovered in the air, tendrils of light streamed downward, sparking curiosity in a focused young man with dark hair. Blue orbs and spikes illuminated a mysterious space, casting an otherworldly glow that drew attention and sparked curiosity. The orbs emitted light toward the viewer, creating an enchanting spectacle in the air. Focused and powerful young man channeled energy, surrounded by swirling blue orbs that pulsated with intensity. A tense atmosphere filled the room as a determined and focused young man reached out towards a glowing energy orb, drawn by its mesmerizing light. Focused and powerful young man unleashed a burst of energy, captivating the attention of those around him. Confident young man demonstrated a magical display, showcasing floating blue balls that moved gracefully through the air, explained the simple technique behind his mesmerizing act. Confident and inquisitive young man turned to the examiner, curious about the time taken during his impressive display. Confident and calculating young man revealed the time taken, surprising his astonished friend, who reacted with disbelief while holding a device in his hand. Confident yet inexperienced, explained to the girl that it was his first time doing something like this, prompting her surprise. Confident young man asked the impressed female character if she saw his skills clearly. Moments later, she expressed her amazement at his extraordinary talent. Amazed, the female character marveled at the skilled and enigmatic young man, unable to comprehend how he had pulled off such an incredible trick. Complex calculation danced in his mind, leaving puzzled about the feat he had just witnessed. The green-haired character urgently instructed the male character to fetch President, emphasizing the significance of the situation. Frustration filled the room as a young man with dark hair sat at his desk, staring at the computer with irritation. he expressed his misfortune about having such a skilled teammate. Older man stared intensely at the computer screen, feeling frustrated as he lamented his inability to become a gambling god despite his psychic abilities. A man with dark hair rushed toward an older man, urgency etched on his face as he called for immediate attention to the computer. A man with dark hair leaned in close, concern etched on his face as he asked the older man about the shocking news. A man with dark hair leaned in eagerly, pointing at the computer screen while insisting that psych energy assessment was about to begin. A burst of brilliant light erupted from illuminating the anxious faces nearby. A female character shielded her eyes, startled by the intensity of the glow. Another female character cowered, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty in the dazzling brilliance. A man with dark hair stared intently at the glowing computer screen, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious light. The glowing screen pulsed with readings of psych energy, casting a tense atmosphere as focused intently on the numbers displayed. A glowing object hovered in the air, drawing shock reactions from two female characters nearby. Machine emitted erratic readings, causing alarm among the two female characters nearby. The green-haired character expressed disbelief about the machine's accuracy. A man stands confidently beside the president, showcasing the striking difference in their psychic energy levels. It demonstrates an impressive psychic energy purity index of 1. Powerful psychic energy pulsed from his glowing cube, leaving onlookers in awe. He examined the cube, questioning what it implied about his abilities. A desperate man rushed into the room, urgently calling for while others looked on with concern. A man with dark hair stood beside the president, while a concerned character explained that the machine had accurately assessed two others. Tension thickened in the air as a young man with dark hair questioned whether something was wrong with the numbers. A nervous young man gestured with his hands, expressing doubts about alarming results and questioning his lineage as a psychic mentalist. A confident young man with dark hair addressed President, claiming he lacked a powerful background and was simply a kid from an ordinary family. A nervous man gestured anxiously and questioned if completing the last stage was truly necessary, fearing it might be too much trouble. Magic bubbles swirled in the air, conjured effortlessly by a confident young man with dark hair as the timer ticked ominously. The countdown timer ticked down to 0, an air of tension thickened the atmosphere. A glowing, ethereal dragon emerged from an illuminated surface, captivating all who beheld its radiance, watched, amazed by the creature's beauty and power. A determined young man with dark hair pushed himself to run faster, the countdown timer looming ominously in the background. A swirling vortex formed, radiating an intense energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. An explosion of blue and purple orbs erupted from the ground, filling the air with an ominous energy, prepared to confront the surge of power. A cascade of glowing bubbles surrounded a confident young man with dark hair as he playfully remarked about his familiarity with the challenge. Impressed, a young man with dark hair acknowledged the achievement and noted the stopwatch displayed 4.25 seconds. The atmosphere buzzed with tension as a concerned woman scrutinized his impressive performance. Moments later, she noted the difficulty he had just overcome. Playing cards fluttered around an overwhelmed bald man as he reflected on the extraordinary psychic abilities displayed before him. A supportive figure acknowledged his abilities and promised to certify him with a badge later. A friendly man explained that the highest rank he could award was rank 4, requiring a trip to the capital for a higher certification. Addressed President with a cheerful tone, assuring him that he was just a high school student preparing for national exams. A woman with long hair asked how old he was this year. A wave of anxiety washed over the young man with dark hair as he faced the unknown character, his concern palpable. He stated with certainty that he was 18 years old. He danced playfully among the stars, his cheerful spirit radiating as he engaged the audience with a charismatic performance. A girl with long hair expressed astonishment at how someone could know her thoughts. He scolded a girl about her reading habits, questioning her choice of fantasy novels. The girl reacted with surprise and slight annoyance at his comment. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he considered the upcoming national exams and the importance of the psychic mentalist certification. A hopeful atmosphere filled the air as a young man with dark hair listened intently to the encouraging words of a supportive figure. Playful energy buzzed in the air as prepared to demonstrate something intriguing. He confidently guided the startled female character, showing her the balls. A nervous young man with long hair held a glowing purple orb, his grip tightening with each passing moment. A triumphant cheer echoed as a young woman ran forward, her face alight with excitement. She exclaimed joyfully that she had passed the assessment. A playful spark filled the atmosphere as a girl enthusiastically gestured towards. He felt a surge of pride as she praised his skills. Celebration erupted as a charming and enthusiastic woman invited to dinner, eager to commemorate his achievement as the second rank for psych medalist. A grateful yet uncertain young man expressed his thanks to his friends, though he felt a hint of hesitation in his voice. A wave of excitement washed over the group as his friends cheered for him. He responded to their encouragement, feeling both overwhelmed and willing. Joy radiated from one friend as she celebrated with a fist pump. Another friend mirrored the enthusiasm, his cheer infectious and uplifting. A confident woman gestured, offering to escort back to a hotel for rest, while a neutral man stood silently nearby. A confident woman gestured invitingly toward the doorway, showing the path ahead. Waved goodbye to the charming woman beside him, promising to see her that night. A cheerful young man with dark hair waved at a passing car while standing on the sidewalk. A red sports car sped through the traffic, weaving effortlessly among the slower vehicles. Tense silence filled the air as he peered into the mirror, scanning for what lay behind him. Atmosphere shifted as two characters admired a young man with dark hair, revealing his extraordinary talent as a psychic mentalist. They commented on his looks and genius, noting he was respected even by powerful figures. One character expressed their infatuation with captivated by his remarkable abilities. A sudden gasp escaped her lips as a young woman with hair and red eyes looked surprised. The surprised girl reacted as looked at her eyes wide with disbelief. Air crackled with flirtation as stood, bewildered by the woman's playful advances. She questioned the impossibility of the situation, her tone light and teasing. Laughing, she proclaimed her appeal as the perfect big sister type for boys. The atmosphere shifted as a confident and assertive young man stomped emphatically on the ground, declaring his determination to succeed. Sense of urgency filled the air as shouted an imperative command to. Sleek pink car sped through the cityscape, smoke trailing behind it as it drove with intense focus. Drove the car with a joyful smile, expressing her gratitude for his help. Sense of urgency gripped the moment as a girl in a red outfit suggested they hurry and run. Girl in a red outfit expressed disbelief about the need to run. Sense of urgency hung in the air as the police sirens wailed in the distance. Stood on the street, alert and concerned about the approaching police cars. Anxiously, a woman warned him about the reckless driving and the need for caution. She insisted that despite his psychic abilities, he should drive safely. With determination, she promised to pick him up later that night. Sat on the bed, remote in hand, staring at the blank TV screen with a contemplative expression. Then he pressed the button to turn on the TV. Watched intently as the news broadcast reported on he, sparking his curiosity about the unfolding events. A confident woman stood before a captivated crowd, ready to announce a significant change for the medicinal hall. She revealed plans to rebrand it as a new pharmaceutical corporation. A confident woman presented an elixir to the audience, claiming it would redefine tonics and elevate martial arts to a new era. Sudden realization hit as he stared at his phone, feeling frustrated about the lack of communication regarding the company changes. A wave of regret washed over a young man with dark hair as he stared at his phone, reflecting on his mistakes. He acknowledged that it was his fault. A contemplative young man with dark hair lay on a bed, considering his upcoming return to city. He decided to explore the dreamscape for updates on Sheng Pharmaceutical Co. Digital screen flickered with vital information, captivating a young man with dark hair. He observed the impressive growth of Sheng Pharmaceutical Company, noted the astonishing market capitalization exceeding 100 billion. He marveled at how one decoction had transformed the company's fortune. Close-up of his eye reflected astonishment as he processed the surprising news. Sudden alarm pierced the air as he reacted with shock, demanding retrieve his bio. A wave of disbelief washed over as he learned about his future, imagining 2 wives by his side. A sense of dread hung in the air as hands reached toward him menacingly. He recoiled from the approaching hands, panic spreading through him. Atmosphere thickened with tension as projected energy from his hand. He urged everyone to calm down, insisting it was just a hypothetical future. Directed to find a recipe for the muscle and blood-strengthening decoction, his determination shining through. Informed him that his permission level was insufficient for accessing high-grade elixirs. Felt a surge of confidence, believing his idea was feasible after 10,000 years of development. A determined young man with dark hair commanded to retrieve world history, envisioning a bright future through advanced elixirs. A determined young man with dark hair held glowing objects, contemplating how to change humanity's fate. He expressed excitement about the delay in destruction and a potential solution. Appeared distressed, contemplating the chaos that would ensue if martial arts techniques were revealed to the world. A foreboding atmosphere surrounded a determined leader as he stood with companions, ominous glowing eyes watching from the shadows, declared their purpose, aware of the storm that awaited them. Somber atmosphere settled as a determined young man with dark hair raised his hand, voicing concerns about humanity's fate. Heavy silence fell as the young man with dark hair clenched his fist, overwhelmed by despair about the future of mankind. Felt with determination, focusing intently on his strategy for the challenges ahead. Heavy weight hung in the air as a determined young man with dark hair reflected on his crucial leadership role. He believed the fragile human race needed the right guidance. A distorted cityscape loomed beneath a crumbling ledge, where a determined young man with dark hair stood defiantly. He declared his identity, asserting that he was the only one who mattered. A single candle flickered in the dim light, illuminating a young man with dark hair as he gazed thoughtfully into the mirror. A young man with dark hair adjusted his tie, lost in contemplation about his next move. A young man with dark hair smiled as he looked at his phone, thinking about the medicinal herbs he would need tomorrow. The atmosphere lightened as a determined young man with dark hair instructed someone to prepare herbs for his plan. A furious character gripped her phone tightly, unleashing a torrent of frustration over his message. A wave of frustration rolled over the young man with dark hair as he typed a scathing message to the demon he blamed for his trouble. Tears streamed down the young woman's cheeks as she clutched her phone, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The doorbell rang, breaking the tension in the air and drawing attention from the young man with dark hair. He turned his gaze toward the door, intrigued by the unexpected sound. A glamorous woman approached confidently, ready to invite the young man with dark hair to the banquet. She said she had come to pick him up. A seductive woman with long hair smiled alluringly at the viewer, exuding confidence and charm. A confident young man in a stylish suit walked away, leaving behind an impression of charm and allure. A nearby woman admired him, captivated by his presence. Elegantly dressed guests filled a lavish venue, celebrating the arrival of a new psychic mentalist master in Province. Watched the celebration, curious about the festivities. The lavish banquet buzzed with chatter, but one young man with dark hair stood in confusion at the unexpected crowd. He questioned the woman beside him about the number of guests. A confident woman shared her insight, revealing that elder held significant influence in the city. A glass of champagne glimmered in the light as raised it, exuding confidence and amusement. A cheerful man with dark hair raised a glass to the guests, embodying the joyful atmosphere of the gathering around him. A curious group of elegantly dressed characters leaned in, captivated by the incredible claims made by President. Questioned President's astonishing revelation, unable to believe it was true. Older gentleman pondered, holding a glass of wine, reflecting on the exceptional talents emerging from each era. A gathering of elegantly dressed individuals buzzed with the excitement of a luxurious event. 2 women discussed the evening's highlights, their laughter punctuating the sophisticated atmosphere. The elegant banquet hall buzzed with excitement as a confident woman gestured toward 2 prominent figures across the room. She announced it was no small event, drawing attention to the mayor of the city and the president of the Martial Association. Observed intently, eager to understand the significance of their presence. The sophisticated gathering unfolded as an assertive speaker gestured towards the guests, expressing that almost everyone present held importance in city or province. The atmosphere was electric at the opulent banquet, where influential figures mingled amidst a sea of laughter and soft music. A charming woman spoke animatedly to an attentive friend about the banquet's prestigious organizer. A confident man addressed an engaged audience, asserting the superiority of psych mentalists over martial artists. Vibrant scene unfolded as a young woman with pink hair eagerly discussed, her curiosity shining through. She asked for help regarding him and the association. Curious character asked if he recently fell for a high schooler during a trip, her tone playful and teasing. Atmosphere turned tense as an angry character pointed accusingly at the pink-haired character. She insisted that her words were nonsense and questioned her motives for staying in city. Gossipy man shared rumors about a handsome figure from a family of influence, with connections to the Eastern Military District. Woman in formal attire contemplated her advice regarding youth and relationships while holding a drink. She expressed that could date anyone without objection. Addressed but unseen, absorbed the woman's words with curiosity. Woman with pink hair expressed disbelief about the relationship with, questioning how anyone could fall for a high schooler. Woman in a blue dress sipped her wine, feeling annoyed as she dismissed the other character's concerns. Sense of longing filled the air as a woman with pink hair reflected on her wait for his return. She had sent him countless messages. Received unread messages on his phone, his expression remaining indifferent as he stared at the screen. Heavy silence hung in the air as walked away, deep in thought about unanswered feelings. Concerned woman asked the pink-haired character why he seemed distracted, emphasizing their close friendship. Excitement filled the air as two female characters discussed the upcoming banquet, celebrating the birth of a powerful psychic mentalist. Wave of ambition surged as a determined woman gestured passionately, her eyes sparkling with dreams. She expressed how a big shot could elevate their lives and families immensely. The receptive woman listened attentively, contemplating the potential of such a powerful figure. Curious young woman with pink hair wondered aloud about the age of the rank for psychic mentalist. Three women discussed Elder's age and rank, expressing doubts about the new person's youth and commenting on the many women in attendance. Worried young woman contemplated the uncertain identity of someone in the crowded gathering. Sense of urgency filled the air as two women engaged in a serious conversation amidst the bustling crowd. The determined and assertive woman urged to forget about the high schooler. Frustrated young woman with pink hair addressed someone off-panel, demanding to be heard. Surprised woman pointed towards a figure in the crowd. She exclaimed his name, her eyes wide with disbelief. Whirlwind of food items surrounded a young man with dark hair, leaving him utterly astonished and overwhelmed by the chaotic scene. A pensive young man with dark hair contemplated something important as he took a bite of food, lost in thought. A cheerful atmosphere filled the well-decorated room as a confident and friendly young man waved to the audience with a bright smile. Excited young woman with pink hair waved goodbye, eager to join her friend. Moments later, she called out to, prompting a curious response. A cheerful young man with dark hair smiled as he presented a plate of food to someone nearby. A commanding woman called out to, her voice cutting through the lively of the banquet. A playful woman leaned closer, whispering something enticing to as she held a plate of desserts. A tense atmosphere filled the room as stood with a charming woman in red, both illuminated under the soft light. A young woman with pink hair looked surprised and confused as she questioned who another woman was. A young woman with pink hair felt a wave of confusion as she pondered the identity of his potential girlfriend. A shadow loomed over a determined and anxious young man as he gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on him. A cheerful pink-haired girl waved at a young man with dark hair, greeting him with enthusiasm. Stood still, surprised by the unexpected reunion. A woman watched nearby, her expression filled with jealousy. A cheerful young man with dark hair greeted an acquaintance, expressing surprise at their unexpected presence in the city. A melancholic atmosphere enveloped the scene, as a woman gazed longingly at, feeling an unbridgeable distance between them. A warm introduction filled the air as introduced to Miss, stood confidently next to him, pleased with the interaction. Miss responded warmly, welcoming them both. A warm woman with blue hair asked a nervous-looking pink-haired girl why she hadn't introduced her to her friend. A friendly introduction unfolded as a sociable woman introduced Tu, who expressed her admiration for him and acknowledged his feelings. Versed with an elegant woman at the banquet, expressing curiosity about a figure from the family. A smug character watched a boy with dark hair climb the stairs while clinging to woman's legs. She remarked on his reliance on his looks. A confident and charismatic woman stood with two others, revealing her intrigue and his reputation. She mentioned how had been speaking highly of him. A charming woman holding a drink gracefully asked where he was from. A surprised woman with blue hair held a glass and looked at the male character. Frustration bubbled inside a young man with blue hair as he held his drink, questioning the probing nature of the inquiries directed at him. Stood confidently at the banquet, arms outstretched, commanding the attention of the crowd. He explained he was just a student from an ordinary family. Determined and confident young psychic mentalist addressed the crowd, stating that it was time to end them. A sense of unease settled over the banquet as a thoughtful and sensitive young man reflected on his discomfort with certain events. He expressed his feelings about the situation, indicating he found them distasteful. Heavy silence enveloped the dining table as a passionate and protective young man declared his vow to shield his family from humiliation or harm. Tension thickened in the air as everyone turned their attention to, concern etched on their faces. A nervous woman called out to him, her voice trembling with worry. Another female character covered her mouth, shocked by the scene unfolding before her. A third woman gestured towards, her expression filled with surprise and concern. Tension crackled in the air as a young woman with long hair glared intensely at an unseen target. Called out to, her voice filled with anxiety as he walked away from the group. An observant woman commented on his reaction, noting his pride and low self-esteem. Dismissed the situation, insisting he wasn't worthy of her friend. A smug character with blue hair disparaged, claiming many like him were unsuitable. A confident woman with long hair introduced herself to a curious young man, pointing to a statue nearby. A gossipy observer noted his close connection with, suggesting his charm helped him secure a place at the gathering. A woman shook awake, urgently warning her about a man who exploited women. A tense atmosphere filled the room as a shocked young woman with pink hair backed away, confusion written all over her face. She struggled to comprehend what she had just heard about. The anxious character in the blue dress gestured towards her, concern etched on her features. Advised the pink-haired character that facing harsh truths is essential, urging her to think carefully before making any decisions. The young woman with pink hair expressed her distress, insisting it wasn't like that at all. A couple walked away from a crowded event, their surroundings fading into a blur as they focused solely on each other. The woman held his hand, drawing him closer to her, felt emotionally engaged yet remained unaware of the bustling crowd behind him. A woman with pink hair looked intently at, her wide eyes reflecting surprise as she observed him closely. Atmosphere shifted as he stood heroically, radiating an aura of brilliance that captivated everyone around him. A grateful woman admired him, expressing how he had saved her. The pink-haired girl, filled with fury, delivered a sharp slap to the blue-haired girl, who reacted with shock and defensiveness. A woman with pink hair reflected on her momentary lapse regarding, feeling a mix of confusion and disbelief wash over her. A surprised young woman with dark hair called out to a calm young man, holding her hand tightly. The atmosphere buzzed with tension as a confident character asserted his true nature, challenging the perceptions of those around him, expressed that he was not who others thought he was. Pointed towards President, his voice laced with surprise as he questioned sudden distraction. A confident young woman with dark hair prepared for an important event, her excitement palpable as she addressed someone named. Gestured at the guests, his expression a mix of surprise and engagement as he tried to capture their attention. He acted in shock as he observed President approaching the moocher, fear creeping into his thoughts about the situation. The apologetic man addressed, expressing regret for not knowing about his discomfort in crowded situations. Offered his assistance to President, emphasizing the importance of supporting those with great responsibilities. A determined man in a suit gestured toward the crowd, eager to capture their attention amidst the growing urgency. A confident young man stands calmly in a suit, drawing everyone's attention with an air of pride. The speaker introduced as the new genius from the Province Psychic Mentalist Association. The older man chuckled, reflecting on how his youth made him feel like an old fool. The crowd erupted in astonished chatter, marveling at the impressive young man hailed as a rank for psychic mentalist. The shocked woman sat on the ground, her disbelief palpable as she struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Admiring gazes filled the room as a confident young man stood proudly, basking in the praise of his enthusiastic admirers. A cheerful character with long pink hair excitedly pointed at, drawing everyone's attention to the handsome and mysterious figure across the room. The crowd gathered, anxiously trying to gain his attention while he assessed their eager faces, desperately urged for help, worried about her friend's image. A dismissive gesture from left the audience in shock, their expressions shifting from eager anticipation to disbelief. Heavy silence hung in the air as the pink-haired woman confessed her feelings of unreciprocated love, her heart weighed down by resignation. A luxurious car gleamed under the bright lights as a young man with dark hair prepared to step out. He opened the car door with determination. Struck of the driver to head to city, his voice steady and assertive. Frustrated, a young man with dark hair expressed his dislike for high society circles while seated in the car, feeling trapped by social expectations. The yellow car stood silently as he contemplated the distance between his aspirations and reality. He reflected on wanting a simple life with family and martial arts. The building loomed large, casting a shadow as an unseen person knocked on the door. A cheerful character welcomed a returning figure, her face lighting up with joy. A warm woman invited a curious and reserved young man to sit down at the table. Moments later, she offered to fetch him a bowl and chopsticks. A joyful reunion unfolded in a dining setting, as a cheerful woman greeted with excitement. The girl raised her hand, questioning why the young man with dark hair had suddenly grown taller after just one trip. He stood confidently, teasingly remarking about the smaller character's height, eliciting a frustrated reaction from her as she looked up. A confident young man with dark hair spoke against the sunset, reminding someone that school had ended and expressing hope they remembered his earlier message. Asserted his value, boldly declaring he wouldn't give away martial arts techniques or nourishing taunts for nothing. An ecstatic character grinned enthusiastically beside him. A warm atmosphere filled the room as held out a bowl of food, inviting Art to eat. At a table overflowing with food, questioning his dad about the meat and tonks in the fridge. Dad casually acknowledged he had eaten them, asking about the tonks' nature. The thoughtful young man with dark hair contemplated a mysterious can, reflecting on its effects and feeling rejuvenated. He considered how much the can must cost, given its transformative impact on his body. A supportive and caring young man with dark hair advised his mom to keep drinking the medicinal drink his friend provided. Casual conversation unfolded over a table piled high with food. A caring woman asked R about her plans for the upcoming national exams. R responded with indifference, hinting she might not leave after all. A cheerful young man with dark hair held out an empty bowl, ready for more food as he decided to stay until the exams were over. A playful gathering erupted around the table, filled with laughter and teasing among siblings. A frustrated young woman accused her brother of stealing from her bowl. He brushed off her complaint, laughing that she was too slow. A humorous friend chimed in, saying she had only herself to blame. Another friend playfully urged the brother to slow down as there was plenty left. A cheerful young man with dark hair ate from a bowl, while suggesting they should visit a new house because the current one felt too small. Three characters reacted with surprise at the table, their expressions shifting as unexpected news broke the light atmosphere. A bright sky filled with clouds bathed everything in a serene light, hinting at unfolding tension. Moments later, a hopeful and determined young man stood quietly, taking in the peaceful surroundings. Luxurious interior gleamed under soft light, captivating the attention of those inside, marveled at the opulence surrounding him, feeling truly amazed. A confident young man stood in a lavish room, his excitement palpable as he sought validation for his recent purchase. He asked how it was received. He expressed his worry about the high cost of their accommodation, feeling uneasy about affording such luxury. Reflected on his recent achievements while seated in a modern outdoor setting. He shared how he participated in events, gaining a hefty cash reward from the training camp. He stood confidently, revealing a financial discrepancy to an unseen listener, mentioning that there was still a sum of $10 million not transferred. A wave of shock washed over the surprised woman as she recoiled from the startling news, held her gently from behind, concern etched on his face. Sudden revelation filled the air, turning curiosity into astonishment. The young man with dark hair was questioned about his surprising winnings. An air of playful mischief surrounded them as one character ruffled his hair, responded with dismissive sarcasm, indicating he found the teasing annoying. Air buzzed with excitement as shared the news of their new home with his family. He encouraged them to find a time to move in. moment of pride enveloped the two characters as they embraced, joy radiating from their connection, expressed gratitude for their shared accomplishment. The sun shone brightly as playfully pulled towards him, excitement in his eyes for their upcoming training session. Atmosphere shifted as playfully pulled another character, laughter echoing in the air. He urged her not to resist his playful antics. Tense focus consumed the young man with dark hair as he reached out toward an unseen force, determination etched across his expression. The bright sun faded as he stood confidently, challenging the unseen opponent with an assertive demand to hurry and show their skills. Energy burst erupted from above, illuminating the gym with a fierce intensity. Stood, alarmed, as the powerful figure hovered overhead. Fierce confrontation ignited as a determined young woman kicked, her voice filled with assertiveness as she questioned his strength. Frustration mounted as the young woman with dark hair struggled to free her foot from his grip, questioning how she could stand. Defiance radiated from a strong-willed and defiant young woman as she asserted her strength, challenging those around her with unwavering determination. The determined young man with dark hair reached out, expressing his eagerness to teach someone important tips he had gathered. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she leaned forward, eager to learn about the mysterious martial arts. Powerful transformation unfolded before him as the girl stood confidently, her tears replaced by an unmistakable strength. Observed the girl, surprised by her new demeanor. Warned another character to follow his instructions and keep it a secret. The other character responded with eager agreement, ready to comply. A sense of contemplation filled the air as he listened intently to the woman's advice about his brother's recent changes. A sense of wonder lingered in the air as the girl reflected on his remarkable transformation. She thought he had changed from an ordinary high schooler. The dynamic figure struck a powerful pose, radiating confidence and energy. He reflected on how far he had come and the doubts he overcame. Heavy silence hung in the air as she expressed her doubt about her brother's sudden change and suspected he was hiding something. The confident young man considered how his martial arts talent could surpass his rivals with the secret in hand. If he threatened a smaller character, boasting that surpassing his brother would be easy, before the smaller character protested, worried about getting hurt again. Tension crackled in the air as a determined woman herself for an unseen threat. The girl with long hair caught her breath, while the young man with dark hair watched her with a slight smile. The girl screamed dramatically, her voice piercing through the tense atmosphere as a calm and collected young man stood beside her, seemingly unfazed. A tense moment unfolded as observed the distressed female character lying on the floor. He wondered if she could feel the effects. A woman with long hair expressed her excitement, saying her recent training had yielded incredible effects. Still, she couldn't believe how much progress she had made. A cunning plan formed in his mind as he contemplated how to keep his sister quiet about his secret. Explained the latest version of his technique while the puzzled young woman listened intently, trying to grasp its implications. Knowledgeable and persuasive young man explained mobile technology advancements, contrasting the outdated models with those still in testing phases, urging caution about sharing this information. A storm of emotions erupted as the defiant character expressed her frustration, questioning why her family would treat her like a lab rat. A playful young man with dark hair pinched the cheek of a cheerful character with animal ears. She reacted with surprise to his teasing gesture. The concerned woman gestured while expressing her worries about the risks involved, fearing she might accidentally become crippled from using her abilities. Tense confrontation unfolded as revealed his identity to the female character on the floor. She responded skeptically, dismissing the possibility of their shared traits. A playful young man with dark hair smiled at his friend while she expressed concern about their futures and the potential burden of caring for their parents. A playful young man with dark hair chased after his sister, who laughed and ran away, teasing him about being scary. A skeptical woman with long hair questioned about the incredible training technique he had, wondering if it was obtained illegally. Tension crackled in the air as held his sister down, both caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He insisted he would never break the law. She pleaded for him to hurry and release her, fearing for her life. A worried girl asked if he would face any trouble from his top-secret training technique, responded confidently that he would be fine. Tension escalated as he expressed concern about the consequences of sharing his secrets. The other character reacted with shock, questioning the implications of the revelation. Heavy silence enveloped the room as contemplated the weight of his choices. He reflected that it couldn't be helped. A moment of warmth filled the air as he shared his affection for his sister. She looked surprised, overwhelmed by his words. Warned his sister about the importance of keeping a secret to protect their families' lives. Continued his supportive guidance, assuring the female character that they would review the technique together thoroughly. A sudden realization struck as he discovered his brother's hidden activities. He thought to himself that this was what his brother had been doing all the time. The confident girl expressed her enthusiasm, claiming her innate talent surpassed others as she stood beside a supportive boy. Confidently walked away, leaving his friend with a promise to teach practical combat upon his return. A decorative sign on a door read Grand Sea and Sky, a hint of the adventures waiting inside. A confident woman addressed, apologizing for the wait while holding a piece of paper in her hands. A table piled high with steak caught his eye and filled him with astonished delight. The caring female character offered steak to him, fully aware of his preferences. He reacted with surprise, overwhelmed by the thoughtful gesture. At the table, his plate of food in front of him, and asked about the company's recent happenings. A confident and persuasive woman explained the price of a muscle and blood-strengthening decoction, noting it was not affordable for ordinary folk. A confident man shared impressive sales figures with his listeners, highlighting that the first batch of 20,000 had sold out in less than a week. A confident woman enthusiastically promoted a martial arts supplement, expressing her belief in its potential to become a popular product in the industry. Smiled contentedly while brushing his teeth, feeling at ease with the tasks ahead. His discussion unfolded around financial matters, with a young man with dark hair expressing concern about their capital situation. His companion reassured him that they could manage for now. However, she warned that as sales increased, they would need to consider taking a bank loan. The young man felt the weight of limited resources press heavily on him. The calm and confident young man sipped his drink, reassuring someone that more financial help would come soon, easing their worries. A tense atmosphere filled the room as a confident woman turned away, leaving a task in the hands of the reserved and contemplative man. The curious woman shared a meal, discussing the upcoming national exams. He confirmed he was indeed preparing for them. Declared his intentions to stay in the city, focusing on exam preparations while entrusting sales to another. Anxious woman observed as an indifferent man sliced into a piece of meat, the tension in the air palpable and unsettling. He mentioned plans to move in a few days and promised to send the new address afterward. Atmosphere crackled with intensity as a young man with dark hair observed the imposing figure across the table, feeling both intimidated and curious. Realized the man's overwhelming aura contrasted sharply with his youthful appearance. In a moment of reflection, a confident and contemplative woman raised her glass, recalling her surprising faith in the young man's capabilities. A determined yet casual woman announced her departure, signaling the end of a conversation. Watch her leave with an indifferent expression. A cheerful woman announced that she had promoted Ma to store manager, her pride evident as she shared the news. A calm exchange unfolded as he felt assured, while the woman prepared to leave, acknowledging his decision with a polite farewell. Melancholic atmosphere lingered as he reached for the plate of food, his mind adrift in thought. Contemplated business, considering how He's company was vital for revenue and his secret taunt creations. Spoke with determination, asserting control over what he had given away. Fierce determination ignited within him as prepared to forge the psychic mentalist weapon for his upcoming confrontation. He focused on improving his abilities to defeat the formidable female martial goddess. New house stood proudly in the sunlight, a symbol of triumph and new beginnings, reflected on the past few months and felt a surge of pride. A cheerful girl with brown hair touched her friend's face, sharing a lighthearted moment that radiated joy and friendship. His friend stood playfully in front of their new house manor, excitement filling the air, pulled his friend's hair, teasing her with a cheeky grin. His friend reacted with annoyance, yet a smile crept onto her face. Another friend watched the scene, clearly amused by the playful antics. A mysterious new neighbor observed the group, her curiosity piqued. Stood triumphantly in his new martial arts training studio, celebrating his achievements with a burst of joy and excitement. A cheerful atmosphere surrounded them as they prepared to visit their neighbors, excitement bubbling in the air. Suggested they go visit the neighbors, eager to share their gifts. The enthusiastic girl agreed, her smile brightening the moment. Offered his help with a confident smile, determined to support the other character despite their uncertainty. Smiled warmly, advising the other character to rest for the national exams tomorrow, emphasizing the importance of being well rested. Supportive figure encouraged, expressing that becoming the top martial arts scholar would honor their ancestors. Dark dory loomed, casting an ominous shadow that hinted at the challenges awaiting ahead. Lay on the bed, eyes closed, confidently reflecting on his internal power, now at the peak of rank 4. Vibrant energy swirled around as he reflected on his potential to advance to rank 5. Fiery energy crackled around as he focused intently, preparing to complete the third round of refinement. Fiery energy exploded around, illuminating the intensity of his determination. He declared that this moment would multiply his power multifold. A chaotic clash of fire and ice surrounded a determined young man as he confronted the elemental forces swirling around him. A dazzling ice landscape sparkled around a young man with dark hair, who stood confidently, weapon raised, basking in his victory. A powerful and enigmatic figure stood menacingly amidst a cosmic backdrop, revealing her hidden power with a confident gaze. Explosive fire and icy elements collided as a determined martial artist initiated his training, bursting with energy and enthusiasm. Announced his training goals, expressing excitement about unleashing 20 times the stellar impact. A burst of flames enveloped the scene as a determined martial artist unleashed a powerful punch, shouted in triumph as his opponent staggered back. Energy swirled around a determined martial artist as he prepared to unleash a powerful attack on his opponent, executed a fierce energy strike, channeling his strength into the moment. A fiery glow illuminated the air as a determined man prepared to unleash his powerful attack, revealed that his breath of fire had reached rank 2. A menacing figure unleashed a powerful burst of energy from their hand, focused intently, ready to respond to the impending threat. Menacing figure with glowing ice shards smirked at, radiating a sense of danger. A swirling icy vortex formed as concentrated, the intense energy crackling around him, signaling the climax of his powerful technique. Confidently reflected on his training progress, noting he could last 5 minutes without dying now. A determined young man with dark hair focused intensely, contemplating whether advancing his martial arts would lead to further improvement. He wondered about the potential of his perfected skills. Lightning burst from the determined young man's hands, illuminating the air with raw energy directed toward his opponent. A tense atmosphere filled the air as he prepared to retreat while channeling fire and electricity, frustration evident in his expression. Visioned acquiring powerful martial arts volumes as he focused intently on his goal of mastering the techniques ahead of the upcoming exams. A confident young man with dark hair displayed a glowing figure in his hand, proclaiming his advancement to rank 5 would enable him to take down his opponent. A determined young man with dark hair yearned for mastery over the martial master technique that could transform ice into deadly spears. A confident young man with dark hair revealed his weapon, smiling proudly as purple energy swirled around it, signaling his readiness for the challenge ahead. A confident young man with dark hair showcased a formidable weapon, declaring it had cost him $2,700,000,000. A frustrated young man with dark hair reflected on his expenses, lamenting the vast sums he had spent on his recent creation. A determined young man with dark hair grasped the glowing eternal blade, reflecting on his hard-earned mastery and the path that lay ahead. A powerful move lingered in his mind, its potential to defeat martial masters igniting his determination. Attic energy surrounded a determined young man with dark hair as he struggled against overwhelming forces, felt frustrated by the martial goddess's immense power. Tense realization washed over the determined young man with dark hair as he understood the eternal blade's moves were completely ineffective against her. Powerful energy surged around a determined young man with dark hair as he prepared to unleash the eternal blade wheel against the martial goddess. He resolved to use all his strength to deliver a decisive blow. Tense energy enveloped a determined young man with dark hair as he prepared to deplete his psychic energy completely, worried that doing so would render him useless. He feared that his next moment would end in slaughter at the hands of the martial goddess. Confident young man with dark hair assessed his speed against an unseen opponent, boasted that his speed was now comparable to hers thanks to his unique abilities. A dimly lit room, a determined young man with dark hair reflected on his sparring opportunities, feeling the weight of his limitations. He pondered the absence of suitable partners for practice. He believed the upcoming national exams would help him assess his strength. A modern building loomed in the distance, stirring curiosity in a wise and observant figure. He pondered the significance of its presence. A distant planet shimmered under a bright star, fueling a determined young man's ambitious vision for the future, reflected on his far-reaching goal. A new chapter unfolded as a determined young man with dark hair felt a surge of excitement, ready for what lay ahead. He expressed disbelief that it was finally happening. A supportive woman praised his efforts, wishing him good luck for his exams. Then, a caring sister offered to accompany him to the venue later. Encouraged his companion to experience the atmosphere of the national exams, insisting it would ease their nerves. The other character stubbornly declared they wouldn't be nervous at all. The family scene buzzed with energy as a father called his son to join them, radiating encouragement and pride. His mother reminded him to do his best, assuring him they would be proud regardless of the outcome. The eager young man felt a mix of determination and excitement as he prepared for the upcoming challenge. A hurried scene unfolded in the car, filled with laughter and encouragement from a proud father. His dad expressed how vital his son was to the family's future. Frustrated, protested against his father's exuberance. A confident girl chimed in, reminding to work very hard to succeed. The jovial atmosphere continued as they all shared a hearty laugh together. Cheers erupted from the crowd as they gathered in the bustling parking lot, excitement palpable in the air. Or buzzed with anxious energy as faced a sea of shadowy figures, his mind racing with possibilities. He reflected on his commitments, feeling the weight of expectations pressing down on him. His mother urged him to do his best, reminding him of the importance of the upcoming exam. She expressed her hope that he would bring honor to their family, emphasizing the stakes involved. He could barely contain his nerves, contemplating whether he had everything he needed for the challenge ahead. A newfound sense of purpose filled the air as he gazed upward, reflecting on his journey and the upcoming national exams. He shared that it felt good to return to regular life and attend the exams like an ordinary person. He shared his memories of taking national exams in the same place, reflecting on his lack of talent and nourishment that led to his elimination. A proud father figure offered heartfelt encouragement too, emphasizing his worth and potential. Fire ignited in his heart, fueling his determination as he prepared for the challenge ahead. He encouraged himself to give it his all. Smiled confidently as he responded to his father, feeling reassured by the encouragement he received. A supportive family member encouraged a young man with dark hair to do his best, promising that they would be waiting outside for him. A crowd of participants gathered, anticipation crackling in the air as an authoritative voice announced the exam details. The announcer instructed everyone to enter based on their registration numbers. Approached the large door, determination etched on his face as others waited nearby. A curious young man with dark hair turned his head, intrigued by the sudden disturbance in the air around him. Concerned and assertive, questioned the crowd's behavior, frustrated by their disorganized formation and the wide gap in the middle. A wave of anxiety washed over as he faced the instructor. He expressed his fear of stepping forward, trembling at the thought. Moments later, the instructor listened patiently to his concerns. A tense confrontation unfolded as a surprised man reacted to his focused gaze, confusion clouding his expression. Overwhelming presence washed over the scene, stirring senses and igniting his astonishment. A powerful aura surrounded the intense and passionate character as he explained the nature of a martial artist's vitality too. A dark figure loomed menacingly, overwhelming a young man with dark hair who felt threatened by the explosive energy surrounding it. The dark figure loomed, and surprised expression revealed the weight of the moment. A sense of dread hung in the air as questioned the nature of the looming monster. The instructor commanded to enter the assessment room while others waited, their expressions a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Loud noise echoed through the crowded area, startling everyone present. Looked towards the source of the commotion, his expression surprised. Another character turned away in fear, clearly panicking. A concerned figure glanced towards the noise, visibly worried. Fear rippled through the crowd as an intimidating presence loomed large, forcing bystanders to retreat. One terrified bystander backed away, unable to comprehend the situation. They expressed relief, whispering that they could finally leave. Stood relaxed and approachable, acknowledging the group with a sigh, ready to ease their concerns. A tense atmosphere filled the room as entered, defensively protesting his innocence. He insisted he hadn't taken any prohibited drugs. He gazed thoughtfully deep in contemplation, reflecting on his journey and the challenge ahead as the weight of expectation hung heavily in the air. Chaotic struggle unfolded as a desperate young man with dark hair fought against two calm figures restraining him. He defended himself, claiming he had only sipped some chicken soup. Tense confrontation escalated as an authoritative and smug male character warned the students about the consequences of their actions. He announced that their right to take the national exams would be revoked for 3 years. A chaotic scene erupted as two figures restrained, while he protested his unfair treatment. A condescending man in a suit scoffed at a candidate's lack of integrity, criticizing the hopelessness of someone who had previously cheated. A figure with a clipboard confidently pointed towards, signaling that it was his turn to step forward. A determined young man with dark hair walked past another character who looked anxious. He urged him to hurry up and come over. A powerful aura enveloped the scene, causing a young man with dark hair to look shocked and alert. He noticed the overwhelming presence surrounding him. Two imposing instructors loomed over hesitant, creating an atmosphere thick with intimidation. He faced them, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. The instructors remarked that they were all rank 5 instructors, yet they backed away reflexively. A serious man in a suit assessed, expecting his full attention while holding a device that hummed with purpose. A powerful aura filled the air as he held the needle with determination. He asserted that his body was already tempered and another needle was needed. The atmosphere shifted as two shocked men reacted to unexpected news, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. The calm man confidently handed over a box of blood sampling needles. The nervous man accepted the box, worry etched across his face. The room pulsed with tension as pressed his hand down firmly on the table, determination radiating from him. He insisted that trying each option one at a time would take too long. One surprised scientist reacted with concern to his boldness. Another scientist expressed worry about the implications of his decision. determined man gestured towards, urging him to assess his combat power and next first. A confident young man with dark hair stood ready, a slight smile hinting at his resolve. He affirmed his readiness for the challenge ahead. A fierce and determined young man with dark hair launched a devastating punch toward his opponent, fueling the intense atmosphere of the moment. A curious young man with dark hair reacted in surprise to the arrival of others. He expressed his excitement about his combat power exceeding 100. An enthusiastic girl smiled brightly, celebrating his hopes of entering Martial University, walked closer, sharing in the moment of camaraderie. Tense conversation unfolded as a curious young man with dark hair questioned about his unexpected presence, calmly noted that the vitality score had not yet been released. Tense atmosphere hovered as a young man with dark hair whispered urgently, while another reacted with shock to the surprising revelation. A confident young man with dark hair questioned the adequacy of the equipment for their training. He boasted that it was the best model available. Another character laughed, mocking the idea of a kid being a martial master. The young man remained unfazed, assuring everyone of the equipment's capabilities. A cheerful man gestured to a surprised young man with dark hair, inviting him to come closer. Tense air filled the room as a confident young man with dark hair introduced himself to the shadowy figure seated before him. The instructor gestured nervously towards the assessment apparatus, calling for it to step forward and begin his evaluation. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room as a determined young man with dark hair approached the practice robot, eyes focused and ready for the challenge ahead. The room buzzed with anticipation as the instructor asked if a calm but slightly distracted young man with dark hair was ready for the test. He replied that he needed just a moment. A fiery background ignited with intense energy as unleashed a breath of flame, showcasing his fierce determination. Powerful energy radiated from a determined young man with dark hair, leaving everyone around him in awe. A wave of shock swept through the two men. They were stunned by the revelation of a student preparing for national exams. A determined young man with dark hair gathered power confidently amidst the flames, ready to unleash his strength. A surge of energy coursed through a determined young man with dark hair as he prepared to unleash his perfected martial arts technique. A powerful burst of energy enveloped as he focused on merging his abilities into one. He expressed excitement about discovering the extent of his strength. A confident and authoritative man declared checkmate, leaving Chief surprised and defeated. The education chief sat, a hesitant smile on his face, admitting defeat after losing 7 matches. A lighthearted moment filled the air as a jovial man laughed, expressing gratitude for the woman's mercy. He humorously claimed to be just a martial artist, not skilled at chess. The concerned woman urgently called for Chairman Su, emphasizing something important needed his advice. A tense atmosphere filled the room as a young man with dark hair questioned another about the noise disrupting their conversation. A nervous woman gestured as she explained to an unseen listener about an exam candidate from SIG breaking all the needles used for blood drawing. Atmosphere shifted as a concerned young man with dark hair discussed the implications of broken high-grade needles, realizing their significance. He expressed shock over the revelation that all the needles were broken. Then, an older man inquired anxiously about the consequences of this shocking news. A sense of urgency filled the air as a demanding figure commanded someone to hurry and retrieve special needles from the management office. An eager woman received a resume, ready to assist in the frantic exchange. The determined figure insisted on having the candidate's resume prepared and ready for immediate use. The men stared at the scroll, their expressions shifting from curiosity to shock. A pensive young man with dark hair studied a scroll, lost in reflection about his journey and upcoming challenges. Lighthearted atmosphere settled as two characters exchanged laughter and congratulatory remarks, celebrating a recent achievement. Chief praised the other character for his humble disposition. Chief excitedly informed Chairman Su about this year's Morning Star and a well-known martial arts star in city. A confident young man with dark hair impressed onlookers, capturing their admiration as he showcased his formidable martial arts talent. Amidst chaotic explosions, a determined young man with dark hair sensed tremors shaking the ground beneath him, feeling anxious about what lay ahead. A surge of energy erupted from a determined martial artist, causing chaos to ripple through the environment as he unleashed his power. A cloud of dust swirled around his shocked character as he stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding him, watched in disbelief as panic unfolded. Flames swirled around as he confidently assessed the aftermath of his astonishing punch that shattered the combat power apparatus. A chaotic scene erupted as a young man with gray hair shouted in alarm, demanding to know what had happened. Chairman Su arrived, visibly relieved, and expressed gratitude for the timely appearance of, pointed dramatically, revealing that someone was a martial master. A stern-looking man issued urgent commands, ensuring preparations for the martial assessment were. Older man reflected on the power of the punch, amazed by the young hero's remarkable strength. Atmosphere felt reassuring as an older man encouraged a young man with dark hair to not feel burdened before the upcoming assessment. He listened intently, absorbing the supportive words. A powerful aura radiated from a young martial artist as he stood confidently, captivating everyone around him. A sense of urgency filled the air as the chairman announced the arrival of assessment equipment, igniting excitement among the gathering crowd. An older man smiled confidently while presenting a pair of golden scissors too, indicating the start of the vitality assessment. A mysterious figure extended a golden key towards a young martial artist, who held out his hand, curiosity lighting his eyes. Golden syringe hovered above a glowing orb, poised for an important moment, then injected the energy orb into his palm with unwavering determination. A worried man examined a glowing substance, his thoughts racing about its significance in martial mastery. A glowing, magical sphere floated against a dark backdrop, radiating an aura of mystery, expressed doubts about the state of the martial master's blood he had seen before. A proud young man with dark hair held up a key-like object, showcasing it with confidence in a thoughtful room. An impressed character remarked on the astonishing age of the key. Golden key object dripped liquid in a tense laboratory, signaling something crucial was about to unfold. Digital display illuminated the room, revealing an impressive vitality value and martial arts strength. Gazed at his vitality value, feeling a swell of pride. A shocked young man with dark hair grasped his head, overwhelmed by the extraordinary results of the national examinations in province. An older man praised for setting a new record in the province's vitality value. Remained calm as a frustrated character exclaimed his disdain for the young man's pretentiousness, unable to tolerate it any longer. A confident man in a formal outfit announced that the assessment apparatus was ready, prompting an eager Chairman Su to focus intently on the device. A confident man gestured invitingly and urged to assess his combat power index. Powerful martial technique erupted from, leaving the amazed observer in sheer disbelief. He reflected on the will of a martial master now embodied in a young man. The instructor spoke passionately about his potential, confidently asserting he was on the path to becoming a rank 7 martial master. Blazing glow filled the air as his fist collided with the fiery object, unleashing a shockwave of energy. Energy swirled around a confident young man as he harnessed his power, determination radiating from him. High combat power index illuminated the room, capturing his amazed gaze. A tense moment hung in the air as he expressed his concern about a missing vital chi. The determined young man with dark hair revealed glowing energy emerging from his chest. He expressed that he had not yet reached rank 5, so his vital chi wasn't fully developed. Shocked man in a green jacket reacted to the astonishing news about combat power, unable to comprehend how someone could achieve such strength without reaching rank 5. Raised chief, expressing confidence that city would soon produce a martial master, calling him the incarnation of a true dragon. Excited man announced the arrival of a true dragon, eliciting expressions of joy from those around him. Character with long hair urgently pointed, instructing another character in glasses to notify chairman and the Eastern Military District. Joy filled the air as a young man with dark hair waved excitedly, calling out for his father. Joy radiated as two eager figures approached, their anticipation palpable, waiting for news about the young martial artist's performance. His friends eagerly inquired how he had fared in the assessment. A sense of optimism filled the air as a young man with dark hair shared his good news confidently. He mentioned that getting into university in the capital exceeded expectations. The girl expressed excitement, asking if he could clinch the position of top martial scholar. Celebration erupted as a young man with dark hair posed joyfully with friends for a photo. A proud figure in military uniform stood tall, showcasing his impressive achievements to an attentive audience. A thoughtful young man with dark hair reflected on his past accomplishments, lost in the weight of his journey. Nervously shared his overwhelming situation about having 5 wives, trying to clarify it wasn't his intention. Triumphant cheer echoed as a young man with dark hair celebrated his achievement of becoming a rank 8 in this life. Confidently held glowing books in his hands, revealing his level 4 permissions to access the next volumes of rank 11 martial arts. Glowing orb flowed before focused and determined, radiating energy as he prepared to activate the stellar body refining art. The cosmic landscape stretched endlessly, and a determined young man with dark hair strode confidently towards a radiant sun. A small figure explained the connection between and he, noting their shared origin made it easy to cross over seamlessly. Glowing presence loomed above, leaving a determined young man with dark hair contemplating his path to martial mastery. He believed that increasing his vitality could lead to success. The fiery backdrop revealed a legendary martial master creating the fist technique, 10 suns in the same sky, alongside an emerging powerhouse known as the Eastern Evil Sun. A thoughtful young man with dark hair considered the differences in martial paths. He reflected on their distinct levels. Vibrant sunset illuminated the scene as a determined young man with dark hair stood against the storm of his own making. He declared his independence from the paths of others. The cosmic backdrop framed an ambitious young man with dark hair as he stood confidently on the staircase. He aspired to transcend his rank. A proud young man with dark hair addressed the crowd, expressing his mastery of 3 rank 11 martial arts foundations. A determined young man with dark hair raised his fist toward the bright sky, declaring that it was neither wishful thinking nor an overestimation of his capabilities. A lantern with care as his cheerful helper held another, both immersed in the festive spirit of the moment. The joyful man lifted a large pot, his excitement bubbling over as a curious girl watched with interest. A skeptical woman observed the neighbors celebrating with lanterns and firecrackers, questioning what good news could possibly come from their arrival. A frustrated woman criticized the newcomers, declaring that property prices were too low for the area, listened, visibly annoyed by her complaints. Tense argument erupted between a frustrated woman and a calm young man caught off guard by her accusations. She insisted they were neighbors, claiming he was her husband. The young man defended himself, surprised by her intensity. She yelled out, demanding to know who was honking the horn. Anger boiled over as she accused an impoverished figure of taking revenge on her. A worried man beside a woman in a red dress reacted sharply, realizing something important about a license plate number. A surprising vehicle arrived, marked with the label Eastern D1, capturing everyone's attention. Recognized the car as the provincial governor's. Sudden announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting excitement and disbelief. The woman shared that the provincial governor had arrived to celebrate a martial scholar. The man reacted with shock, unable to process the news. The woman exclaimed that this year's scholar hailed from city and lived nearby. Smoke curled into the sky from ancestral graves, sparking an unsettling curiosity in a young woman with dark hair. She wondered what was happening outside. A tense atmosphere enveloped, and as they stood outside, gazing at the imposing motorcade parked nearby, questioned about the reason for the motorcade's presence, responded, expressing her own confusion about the situation. The man gestured towards a car, inviting the woman to join him. She held hands with another man, feeling unsure about the proposition. A supportive friend stood beside her, encouraging her to consider it. A confident figure approached a seated man, expressing an insincere apology for the unannounced visit. A curious man in formal attire asked about the residence of the Dragon Martial Scholar. Revelation hung heavy in the air as the group reacted to the shocking news about R being the Dragon Martial Scholar, expressed disbelief at the unexpected revelation. An astonished onlooker covered her mouth in surprise, unable to process the information. Another wide-eyed observer stared in disbelief, her shock evident. Astonished young man with dark hair reacted in disbelief to the shocking news about the Dragon Martial Scholar's true identity. A torrential downpour mirrored the turmoil within him as despair consumed a young man with dark hair. He clutched his head, overwhelmed by guilt for his actions. Feather flowed effortlessly above a young man with dark hair's outstretched hand, embodying a moment of serene focus. A determined young man with dark hair reflected positively on his training progress as he focused on the second volume of the Immortal Golden Body. The room felt relaxed and unbothered as a young man with dark hair prepared to wipe his face with a cloth. Cheerful character passionately celebrated, exclaiming his brother was the best in the country, the dragon martial scholar, and full of excitement. A sense of urgency filled the air as a worried young woman called out to her brother about important visitors at their home. A wave of shock washed over him as he processed the news about the governor being at their house. A swirl of mysterious energy enveloped a curious young man with dark hair as he focused intently on the phenomenon before him. A glowing platform illuminated the space as a young man with dark hair stood confidently, gripping a mysterious device tightly. A mystical scene unfolded, revealing several figures, each surrounded by a glowing aura that hinted at their immense power. A perceptive observer analyzed the auras, recognizing chairman and questioning another's rank. He felt overwhelmed by the intense vitality radiating from one figure, comparing it to a blazing flame. Intense, fiery visage emerged, dominating the scene and radiating unparalleled power. Revealed himself as a Grand Master, asserting his strength with fierce determination. A smug character taunted the surprised onlookers, claiming the dragon martial scholar had finally awakened. A determined young man with dark hair ascended the staircase, his focus unwavering as he approached a group of curious people in the modern lobby. He stood at the top of the stairs, addressing the group with an apologetic tone, expressing his regret for the wait. A powerful aura radiated from a confident young man with dark hair, leaving the onlookers astonished by his presence. An amazed observer remarked on his remarkable power at such a young age. He regained consciousness, surrounded by officials who introduced themselves with a mix of authority and warmth. Warm handshake exchange between a young man with dark hair and a welcoming provincial governor marked the beginning of their cordial meeting. The formal gathering buzzed with excitement as the visitor congratulated for ranking first in the national examinations, celebrating his achievement as the dragon martial scholar. A wave of excitement swept through the gathering as they eagerly discussed the performance rankings. Remained calm, listening intently to the lively conversation around him. The older man gestured calmly, announcing his arrival to present a reward to the young man who had excelled in martial arts. The older man presented a cash reward and a property offer, revealing a generous gesture from the province to the astonished young man with dark hair. Acted calmly as his peers reacted in surprise to his newly attained rank 6 status in martial arts. Confidently revealed that he had attended the prestigious St. Martial University. The woman handed the older man a stack of documents, emphasizing the importance of the recommendation letter from St. Martial University. The excited young man gestured toward a stack of sealed envelopes, while an amazed young woman exclaimed about the surprising opportunity presented to them. Tension hung in the air as sat quietly, staring at the envelopes on the table. The air crackled with surprise as envelopes scattered across the table, startling a young man with dark hair. He reacted to the sudden chaos, his expression tense and stunned. A determined young man with dark hair presented an envelope to an elder, who watched with a skeptical yet curious gaze. The thoughtful man reflected on an unexpected decision, surprised by the manner it was made. The older mentor figure warned a young man with dark hair about the dangers at the 7th St. Martial University and the need for a top-notch cold weapon. The encouraging mentor offered a glowing weapon to a young man with dark hair, promising to help him master his chosen cold weapon. The confident young man with dark hair held a shimmering card towards governor. He expressed gratitude for the cold weapon, acknowledging its value and the governor's goodwill. Lively indoor setting buzzed with excitement as a young man with dark hair engaged the group, his eagerness palpable, expressed his pride about the dragon's emergence. Melancholic farewell hung in the air as a young man with dark hair waved goodbye to the departing car. Celebration erupted as a proud and celebratory young man with dark hair proclaimed the family's glory, urging to buy ingredients for a grand feast. Unknown figure examined an exam candidate information sheet featuring a mysterious candidate's photo, curiosity flickering in their eyes. A mysterious figure watched as the young man with dark hair smirked, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. A shadowy figure emerged, holding a book, its glowing eyes hinting at secrets waiting to be revealed. Tan suggested that perhaps things would be different this year. A bittersweet celebration unfolded as, and his classmates expressed their mixed emotions after passing the national exams. Heartfelt farewell unfolded as a young man with dark hair embraced his family at the airport, marking the beginning of a new journey. A calm atmosphere filled the airplane as a young man with dark hair placed an object carefully in the overhead bin. A calm atmosphere enveloped the airplane cabin as a young man with dark hair observed his surroundings, lost in thought about his journey ahead, reflected on the significance of the 7 martial universities, noting their unique legacy martial arts and the revered Martial Saint Tower. He dared that the 7th St. Martial University was established 57 years ago, reflecting on its importance in martial arts history. Listened intently as the narrator detailed the founding of the 7th St. Martial University by Tan, a renowned martial saint. Unplayed the tales of martial saints, pondering their extraordinary and youthful appearances, reminiscent of legendary immortals. A surge of dragon-shaped energy swirled around a determined young man with dark hair as he prepared for a monumental challenge ahead. He wielded his sword, ready to confront the immense power before him. The somber battlefield echoed with the ghosts of fallen martial saints, their sacrifices now mere shadows of a forgotten past, reflected on the tragic history of martial art battles and the bitter losses sustained by both sides. Martial Saint Tower rose against the sky, testament to the fusion of martial arts and technology. The young man with dark hair admired the tower's impressive architecture. The tower loomed above, promising challenges and opportunities for those brave enough to enter. An older man explained that entrance would face various levels of difficulty. He mentioned that clearing a number of levels could lead to meeting the martial saint. The promise of acceptance as a disciple hung in the air, urging ambition. A powerful figure with a long beard stood before a mystical glowing circle, while held his sword defiantly. A man with dark hair stood amidst towering books, contemplating his future with frustration over the rigid training requirements imposed by the country. A determined young man with dark hair considered his assignments, applying to take on more credit work for faster graduation from St. Martial U. The airplane hummed softly as a charming and playful woman greeted with surprise. A man with dark hair listened as encouraged Sister Yang Yuan, reminding her about her brother's flight and urging her to be brave. The airplane's interior buzzed with unexpected energy as a cheerful woman spoke to a young man with dark hair, expressing her surprise at their coincidence. A wave of confusion washed over a young man with dark hair as he questioned why she was there. Girl with a playful smirk gazed directly at the viewer, her flirtatious energy filling the air as she expressed her attraction to. A wave of anxiety washed over a young man with dark hair as he processed the shocking revelation, questioned the situation with surprise and concern. The city skyline stretched before, vibrant and alive, reminding him of dreams lost to time. He admired the bustling capital and reflected on its past glory. University stood tall, enveloped in an anticipatory atmosphere as students gathered, ready to face the challenges ahead. Walked confidently alongside a girl in the park, sharing plans for their enrollment at university. She responded with shy agreement, feeling encouraged by his support. Walked with a companion, both carrying luggage, feeling hopeful about their new adventure together. She expressed excitement about starting school and being together. A muscular man greeted cheerfully, causing him to feel surprised and slightly uncomfortable. Bright smiles spread across the playful and flirty female character's face as she admired the stoic and composed, exclaiming her excitement. Vibrant energy filled the air as hearts swirled around a young man with dark hair, claiming what he believed was rightfully his. He claimed the junior for himself, filled with defiance, while another character appeared visibly frustrated. A friendly group gathered around luggage, preparing for enrollment as a cheerful young man with dark hair offered assistance to newcomers. A young man with dark hair struggled to balance several suitcases while asking if another was also a new student. A confident young man with dark hair explained his ability to conceal his overflowing vitality, impressing his classmates with newfound skills. Playful exchange unfolded as two characters smirked, discussing a girl's interest in someone, noted the advantage of their different schools. The cheerful friend laughed in agreement. Vibrant martial arts school buzzed with excitement, promising unparalleled training experiences and opportunities for ambitious students. Enthusiastically explained the school's benefits to potential students, highlighting its proximity to Martial Artist Street and the Martial Saint Tower. A curious young man with dark hair asked if students from regular universities could also enter the Martial Saint Tower. Lighthearted conversation flowed as a confident and engaging young man discussed the Martial Saint Tower's accessibility beyond just St. Martial U students. A group of students lined up at a VIP entrance, eager for the privileges they knew awaited them, explained the convenience for St. Martial U students who could enter any time without applying. A friendly and supportive young man explained the campus rules to a curious and slightly anxious newcomer. A fierce and commanding young martial artist warned others about provoking anyone from the 7th St. Martial University. An angry character confronted, questioning why he was there and demanding he stay out of his conversation. A chaotic scene erupted as students bravely battled monstrous creatures, showcasing the harsh and unpredictable world at St. Martial University. A rival student declared that all students were crazy, emphasizing their monstrally admissions. The atmosphere crackled with tension as one man pointed accusingly at, demanding clarity on the situation, responded with determination, affirming that he understood everything now. The bustling registration area welcomed new students, filled with excitement and anticipation for the upcoming martial arts assessments. Smiled confidently as he gestured, offering his number to ensure help was just a call away. A warm floral background enveloped a young woman with a ponytail, who smiled softly, radiating contentment. Males observed a confident female figure walking away, their expressions a mix of concern and determination about the challenge ahead. One male commented on the bleakness of their chances. The other encouraged him, insisting that determination and patience could turn the tide. Frustration hung in the air as two young men expressed disbelief at the audacity of a confident martial artist. A playful young man with dark hair grinned at a female character standing next to him, her luggage resting at her side. He teased her about her classmates' boldness in choosing a university. A confident young man with dark hair mentioned the 7th St. Martial University, his voice steady and assured as he spoke about its prestigious reputation. A wave of shock washed over the young man with dark hair as disbelief filled the air around him. He expressed his astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. Next to him, another character reacted with excitement, sharing in the moment. A confident young man with dark hair stood with luggage, revealing his name as to the surprised crowd around him. An anxious young man with dark hair called out urgently for, sensing an unseen threat nearby. Reacted with surprise as he heard the announcement about the new Dragon Martial Scholar. A cart with wheels rolled forward in a sleek, futuristic setting, anticipation hung in the air. A determined young man with dark hair stood confidently, holding a bag as he declared his arrival at the 7th St. Martial University. A grand building loomed ahead, stood before the entrance, filled with awe and determination for the challenges that awaited him. Majestic University towered before him, its grandeur inspiring thoughts of knowledge and adventure, reflected on how this journey would shape his future. A registration booth buzzed with activity as a focused young man with dark hair diligently set up materials for the incoming freshmen. A nervous yet eager young man with dark hair approached the reception desk, holding an envelope and asking about the freshman reception area. A cheerful girl excitedly requested to give her the notification letter for a closer look. A shocked figure reacted to the surprising announcement about this year's Dragon Martial Scholar. Stood confidently as onlookers expressed excitement about his rare recruitment as a top martial scholar and noted his handsome appearance. A surprised young man with dark hair reacted to an unseen remark, curiosity flickering in his eyes. An explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the crowded area as everyone reacted in alarm. Tense confrontation unfolded as a large man approached with a sword, challenging his resolve. Smirked confidently as his foe prepared to attack, the air thick with tension and challenge. A tense standoff crackled in the air as all eyes turned toward the confident and assertive figure, commanded his opponent to halt with fierce determination. Reacted with a determined expression, sensing an unseen threat lurking in the shadows. A muscular character pointed his sword at, while giving clear directions to find the dorms. Smiled and gestured to the vendor, feeling content as he received directions. A calm and assertive young man stood confidently, captivating the attention of two excited figures nearby. One girl expressed admiration for him, amazed by his aura. The other girl searched frantically for his exam results, feeling frustrated. Excitement buzzed in the air as two friends discussed the remarkable achievements of a martial scholar, their eyes wide with admiration. The excited girl revealed that his vitality matched a rank 6 martial artists. She added that he had shattered several records, likely making him the strongest dragon martial scholar ever. Confident young man smirked, anticipating an exhilarating confrontation that would unfold later. Expansive campus lay quiet, with an observant and inquisitive young man standing alone, contemplating the absence of people around him. He called out to someone in front, wondering where everyone was. A bright smile spread across a young man with dark hair as he eagerly approached another student. He introduced himself as Z, excited about meeting a fellow freshman. Stood still, a curious expression on his face as he listened. Vast campus buzzed with activity as a lost and anxious student sought help. Hen asked a helpful and approachable young man for directions to the dormitory. He offered to guide her, knowing the campus was quite large. A large building loomed ahead, bustling with students and energy, as a determined young man with dark hair observed the crowd, expressed concern about the overwhelming size of the place. An unknown figure questioned why so many people gathered at the entrance. The figure fell from the building, chaos breaking out below as people gasped in alarm. An alert young man warned to watch out. Frantic voices shouted for everyone to get out of the way. Confused and surprised, reacted to the sudden warning. Struggled as multiple gang members surrounded him, fists flying in a furious onslaught. A confident young man with dark hair addressed the crowd, revealing himself as this year's martial scholar from Nanjing province. A confident and supportive young man with dark hair praised another character for enduring 2 attacks, encouraging continued effort for future improvement. Tense atmosphere filled the air as turned to Dong, seeking guidance amidst the chaos. Questioned Dong about his confidence in facing the challenge ahead. Dong expressed his doubts about his combat skills, fearing he might fall like Su in just 3 moves against a stronger opponent. Frustration hung in the air as doubted his abilities, feeling the weight of expectations from his friends. The surprised young man reacted to his concerns about his elemental mastery. Another young man suggested taking turns to exhaust their opponent, hoping to increase chances. Analyzed the silent opponent, expressing concern over the threat he posed as a potential rank 6 martial master. A mocking voice echoed through the air as a confident young man taunted a group of boys from a distance. A confident young man presented a challenge, stating that enduring 3 of his moves would grant entry, while 5 would allow luggage. A confident young man addressed the crowd, asserting their exceptional martial arts skills and urging them to prove their worth. A confident and confrontational figure boldly declared that the aura and glory his opponents cherished were worthless in this moment. A confident and manipulative figure presented a stack of cards, asserting that everything desired must be earned through hard work and skill. Senior students stood confidently, menacingly warning the freshmen that those without ability would end up with nothing, living like pitiful creatures. Tension thickened in the air as, and 2 others reacted to the unfolding situation, their faces reflecting concern. A frustrated young man with dark hair expressed his irritation about encountering scum, criticizing their weak philosophies and empty bravado. A surge of excitement filled the air, as declared his enjoyment of crushing overconfident seniors beneath his feet. Stood confidently, boasting about being the Sichuan province's martial scholar this year, and ranked 19th in the country. A fierce punch flew from a determined young man with dark hair, shocking everyone around him. He shouted about his frustration with the rules and promised to teach a lesson. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene as observed the injured character with concern. He groaned in pain, revealing his struggle. A supportive young man with dark hair comforted another character, expressing pride in their efforts. A determined young man with dark hair sat on the ground, confidently offering his help to the departing character. A determined young man with dark hair contemplated a solution, realizing he should handle his troubles directly. A determined young man with dark hair stood confidently, ready to face his opponents, exuding an aura of defiance. A determined young man with dark hair raised his hand, signaling for the unknown character to pause. A determined young man with dark hair faced his opponent, challenging them to withstand 3 attacks without flinching. A thoughtful young man with dark hair held a bag, a realization dawning upon him. Stood firmly, eyes full of determination, ready to confront the challenge ahead. A curious young man with dark hair gestures toward someone unseen, his eagerness radiating as he seeked confirmation about the situation. A tense atmosphere filled the room as a group of characters criticized for his arrogance in martial arts. Character A expressed judgment about his behavior. Character B warned of potential consequences if offended anyone. Flames erupted around a determined young man with dark hair, illuminating his fierce resolve as he prepared to unleash his power. Bright explosions surged behind a determined young man with dark hair, leaving him momentarily stunned by its force. He reacted to the overwhelming energy with a fierce intensity. A powerful display of energy erupted, leaving the onlookers in awe. The awestruck observer exclaimed about the overwhelming power witnessed. The impressed onlooker shared a similar sentiment, marveling at the scene. Blinding light enveloped everything, pulling a determined young man with dark hair into its intense embrace, focused intently on the radiant light before him. Repelled backwards, struggled fiercely to break free from the grasp of a powerful figure. A powerful strike sent shockwaves through the ground, leaving everyone astounded by his unexpected strength. He acted with shock as the atmosphere shifted, leaving everyone around him alarmed by the sudden turn of events. Triumphant stood over his fallen opponent, a testament to his strength and determination. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene as shadowy figures loomed around a nervous man with dark hair. He expressed concern about the impending threat from the figures. Tense atmosphere thickened as confronted the other character, determination etched on his face. Sheng crackled in the air as held the sword firmly, confronting the calm, unyielding figure before him. Walked out of the building, exuding confidence as he took his first steps into the world of martial scholars. Stood resolutely in front of the board, holding up 2 dorm key cards for those unable to retrieve theirs. Confidently called out for Fatty while glancing at the phone displaying the number 17. A cheerful figure raised his phone, excitement lighting up his face as he prepared to capture a moment. Looked shocked nearby, taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm. Observed the scene, questioning why the long-haired guy remained inactive, wondering if he doubted his ability to engage. Spoke on the phone, expressing curiosity about a remarkable newcomer he had heard about this year. The serene dormitory building stood under a clear sky, hinting at the calm before the day's events would unfold. The vibrant campus buzzed with excitement as a young man with dark hair looked around, taking in the lively atmosphere of the dorm area. The spacious area unfolded before a confident and satisfied young man with dark hair, revealing a private block he never expected to have. He noted the size was comparable to his new house and felt everything here was free for him. Tense atmosphere surrounded a young man with dark hair as he stood in surprise, identified as the dragon martial scholar. A nervous young man pointed and asked if he was. A man with dark hair listened intently as another character expressed admiration for his impressive qualities and extraordinary nature. Disheartened young man with dark hair expressed disappointment to himself about encountering someone unexpectedly strong on his first day at the university. A man with dark hair contemplated his surroundings, feeling the weight of expectations on his shoulders, expressed surprise about the choice of the 7th St. Martial University, touching his forehead in confusion. Puzzled young man with dark hair questioned the university's strength, unable to grasp the expectations placed upon him on his first day. Curious young man with dark hair pondered the university's ranking, questioning why it was often at the bottom of national martial arts meets. Confident and knowledgeable figure addressed a startled student while walking away, assuring him of the martial legacies awaiting exploration. A burst of excitement filled the air as a young man with dark hair eagerly stepped out of the room, called out to his brother about exchanging contact numbers. A well-furnished room welcomed as he sat comfortably on a sofa made from monster hide. He observed his surroundings, feeling pleased with what he found. As to a remote on the table, his expression filled with surprise and curiosity about what would happen next. A sense of intrigue permeated the air as he examined the screen images before him. He listened intently to a discussion about the 13th level of Marshal St. Tower, had defeated a rank S monster with his bare hands. The warning about intense content heightened the tension of the moment. A surprising update flashed on the screen, indicating a competitive ranking. Reacted to the news with curiosity and excitement, eager about his position. Examined the camp's forum, intrigued by the information about the 2 strongest senior students at the university. Atmosphere crackled with tension as prepared for battle, his sword glinting in the dim light. He called out, challenging his opponent to show their strength. Vibrant battle scene erupted, full of bright colors and destructive energy. Master clashed swords with the immortal Phoenix, showcasing their fierce skills. Stood nearby, captivated by the intense showdown unfolding before him. Felt frustrated about the string sights, realizing he didn't even know his student ID, leaving him unable to register. Stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully at the small balcony outside, contemplating his next steps in this vast new world. Examined the vial of golden dragon essence, confident that he had prepared enough for his cultivation practice. A glowing object rested in his hands, radiating energy that sparked his ambition and excitement for what lay ahead. Tense atmosphere filled the air as questioned an unseen presence, his determination shining through his startled demeanor. A furious young man with dark hair hit the door repeatedly, each strike echoing his determination to break through. Frustration filled the air as a determined young man with dark hair confronted the damaged door, seeking answers to the mysteries surrounding the destruction. A fierce young man with dark hair focused intensely, launching an energy blast at his rival, who stared back defiantly, ready for the confrontation. A powerful energy blast erupted, scattering debris and shaking the ground, showcasing the fierce determination of a young man with dark hair. A cloud of smoke filled the air and astonished faces turned toward the source of the explosion, observed the chaos amazed by the sudden destruction. His worried friend watched, nervous about the unfolding situation. A fierce young man with dark hair shouted for someone to go back and learn proper manners before seeking him out again. A shocking realization struck as he watched a rival's surprising strength amidst others struggling in the background. Tense atmosphere settled as confronted an anxious character about their intentions. The thin-haired guy seemed nervous and defensive under the scrutiny. Surprised, a young man with dark hair listened as 2 others explained that they were from the Students' Union and presented him with a student ID. Analyzed the situation, sensing the tension and hostility surrounding the other character who sat injured and frightened on the ground. Questioned the other character, his shock evident as he demanded to know why they were still waiting for an apology. The anxious figure replied, sounding defensive. A second character interjected, insisting there was no need for apologies. A man with dark hair stood outside a building, content as he received items from another character. The other character expressed gratitude for his effort. Winced as he was held firmly by 2 peers, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. Its atmosphere lingered as 3 young men with dark hair engaged in a heated discussion, disbelief and frustration crackling between them. Expressed disbelief about his injuries compared to past battle. Another determined young man insisted they couldn't let the situation go unresolved. A curious young man questioned why the determined one was still present. An attentive young man asked if something had been forgotten. A frantic young man with dark hair called for help, insisting it was an emergency about the damaged door. Examined the all-access card with hopeful anticipation, eager to unlock the videos he believed would reveal secrets. Competitive spirit filled the air as confidently introduced Land to the eager audience. Amidst the chaos of battle, a young man with dark hair pondered the strength of his opponents. Tense atmosphere enveloped the arena as contemplated the overwhelming strength of his opponents. He assessed that he would need to use most of his power to stand a chance. Gestured confidently while explaining the combat power levels of 2 individuals, noting their genius despite not yet reaching the martial master level. Determined and introspective young man reflected on the many geniuses in the world, realizing he still needed to work harder to improve. Broadcast announcement echoed outside the school, capturing everyone's attention. Watched, intrigued by the news of a powerful freshman, another character looked at his friend, astonished by the claims made. Confrontation unfolded in the background as observed the 2 figures, his curiosity piqued by the scene. He wondered if someone had caught it on camera. A tense atmosphere filled the air as prepared to strike against an unseen opponent. He expressed concern that the situation appeared too violent. Then he declared that the demonic moment was about to begin. A burst of laughter echoed as a playful young man found humor in a rival's intensity. A thoughtful young man reflected on the consequences for another guy, feeling a hint of guilt for the situation. A playful young man felt his stomach growl, and he suggested going deep first. Cafeteria bustled with students, their laughter and chat are weaving through the air like a lively melody. Playful young man laughed as he held a stack of food, teasing his brother about his body shape despite practicing martial arts. A towering stack of burgers loomed over the cafeteria, capturing everyone's attention, gasped in surprise at the impressive food display. Cheerful atmosphere filled the cafeteria as a proud young man with red hair praised for his incredible skills, drawing applause from the surrounding crowd. Curiosity filled the air as two girls observed a handsome young man with dark hair sitting quietly in the background. One girl remarked on how striking he looked, noting his refined elegance. The other girl added that despite his appearance, he showed a violent side in fights, and she found that appealing. Lively discussion erupted as a confident and competitive young man with dark hair remarked on his recent defeat, expressing amusement at his carelessness. He mentioned wanting to test his own strength against the Dragon Marsh scholar. Another intrigued and eager young man with dark hair chimed in, agreeing he wanted to try as well. Cafeteria buzzed with excitement as a slightly insecure, but supportive friend praised brother Sheng for his growing reputation on campus. A sudden hand interrupted, who appeared surprised while holding a drink. Charismatic and assertive young man approached, confidently introducing himself and suggesting they get to know each other. Confident young man with dark hair introduced himself as Wu Fan, boasting about his achievements in the national exams, then, surprised, questioned his intentions. Angry bald man yelled at, his fury palpable as he stood close, demanding attention. Tension hung thick in the air as one young man addressed, emphasizing the importance of communication over strength. Confrontational atmosphere enveloped the scene as faced with a challenging expression, the question why he dared to provoke, knowing he was outmatched. Frustrated but determined, served a plate of food while expressing his disdain for stubbornness in others. Leaned forward with a smug smile, challenging the other young man's intelligence. Air crowded with tension as charged forward, unleashing a powerful attack at his opponent. A troubling memory haunted a young man with dark hair as he clutched his head in distress. He recalled the scene from a video he had once seen. Determined and fierce young man descended rapidly, arms outstretched, preparing to strike the ground with immense force. Atmosphere grew darker as the intense and intimidating figure threatened the frightened crowd, fury radiating from him like a storm. A single figure lay defeated on the ground, while a young man with dark hair watched with disapproval. A young man with dark hair observed the fallen opponent, expressing his deep contempt for two things he loathed the most. A young man with dark hair reacted in frustration, disturbed during his cultivation, feeling a surge of irritation as he struggled to focus. A young man with dark hair declared his two strict rules, emphasizing not to be disturbed during meals or when flies appeared. Confident and powerful presence loomed as pointed assertively at the frightened duo, an ominous blue glow surrounding him. Two frightened figures bowed their heads in submission, pledging they would never appear before him again. A cheerful character with dark hair ran towards a serious figure, excitement radiating from him. Energetic character praised brother Sheng for his impressive display, expressing that such strength is what men should embody. A confident young man with dark hair walked forward eagerly, ready to face the crowd, while a shadowy figure observed him closely. A confident young man with dark hair observed his surroundings, acknowledging the competitive atmosphere of the 7th St. Martial University. Mocked the opponent, stating that stubborn fools like them were con here. An opponent looked displeased, clearly irritated by his arrogance. A concerned bystander watched the tension unfold, feeling the mounting pressure in the air. A cunning and playful young man contemplated the endless annoyance of flies, noting that their main flaw was their lack of fear. A determined young man with dark hair contemplated his strategy, believing that instilling fear would make his opponents back down. A determined young man with dark hair channeled powerful energy, readying himself for a confrontation against his fearful opponents. An intimidating figure approached, exuding a menacing energy that captured its full attention. Assessed the unknown figure, recognizing the strength radiating from the aggressive demeanor. Vice Principal formally approached a young man with dark hair, gesturing as he introduced himself and outlined an important request. The young man with dark hair was taken aback by the elderly man's suggestion to go on stage and speak. Agreed to prepare for the event, feeling the weight of expectation, as his supportive companion urged him to showcase his abilities in front of the freshmen. Reflected on his upcoming challenge, feeling a surge of determination as he prepared to impress the freshmen with his abilities. Auditorium buzzed with anticipation, filled with eager faces waiting for a young man with dark hair to take the stage. The crowd erupted with excitement as an audience member announced the arrival of, drawing everyone's attention to the stage. Acted with surprise, pondering the news about Wu Fan's defeat at his hands. Observed the environment, his intense gaze scanning the empty auditorium filled with serious expressions. Dong alerted others about his arrival, expressing concern over the potential trouble from Su and his gang. Reflected on Su, recalling his impressive ranking among the top 20 nationwide. Atmosphere crowded with tension as faced an imposing figure with crossed arms. The confident character exuded arrogance, challenging his resolve with his smug demeanor. Stood firm, his defiance radiating in the charged theater. Honored his reputation, questioning if he had become synonymous with a demon king in the eyes of the freshmen. Felt a surge of anxiety as he contemplated the formidable opponent, convinced that defeating would be a daunting challenge. Gazed thoughtfully into the distance, his intense expression reflecting the weight of the impending challenge. Atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as a speaker welcomed the new students to the 7th St. Martial University. Auditorium buzzed with indifference as a tired young man with dark hair slept through the presentation, oblivious to the murmurs around him. Gestured confidently, emphasizing that all leaders communicate similarly, regardless of their circumstances. The confident speaker invited a young man with dark hair to the podium, urging the audience to applaud the freshman representative. Faced the disapproving crowd, their boos echoing in his ears as frustration washed over him. Gazed thoughtfully, weighing his next move amid the tension of the crowd. A well-dressed man with glasses commanded silence, asking if he was ready for the challenge ahead. Confidently smiled, expressing that he had prepared an entire day for the challenge ahead, assuring there would be no problem. Unexpected seriousness impressed the unnamed character, who marveled at how much thought he put into such a small matter. Stood at the podium, his expression thoughtful as he prepared to deliver his silent speech. A determined young man with dark hair listened as another character expressed disdain for the unnamed kid's intentions, prepared to undermine the kid, planning to boo him later for added humiliation. Confidently addressed the audience, acknowledging their dissatisfaction and ready to assert his stance. Raised his hand, asserting his presence before the audience and offering them a chance to prove themselves today. Crowded arena buzzed with tension as surprised expression revealed his shock at the unexpected news. Atmosphere crackled with anticipation as challenged anyone to confront him immediately. Stood confidently at the podium, flames dancing behind him as he gestured provocatively toward the crowd, inviting them to come at him together. Summoned fire energy with a confident grin, daring anyone to approach him. Tension filled the arena as a determined young man with dark hair reacted intensely to the unfolding event. His anxious companion clutched his hands nervously, overwhelmed by the atmosphere. Looked puzzled, reacting to an unexpected stimulus that made him question what was happening around him. Atmosphere grew tense as reacted to the speech he had prepared, feeling anxious and frustrated. Raised his thumbs in excitement, praising brother Sheng for his impressive skills. Confident and taunting, confronted a group of opponents, challenging their arrogance and questioning their courage to face him together. Du confidently announced his challenge, his powerful stance radiating determination and defiance. The confident young man with dark hair smirked, amused by the boastful words hurled at him. He thought it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak like that. Confident and assertive young woman gestured toward, expressing her curiosity about the dragon martial scholar's strength. Dong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, sensing the tension in the air as he considered confronting. The confident young man with dark hair addressed the group, expressing eagerness to learn from the dragon martial scholar. Led the group forward with unwavering determination, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. Fiery Dragon loomed as stood determined, inspiring eager onlookers to seek his guidance. He urged them to learn, igniting their excitement. Tense confrontation filled the air as a young man with dark hair raised his hand to calm the nervous man beside him. Defiant young man with dark hair shouted at the group, challenging them to bring it on despite the odds against him. Contemplated the fiery dragon above him, pondering the weight of pressure amid the chaos around him. Blue flames flickered ominously as stood, his expression determined, plotting an unknown action in the midst of the chaos. Fiery backdrop illuminated a defiant young man with dark hair as he confronted an unseen opponent, challenged his adversary, questioning their right to be in his presence. Explosion of blue energy burst from the center, illuminating the tension in the air, released a powerful energy blast toward an unknown target. Air crackled with intensity as unleashed a powerful energy blast at his opponent, determined to show his dominance. Fierce young man with dark hair unleashed a powerful energy wave, sending shockwaves through the crowded theater. Executed a powerful kick, channeling his fury into the strike aimed at his surprised opponent. Confidently taunted his opponent, remarking on their weakness and stubbornness, as the atmosphere thickened with tension and anticipation. Fierce young man with dark hair unleashed a powerful energy blast toward an unseen enemy, filling the air with raw intensity. Explosion roared behind as he stood confidently, unshaken by the chaos surrounding him. Braced himself as a massive explosion erupted behind him, shaking the ground and sending debris flying. The opponent unleashed fiery flames toward, mocking his strength while he struggled to block the scorching attack. Shocking realization hit as he processed the chaos around him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Raised his hand toward the opponent, his determination unwavering amidst the chaos surrounding him. Unleashed a powerful energy wave, striking the opponent and catching him completely off guard. Focused on his strategy, determined to slice at his powerful opponent bit by bit, while a surprised observer watched closely. Delivered a powerful kick into the air, generating a luminous energy blast that illuminated the intense atmosphere. Struggling with his powers, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing he might lose control of his own strength. Chaotic energy surged around as he unleashed a powerful energy blast, radiating a fierce pink light. Triumphant energy surged through the air as an unknown attacker celebrated the surprising defeat of. Surprised, confronted an unseen opponent, questioning the permission to tickle him as energy blades hovered ominously around him. Potent glow surrounded a conflicted and powerful as he revealed his psychic abilities, astonishment evident in his stance. Glowing projectiles swirled ominously around a terrified young man with dark hair, causing him to stumble back in fear. Chaos erupted as commanded his allies to attack, frustration evident in his voice. Tense atmosphere filled the air as multiple attackers charged toward a determined young man with dark hair. He stood firm, preparing to face the oncoming assault. Stood pensively, lost in thought, as memories of past decisions flickered through his mind. Unleashed a powerful blast, sending debris flying toward the audience, asserting his dominance with fierce determination. Generated energy in his glowing hand, defying the chaos around him with unwavering confidence. A tense moment unfolded as reacted to a shocking revelation, his expression shifting to surprise and anxiety. Stood confidently, his intense expression revealing his eagerness for recognition as he envisioned the future challenges ahead. Stood in disbelief, feeling a mix of shock and concern wash over him at the unexpected outcome. Unknown figure pinned to the ground, their foot pressing down with a smug sense of dominance. Appeared dazed, expressing disappointment about the failed conquest, his emotions lingering in the air as he faced the aftermath of defeat. Stood with a focused expression, illuminated by a faint light, ready to confront the challenges ahead. Faced the looming presence of the Demon Lord, embodying defiance against the overwhelming darkness that threatened to consume the world. Expressed confusion about the red-haired character's sudden distraction, and wondered why he had mentioned a familiar anime line. Acted with panic, his eyes wide as he sensed an unseen threat looming around him. A sudden shout pierced the tension and jolted upright, startled by the chair. Abruptly sat up in his seat, feeling nervous as he insisted he hadn't moved at all. Sharp chop cut through the air as reacted with frustration, aiming at his unseen opponent. Faced the audience with a confident smirk, declaring that the opportunity had already been given to them all. Pointed confidently at the others, asserting that they would wake up soon. Commanded the group to never cause a disturbance in front of him again, and they all eagerly agreed. Smirked confidently as he finished his speech to the vice principal. The confident man gestured assertively while addressing the group, instructing that some students should stay back to clean up and send the injured to the infirmary. Stood firm, pointing his sword toward the experienced students, ready to assert his dominance in this fierce competition. Merged as the strongest new star, his actions creating ripples like a stone in a calm pool. A confident young man with dark hair sat on a couch, casually remarking how sensationalist headlines made him seem like an accidental high-level boss. Gazed contemplatively into the distance, reflecting on his recent violent tendencies and questioning the rapid growth of his strength. A confident young man with dark hair effortlessly cuts down the terrified freshmen, dismissing them as weak and unworthy opponents. Reflected thoughtfully, stating that being weak isn't a sin, but being both weak and unaware is a mistake. Determined young man with dark hair clenched his fist and revealed plans to access the Fire Seed Resource Library. Determined young man with dark hair stood resolute, realizing his potential as his hand glowed with newfound strength. Determined young man with dark hair prepared to unleash a powerful energy blast, ready to send his opponent on their way. Determined young man with dark hair raised his shield, bracing for an incoming energy attack that crackled with tension in the air. Determined young man with dark hair unleashed a powerful energy blast towards an unseen opponent, the intensity of the moment electrifying the air around him. Determined young man with dark hair performed a powerful technique, channeling energy as he shouted about increasing his psychic power tenfold. Mysterious character with vibrant hair raised a glowing sword triumphantly, her ecstatic energy radiating as she basked in the moment of victory. A powerful figure with icy wings displayed a pained expression, embodying both strength and vulnerability in a tragic moment. A burst of icy shards struck, leaving him reeling from the sudden pain. Ice shards surrounded us, struggling and tormented, as he screamed into the icy void, desperation echoing in the chilling air. A fierce character with wings lunged at, intent on attacking him, reacted with shock and frustration, questioning the unexpected assault. A fierce female character with wings lunged at, her icy arm poised for the attack, braced himself, determined to withstand the strike. Colossal crystal claw lunged forward, ready to strike, as prepared for the impending attack. Massive ice structure towered before a young man with dark hair, leaving him stunned and bewildered. He gasped in disbelief at the sight. A mystical creature with icy wings loomed over, preparing to unleash a powerful attack that shocked him. He wondered if this was her ultimate ability. Flames danced around a determined and powerful man as he declared his intent with fervor, igniting the atmosphere with his unwavering spirit. A swirling vortex of blades formed around a determined and powerful man, who commanded the blade maelstrom with fierce confidence. A powerful phoenix-like creature prepared to strike at its command, an embodiment of his fierce determination. A fierce confrontation unfolded as an opponent thrust an ice shard at, who braced himself defiantly for the incoming attack. Blue energy surged around a determined young man, overwhelming him as he struggled against its relentless grip. The atmosphere was thick with defeat as shattered ice-like structures surrounded a young man with dark hair. He gasped, questioning if he had lost again, reflecting on the meaning of true martial arts mastery. The atmosphere hung heavy with defeat as tears streamed down his face, a silent acknowledgement of his failure. A surreal, icy landscape enveloped a young man with dark hair, momentarily trapping him in his thoughts. He contemplated the weight of his recent failures. A resilient and menacing character smirked amidst a cosmic backdrop, shards embedded in her face suggesting battles fought and won. A shockwave rippled through the icy landscape, reflecting his disbelief at the scene before him. A burst of colorful energy struck a young man with dark hair, revealing a flood of memories that left him shocked. A calm young man with dark hair introduced a girl named to the teacher. A contemplative young man with dark hair examined a glowing object. He wondered about the qualifications it might hold. A wise elder figure declared its new status as an inner disciple, promising him the inheritance of the Ice River martial arts. A distressed figure sat on the icy ground, curled up in grief as tears fell silently. A wise figure stood before a cascading waterfall, asking the seated young man what he wished to learn. A determined young man, tears in his eyes, urgently expressed his desire to learn spear fighting from the teacher. A respectful student praised the teacher for mastering the 5 realms of spear techniques. The teacher received the admiration with a proud expression. A woman stands proudly on stage, celebrated by an enthusiastic crowd for her remarkable achievement as a martial master at just 17. A woman with pink hair called out urgently to her teacher, seeking attention amidst the gathering crowd. An older man with long hair offered reassurance, saying still had a long way to go. A tense moment hung in the air as prepared to confront the mocking figure gesturing at him. He declared that the frost spirit sparrow had yet to materialize in Ice River. A sense of urgency filled the air as a determined young man with dark hair reached for the door, seeking answers beyond its threshold. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene as a female armored character sat defensively, her gaze fixed on an unseen presence. She inquired about the unknown figure. The ruins of the city loomed ominously, echoing the pain of loss and despair, expressed frustration at its calmness amidst the destruction. A shock ran through the air as a young man with dark hair searched frantically for his teacher. He wondered where the teacher had gone. A young man with dark hair revealed distressing news about their teacher's demise and madness, cautioning not to intervene. Dimly lit space held a tension that thickened the air as a young man with dark hair stood beside another figure. The young man with dark hair reacted inquisitively to the other character's words. A somber atmosphere enveloped the scene as contemplated a grim fate, feeling the weight of loss pressing down on him. A surge of frost energy erupted as summoned his spirit sparrow, directing it to attack the beast before him. He expressed regret about not informing someone. A wave of agony washed over the young man with dark hair as he cried out in despair. A rush of memories flooded his mind, revealing the intricate techniques of spear mastery. He found himself amazed by the purity of these newfound recollections. Powerful energy surrounded him, signaling a breakthrough in his martial prowess. Declared his enhanced abilities, revealing he had surpassed the command realm. Stood thoughtfully among floating images, reflecting on the disparities between martial masters and their differing memories. Unablated the martial prowess of, realizing her strength far surpassed its remnants of core techniques. Glowing blue gems shimmered in the air, illuminating his ecstatic expression. He joyfully reached for the gem, realizing it was the core of his memories. Glowing crystal pulsed with blue energy, inviting the young man with dark hair to reach out and touch it. He extended his hand toward the shimmering gem. Mystical apparition resembling a frost spirit appeared before him, capturing his full attention. He gazed in awe, wondering if this was the frost spirit sparrow. Radiant spear technique materialized, crackling with crystalline energy as unveiled its power. Powerful ice spear surged forward, embodying his defiance and determination in the face of his opponent. Surreal landscape unfolded as sat in his dream realm, surrounded by glowing holographic panels that sparkled with ethereal light. Two information panels ominously revealed the identities of fallen martial artists, Zai and both perished in the destruction of base 1359. Level 10 powerhouse revealed itself, leaving astonished as he analyzed the displayed data. He pondered why the Frost Sparrow's imprisoning spear was excluded from the Fire Seed project. Reflected on his martial arts training, realizing that practicing advanced techniques from different sects drained his energy. Prepared to engage with an ethereal force, contemplating his strategy to inherit skills from powerful undead warriors, just as had done. Atmosphere thickened with intrigue as an unknown character focused intently on a digital display, revealing the next target, Zai. Bright, ominous tower loomed amidst the darkness, casting an unsettling aura over the surroundings. He observed the tower, feeling an overwhelming presence that made him shudder. Shocking revelation struck, leaving him wide-eyed and breathless. Clutched his chest, overwhelmed by pain and confusion, as he struggled to understand the conflict within his martial master's will. Energy swirled around a surprised young man with dark hair, leaving him in shock and confusion. He reacted, wondering what was happening as the crystal visualization technique unfolded. Flames and ice swirled around a distressed young man with dark hair, as panic gripped him amidst his conflicting powers. He struggled to comprehend the danger posed by the martial master's wills. Energy flowed around a focused and determined young man as he channeled his strength, igniting the colorful waves and flames surrounding him. Energy pulsed around a contemplative young man with dark hair as he embraced the glowing symbol on his chest, a beacon of determination. Golden luminous stone glowed amidst swirling mystical auras, igniting inspiration in a determined and ambitious young man. Then he contemplated the stone's potential to absorb the souls of martial masters. A young man with dark hair walked down the street, his friend excitedly complimenting him on becoming famous after a recent fight. A cheerful young man with dark hair spoke playfully to his friend about choosing a weapon, expressing a desire to follow his lead. A calm young man with dark hair stood alongside his cheerful friend, both facing away as excitement filled the air. A cheerful young man with dark hair discussed weapon choices with his friend, expressing a preference for a spear over lighter options. A curious young man with dark hair questioned the follower's intent amidst a crowd, wondering about the implications of their decision to follow him. Martial Arts Hall buzzed with anticipation, as he focused intently on the presentation unfolding before him. Confident and determined, walked through the doorway, drawing the attention of astonished onlookers watching his every move. A tense atmosphere enveloped the classroom as a young man with dark hair looked intensely concerned, glancing at his classmates around him. A contemplative young man with dark hair sat in a classroom, lost in thoughts of a significant day from his past. He reflected on his memories, feeling a mix of melancholy and determination. A sense of dread hung in the air as a young man with dark hair struggled in the water, grappling with despair. A tense moment filled the air as a thoughtful and anxious young man with dark hair contemplated his fears about the ascending dragon position. He reflected on the true terror posed by his opponent, not the martial champion. Dramatic presence loomed as an unidentified speaker exclaimed about an important and recognized figure, stirring excitement among the crowd. Professor Su entered the room confidently, introducing herself as a specialist in the study of monsters. The room buzzed with curiosity as a thoughtful and analytical young man with long hair addressed his audience about the importance of traditional practices over modern technology. A confident figure with long hair displayed a weapon, capturing the room's attention and igniting a spark of excitement among the audience. The battlefield crackled with tension as aimed his weapon, determined to strike at the looming threats around him. Air thickened with tension as a monstrous creature lunged at a determined young man with dark hair who prepared to fight back. He fought against the monster, knowing firearms offered little hope against such a beast. Large, empty room echoed with confusion as a young man with dark hair wondered why everything felt so uncertain. Classroom filled with the weight of memories, reflects on his father's teachings about defeating monsters through martial arts. He recalls that his father never explained the reasoning behind it. Determined young man with dark hair expressed his conviction, emphasizing the importance of rules in their world. Determined young woman with glasses gestured as she spoke about the long struggle against monsters and the relentless pursuit of their origins. A sense of urgency filled the air as a determined young man with dark hair emphasized the necessity of martial arts for survival against invading monsters. A curious young woman with glasses questioned Professor Su's logic about their firearms' effectiveness against monsters, despite the rules restraining them. A confident woman addressed the audience, expressing her curiosity about an unanswered question that perhaps lay right before them. A feeling of confusion lingered as a curious young man with dark hair questioned the narrator about the monsters and their restraints. Voiced his concerns about the potential strength of their enemies, his expression reflecting deep worry. A sudden gasp broke the tension, as a surprised and concerned female character gazed at something unexpected. A confident female character adjusted her glasses while giving feedback to a student, noting that their thoughts were not bad but just a guess. The audience reacted with disbelief, their faces reflecting shock and frustration at the unfolding situation. An authoritative woman with long hair expressed frustration about fairness in a world where it often does not apply. The lesson concluded with a confident woman dismissing her students, her tone leaving no room for questions. A sense of dread filled the air as a worried character expressed fear about the monster's overwhelming power. He questioned how humanity could survive this impending doom. Listened, remained calm amidst the panic. A chilling declaration hung in the air, as it warned that humanity would face annihilation in 10,000 years. A determined young man with dark hair walked confidently through a dimly lit hall filled with seated figures. He expressed doubts about dealing with monsters in their current state. A menacing figure loomed in the shadows, casting an aura of despair over the onlookers. He warned that hope was nowhere to be found on the horizon. A dark backdrop framed a resolute young man with dark hair, embodying determination amidst looming threats. He focused on strengthening himself and seeing a path for humanity's survival. A determined young man with dark hair stood before his class, ready to share important instructions. Informed them to submit their forms in 3 days. Cheerful young man with dark hair suggested heading to the spear hall, radiating enthusiasm. Responded positively, his agreement evident. Passionately warned the attentive bystanders about the dangers of choosing the spear as their main weapon for cultivation. A wave of anxiety swept over the young man with dark hair as he realized he needed to change his martial path quickly. He feared competing with. Crowded spear training hall buzzed with energy as a focused and determined young man practiced his techniques with unwavering intensity. A surprised figure pointed at, expressing disbelief about his choice of weapon. A confident instructor addressed her students, explaining the notable achievements of a strong freshman named. Questioning expression crossed his face as he reacted to an unseen sound. A commanding figure with long red hair pointed decisively at another person, demanding their attention with unwavering authority. Introduced herself as the instructor for the cold weapons course, questioning if only the two students had arrived. Challenged another student to demonstrate their spear skills, exuding confidence and authority as she set the stage for their training. Confidently described the instructor's impressive skills, noting her peak martial arts expertise at level 6. Curious character pondered whether was the famous figure everyone had been discussing lately. Fierce red-haired character lunged forward, surprising a young man with dark hair who reacted with shock at the sudden strike. Confident young man with dark hair swung his glowing weapon, ready to face an unseen foe. Confident female character teased the focused young man with dark hair about his performance. He stood serious, weapon in hand, ready for the challenge ahead. Confident young man with dark hair warned his opponent to stay alert, preparing for the challenge ahead. Tense atmosphere hung in the air as prepared to confront the mystical figure looming before him. She issued a challenge to him, her presence both commanding and ethereal. A sense of impending death washed over the young man with dark hair, his wide eyes reflecting sheer dread. The determined young man with dark hair launched an attack, wielding a glowing weapon that sliced through the air with a fierce energy. A fierce display of skill captivated, leaving him awestruck by the power of the opponent's spear techniques. Defeat of Professor stunned the crowd, leaving them in disbelief and confusion about what had just happened. A surprised audience member wondered if anyone had captured it on camera. A sharp weapon pointed menacingly at a nervous young man with dark hair, amplifying the tension in the air. The glowing weapon cast an eerie light, making the nervous young woman with red hair recoil in apprehension. A confident young man with dark hair raised his spear, declaring his technique had reached the inner discernment stage. Tense atmosphere enveloped the arena as assessed his opponent's fluid movements. He feared his own skills were insufficient against this formidable foe. A confident young woman with dark hair praised for his impressive spear techniques, suggesting he could graduate from the cold weapon training class. A stunned young man with dark hair reacted to the surprising graduation announcement, disbelief etched across his face as chaos erupted around him. A cheerful young woman with red hair advised to gain real combat experience, mentioning the Credit Mission Center and the Marshall Saint Tower. A determined and powerful figure drove a pointed object into the ground, sending vibrations through the earth. Expressed his gratitude to the instructor for the valuable advice shared in the classroom. A confident female character announced his graduation, expressing astonishment at his exceptional skills and spear techniques. A small character with animal traits sighed, feeling as if they had wasted half their life compared to someone else. A cheerful young man with dark hair expressed excitement too about his recent achievement, connecting it to a previous comment about visibility. A supportive young man with dark hair encouraged his friend while placing a reassuring hand on their shoulder. A confident and charismatic man stood tall, the admiration of those around him palpable in the air. An observer praised his godlike presence, captivated by his aura. A determined and resourceful young man discussed preparations for a mission, emphasizing the importance of supplies for unexpected challenges. Tension filled the air as questioned the necessity of their preparations for the upcoming mission, expressed concern about potential dangers in the wilderness. Another young man reminded them not to complain about hunger later. Stood confidently, determined to explore the available missions that awaited him on this new journey. Stood before multiple mission boards, focused on the details of various fugitive captures that awaited him. Passionately questioned why their missions solely focused on capturing fugitives, expressing frustration over the lack of attention to the monsters. Warm character explained the daily mission schedule, highlighting the focus on fugitives in the morning and monsters in the afternoon. Stood on the walkway, his expression shifting to one of determination as he prepared to take decisive action. Pointed purposefully at an unseen target, his determination radiating from him as he prepared for the next challenge. Inked the pink object with a focused expression, channeling all his determination into the task at hand. The pink mission document trembled in his hands as shock washed over him. He reacted with disbelief, questioning the intensity of the mission details. Tense atmosphere filled the air as a frustrated young man with dark hair clenched his fist, contemplating the weight of his mission. He expressed urgency, insisting that understanding the difficulty of the task was essential. Heavy silence lingered as a thoughtful young man with dark hair held the mission document, contemplating the challenge ahead. He reflected on the mission's suitability. A smug young man with dark hair leaned back, reflecting on his thoughts with a self-satisfied smirk. Papers swirled around a surprised young man with dark hair, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden chaos. Papers scattered around a determined young man with dark hair as he inquired about missions beyond A rank. A stern young man with dark hair warned the student about making fun of him, asserting he could report them to the school. A puzzled young man with dark hair asked the receptionist if it was where he was supposed to accept missions. A frustrated young man with dark hair gestured, while questioning whether freshmen could meet the requirements for A rank missions. A determined young man with dark hair held a shield, ready to face whatever lay ahead. A flying object hurtles toward a surprised young man with dark hair, and he reacts in shock. A shocked young man with dark hair tightly held a 6th-level martial artist badge, his astonishment echoing in the stillness around him. A nervous yet cheerful young man with dark hair presented an object too, his smile tinged with anxiety. Tension escalated as a determined young man with dark hair prepared to strike, challenging the unseen figure before him. He demanded to be punched, insisting it would prove his worth. Tense atmosphere hung over the table as a nervous young man with dark hair processed the daunting requirements for his mission. He reacted anxiously to the challenge presented. Tense atmosphere lingered as a focused and determined young man with dark hair asked the nervous instructor for his student ID. Nervous young man with dark hair explained that missions above rank require approval from school leadership and cannot be accepted at will. Acted with surprise while holding his phone, staring in shock at the image displayed on the screen. Nervous young man with dark hair questioned if it was truly the person he recognized, sat in shock, startled by the revelation. Fronted the unseen entity with a determined expression, expressing frustration over the delay and threatening to file a complaint. Worried young man with dark hair held a card tightly, expressing his concern about a powerful presence. Appeared frantic, urgently warning someone to keep their ID and badge safe. Felt frustrated with the delay, mentioning it was almost lunchtime and planning to check out the Marshall St. Tower later. Determined martial artist swung his sword with precision, showcasing his skills in the intense martial arts setting. Instructor applauded with pride, impressed by the eager learner's rapid mastery of basic knife techniques, expressed gratitude for the compliment he received. Curious young man with dark hair questioned his friend about Dong's impressive skills, noting the lack of calluses on his hands. Confident young man with dark hair revealed his talent in elemental control, claiming mastery over metal and its weapons. Fiery knife gleamed in his hand as he smirked, feeling its power surge through him. He declared his disbelief that could surpass him. Excitedly showed his phone to friends, exclaiming how outrageous the news was. Then one friend looked shocked while another reacted in disbelief. Surprised character examined their phone, questioning if it could truly be human given his incredible achievements. Leaned over Dong, alarm flooding his voice as he called out, desperately asking what was wrong with him. Desperate young man with dark hair pleaded with his teacher to change mayors, his voice filled with urgency and hope.